Cultivating as an earthly immortal in the world of mages. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 401, Changes in the Earthly Immortal World. Giving gifts is about showing favors and social skills, and it is even more important to cater to the needs of the recipient. The leaders of the nearby wizard organizations who wanted to come here to give gifts and build relationships are all shrewd people, and they are well aware of these basic social skills. Therefore, the gifts they sent are all cultivation resources and treasures that Lu Feng can use at this level or the next level. Since they have intentions, Lu Feng can't act too arrogant and independent. They are all in the big wizard organization of the botanical garden, and they will see each other everywhere, but they must make more friends and fewer enemies. More friends mean more ways, and building good relationships with nearby wizard organizations may not be useful now, but there may be opportunities to use them in the future. Lu Feng himself entered the Eternal City, but he has lived in the Green Tower for so many years, and he has made many friends and good friends. He can't use them himself, but maybe the people around him can use them. With Lu Feng's guidance, his master, Wizard Tia, also understood how to deal with these gifts that were delivered to his door. Accept them all. As long as the wizard organization had not been against the Green Tower in the past and had no irreconcilable hatred with them, Wizard Tia politely accepted the gifts they sent to the door, and said frankly that Lu Feng was open-minded and would definitely keep everyone in mind. In the future, Green Tower could cooperate with various organizations if there was a chance. Wizard Tia was also cautious. What he said was agreed in the name of Green Tower, and he did not directly put Lu Feng's name on the surface. With a layer of skin, when cooperating with these wizard organizations in the future, if there was any trouble, they could also take out Green Tower to take the blame and abandon it, and would never bring the trouble to Lu Feng. Green Tower benefited from Lu Feng's identity, and naturally had to bear certain risks. Otherwise, if they kept staring at Lu Feng's name, the wizards in Green Tower would be very proud. If a fool caused trouble outside and shouted "I am the Tower Master," Lu Feng's reputation would be ruined. The world is so big that everything is possible. Although Wizard Tia was preparing for a rainy day, it was also a reasonable approach. In the past, some stupid things like this happened in the botanical garden. Some unintelligent wizards relied on the blessing of their ancestors to do evil things outside and caused a lot of trouble. In the end, they were exposed by the legal institutions of the botanical garden. Even some Yuguang wizards were finally embarrassed by these ignorant juniors and had to accept the punishment. Although these wizard organizations who came to make friends were somewhat dissatisfied with Wizard Tia's treatment, they also knew that their own goals were really not up to the mark and they were not yet at the point where they could cooperate directly with Lu Feng. After thinking about it, they all accepted Wizard Tia's statement. Through Lu Feng, Wizard Tia's Verdant Tower has become the leader of all wizard organizations in the nearby area, and his words are quite weighty. In such a situation, the development of the Verdant Tower is getting better day by day. The mortals and wizard apprentices living in the Green Tower felt that the Green Tower was like a high-speed train that caught up with the fast lane of development. The living and working environment was changing with each passing day, and there were new changes every day. At the same time, due to the frequent cooperation, the resources in the Green Tower were more abundant. Those wizards who had worked under Wizard Tia also felt that they were richer, the resources for cultivation were more sufficient, and their life and cultivation were much easier. The last time the Green Tower had such a change was when their Tower Master Wizard Tia and his disciple Wizard Rest were promoted to Morning Star Wizards one after another. It has not been long since then, and Wizard Rest has once again surprised them and brought them real benefits. That is, Lu Feng was obsessed with comprehending the monument of space and cultivating King Mufudi. Even if he had time, he would cultivate feelings with Wizard Leia and others, and rarely showed up in the Green Tower. Even so, Lu Feng's reputation in the Green Tower was higher than that of Wizard Tia, the real Tower Master. If Wizard Tia intends to abdicate, Lu Feng will surely be able to pass the election of the Tower Master with a unanimous vote. Wizard Tia has seen all these changes in the Verdant Tower. He has no jealousy of Lu Feng's reputation in the tower, which exceeds his own. As long as Lu Feng is willing, Wizard Tia can give the entire Verdant Tower to Lu Feng. However, even if Wizard Tia is willing to give it, Lu Feng probably doesn't want it. The current daily resource output speed of the verdant tower cannot be compared with a small green branch in Lu Feng's training room. In his hand, Lu Feng still thinks the verdant tower is a burden. This big wizard tower will be left to teacher Tia to work on slowly. A verdant tower that has received help and cooperation from nearby wizard organizations just provides sufficient training resources for wizard Tia now, allowing them to walk more smoothly on the road of wizards. Lu Feng does not need to worry about the verdant tower, and daily training is also very comfortable. Lu Feng's strength is steadily improving day by day. Time slowly passed during Lu Feng's daily practice. In a blink of an eye, 10 years had passed since Lu Feng returned to the botanical garden from the blood trial world. On this day, in the practice room of the verdant tower, Lu Feng was swallowing the energy of heaven and earth gushing out from the tiny green branches as usual, but suddenly, Lu Feng frowned. The earthly immortal world is in trouble. 20 years have passed since he sneaked into the earthly immortal world and quietly beat Su Lingzi, one of the 10 major black hands in the earthly immortal world, and wiped him out. After so much time, the earthly immortal world is also developing. Naturally, some changes have occurred. This time, when trouble came, Lu Feng naturally had to go and see. He immersed himself in the Qingmu Blessed Land. A silver-white space door stood under the energy-absorbing ancient tree. Through the space door, Lu Feng saw the scene in Suling Blessed Land in the earthly immortal world. On Zuling Mountain, a white bone demon god, which was carefully refined by Lu Feng and also invested with a lot of precious materials from the wizard world, was walking out of Zuling Mountain wearing the skin of Zulingzi, welcoming several messengers from Changyao Cave Heaven. The Emperor of Heaven has ordered that the amount of origins to be handed in from Zuling Blessed Land will be increased 5-fold from today. If the amount handed in is large, the Emperor of Heaven promises to give a huge reward. The messenger from Changyao Cave Heaven was a golden armored general, whose aura is more powerful than the white bone demon god refined by Lu Feng, and more powerful than Zulingzi. Behind him was a team of silver-armored soldiers, each of whom looked like a 4th-level soldier, just like the legendary heavenly soldiers and generals, with extraordinary power. From Zulingzi's memory, Lu Feng learned that these generals were Taoist soldiers refined by Changyao, and had always been called heavenly soldiers and generals by Zulingzi and others. As Lu Feng thought, Changyao had always had the idea of turning his cave heaven into a heavenly court and ruling the 3 realms of the earthly immortal world. Zulingzi had also dealt with this god general and heavenly soldier many times, so he naturally knew the details of this god general's personality. Seeing that the god general had been sullen since entering the Blessed Land, the white bone demon god, who inherited Zulingzi's personality memory, was not afraid, but smiled all over his old face, and stepped forward skillfully to put something into the hands of the golden armor god general. The heavenly soldiers behind the golden armor god general looked at his mouth with his nose, and looked at his heart with his mouth, as if they had not seen anything, and were obviously familiar with Zulingzi's methods. Lord God General, I don't know why the Emperor of Heaven did this. Is there going to be any big moves recently? Zulingzi asked carefully. This golden armor god general was a Taoist soldier under Changyao, and he had already developed intelligence, and his wisdom and personality were exactly the same as those of a living person. He had been working for Changyao for a long time, so he naturally knew much more information than Zulingzi, an outsider. The golden armored general pinched the object in his hand, and the icy expression on his face suddenly melted and turned into a bright smile. He said in a mercenary manner like a scoundrel, "Brother, you have asked the right person. It seems that the great Emperor of Heaven is really preparing to do something big this time. He is asking you for the origin. Not only will he increase your contribution, but he will also give you rewards. Every origin you offer will be recorded in the book. 1 origin is 1 point, and with the points you can exchange for the benefits and treasures given by the great Emperor of Heaven. For this matter, the great Emperor of Heaven even took out his precious heavenly steel." Heavenly steel. He actually took out the heavenly steel. Hearing this, Zulingzi was immediately shocked. In Zulingzi's memory, he was allowed to see the heavenly steel once when he was just led by Changyao to enter the Tao. It was that viewing of the heavenly steel that made him comprehend the secret of the earthly immortal law. Combining with the skills he practiced before, he comprehended the white bone demon god law that could be cultivated to the realm of the Blessed Land, and then practiced all the way to the present. If he could comprehend a heavenly steel again, would he be able to make further progress in the earthly immortal road and find a way to cultivate the Zuling Blessed Land to the Zuling Cave Heaven? Although Su Lingzi knew that this ideal was beautiful and it was very likely to be just nonsense, Su Lingzi still couldn't help but get excited. After all, for him, an old earthly immortal who had wasted nearly the second half of his life in the realm of the Blessed Land, the road ahead was undoubtedly more important. Su Lingzi was trapped in the earthly immortal world. The road ahead was blocked by Chang Yaoxin, the resources were controlled by Chang Yaoxin, and there were many difficulties. He could not see the road ahead at all. This kind of pain might only be understood by the other 8 Blessed Land Masters like him. Lu Feng's path to earthly immortality is not clear, but he is in the wizard world, and he has been practicing with King Mufudi as a plug-in and cheat. A large part of his realm is still in the wizard method. Even if he does not have King Mufudi now, Lu Feng is still a powerful Morning Star wizard who has comprehended many laws and comprehended the monument of space. 10 years of bloody trials and 10 years of precipitation in the verdant tower. 20 years of accumulation have allowed him to go a long way on the wizard path. And considering the Eternal Tower and the Dream Wizard world in the Eternal City, Lu Feng is now deliberately training himself to fight without relying on King Mufudi. So, even if Lu Feng does not have a King Mufudi now, he is still a powerful wizard, but for Su Lingzi, Su Ling Fudi is everything to him. Although his head was hot, Su Lingzi's mind was still clear. After thinking for a while, he looked at the Golden Armor God General and asked what he was thinking. The heavenly steel is extremely precious. If you want to exchange it for the opportunity to comprehend the heavenly steel, I'm afraid you need a lot of points. After hearing Su Lingzi's question, the Golden Armor God General immediately took out a golden list from his body, which clearly stated what the Masters of the Blessed Land could exchange for the points they exchanged for the origin. Su Lingzi turned his head and saw the first line of the list. He immediately took a breath of cold air and his pupils shrank. On the first line of the golden list, it was clearly written that there were points required for the opportunity to comprehend the heavenly steel. First, the opportunity to comprehend the heavenly steel, 35,000 points. So many points, the heavenly steel is precious, and it is indeed worth the price. Su Lingzi took a deep breath, calmed down the excitement in his heart, and uttered a few words with difficulty. Looking down, many precious things in the earthly immortal world were clearly marked with prices on this gold list by Chang Yaoxin. For example, things that cultivate the essence of the 5 elements of the Blessed Land and Cave Heaven, precious Taiyan and Sun origins, immortal tools made by Chang Yaoxin himself, and various earthly immortal cultivation methods, even the sky-covering formation diagram and cultivation methods jointly arranged by the 10 behind-the-scenes masterminds, 9 Blessed Lands and 1 Cave Heaven, were all marked with prices on this gold list. What made Su Lingzi's face dark was that the White Bone Demon God method that he had comprehended in practice was displayed by Chang Yaoxin, with a value of 89 points, ranking at the end of the cultivation methods of the other Blessed Land Masters. Doesn't this clearly mean that he, Su Lingzi, is the last among the 9 Blessed Land Masters? He exchanged the points in the hands of the Golden Armor God General for a copy of the gold list, and Su Lingzi handed over the original source share that had increased several times, this time with a dark face, and then sent the Golden Armor God General away. When the Golden Armored General led his silver-armored heavenly soldiers to leave Zuling Blessed Land, the dark-faced Su Lingzi suddenly became expressionless, and the Bone Demon God who had finished his performance returned to his original 3-no face. On the other side, Lu Feng held a rubbing of the exchange gold list in his hand. His eyes were deep, and he was thinking about the truth behind Chang Yaoxin's action this time. There is no doubt that Chang Yaoxin lacks the origin of Blessed Land. Sitting on a cave, he is still plundering the resources of the earthly immortal world. Under such circumstances, Chang Yaoxin did not let go of his brothers, and blatantly created the exchange gold list to plunder the origin of Blessed Land of Su Lingzi and other Blessed Land Masters. This is either poverty to a certain extent, or Chang Yaoxin is making the final preparations for a big event, wanting to use all the capital that can be used to increase the success rate of accomplishing the big event as much as possible. Putting himself in his shoes, Lu Feng felt that if he faced such a world-shaking event, he would definitely act like Chang Yaoxin. Chapter 402, 9 Netherworld Yama. Su Lingzi, the Lord of the Blessed Land, created the Suling Blessed Land, which is also a relatively complete plane space. As the Lord of the Blessed Land, Su Lingzi can also call upon the Blessed Land origin inside the origin space of Suling Blessed Land, which is not much different from the plane space in the body of the Morning Star Wizard in the Wizard world, and both have plane origins that can be used. The difference between the two is at most the amount and quality of a person's comprehension of the laws. Such a blessed land origin is still the essence of a blessed land. Sulingzi has carefully managed Suling Blessed Land for many years. To this day, the blessed land origin that Suling Blessed Land can produce every year is still rare and precious. After the earthly immortal world was ravaged by the 10 major behind-the-scenes masterminds such as Chang Yaoxin, the cultivation resources of the earthly immortals have become very few. After they sucked up the resources on the earthly immortal world, they have already reached out to the moon. Now that the moon of the earthly immortal world has been eaten up by them, their only remaining source of food is the last sun in this earthly immortal world. One cave, 9 blessed lands, built the sky-covering formation in the sky, also to plunder the power of the sun in the earthly immortal world. However, this sky-covering formation has always been dominated by Chang Yaoxin. Sulingzi and other small minions who followed Chang Yaoxin and waved flags and shouted, at most they could drink some soup and get a little fire from the sun to create a small copycat sun in their blessed land. And Chang Yaoxin, who dominated this sky-covering formation, ate the origin of the sun in the earthly immortal world. With the origin of a sun, Chang Yaoxin's cave heaven would develop into something unknown. Just from the strength of some of Chang Yaoxin's Taoist soldiers, Sulingzi had long seen how powerful Chang Yaoxin was. So even though Sulingzi was born in the magic way and walked all the way to today, he never dared to have a thought of resisting Chang Yaoxin in his memory. In front of Chang Yaoxin's absolute strength, Sulingzi's strength is not enough. Maybe Chang Yaoxin can take his life with just a little finger. Due to the lack of resources, the development of Suling Blessed Land has been very slow. The output speed of the source in the Blessed Land has not been increased. There is not much left every year except for his daily cultivation and the submission to Chang Yaoxin. This time, the Golden Armor God General conveyed Chang Yaoxin's will to increase the annual supply of Blessed Land source by 5 times. Such an exaggerated increase made Sulingzi's already poor life even worse. Not only Sulingzi, but also the masters of the other 8 blessed lands sent off the Golden Armor God General with a very ugly look, and then stared at the rubbings of the gold list in their hands. They were all thinking about how to live in the next few days. The blessed land source for the supply increased 5 times. They gritted their teeth and gave up the blessed land source for cultivation. If they took some out from the previous inventory, they could pay the full amount of this year's supply. But they had no idea in their hearts. This time, Chang Yaoxin would add them to the supply for 1 or 2 years, or for a long time. They can still hold out for a year or 2, but if this continues, the little wealth in their blessed land will probably be emptied out in no time. Their wealth can't hold out, but they don't have the courage to resist. They are all subordinates taught by Chang Yaoxin. Chang Yaoxin knows what kind of exercises each person practices. Even the fundamental blessed land on which they rely for survival has been coerced by Chang Yaoxin to build the current sky-covering formation, not to mention Chang Yaoxin's strength and cave scale that are much higher than theirs. If they want to resist, they must have too much water in their brains. When they are in trouble, they will think of change. Sure enough, not long after, Sulingzi, who is in Suling Blessed Land, received an invitation from the first blessed land, Jiu'ao Blessed Land, saying that the soul-falling flowers in Jiu'ao Blessed Land have ripened recently, and invited all fellow Taoists to go to Jiu'ao Blessed Land to enjoy the flowers and drink. Haha, this soul-falling flower grows leaves every 30 years and blooms every 30 years. The last time it matured was 31 years ago. Now it matured immediately after the arrival of the Golden Armored General of the Lord of Heaven and Earth. I'm afraid the drunkard's intention is not to drink. Feng looked at the invitation from the 9 Nether Blessed Land, and naturally knew that these were all excuses from the Lord of the 9 Nether Blessed Land, King Yanluo. This invitation is probably to gather everyone to discuss what to do with the future offerings. In the memory of Sulingzi, as the last seed among the 9 Blessed Lands, he has always been the younger brother of the Lord of the 9 Nether Blessed Land, Yanluo, and they have been together in everything. It seems that I still have to let Sulingzi go to this banquet so that I can see what the other Blessed Land Masters are like. Feng sorted out the memory of Sulingzi and agreed to the flower viewing invitation according to the character of Sulingzi. 10 days later, under the blazing sun of the earthly immortal world, a gust of bone-like wind rushed out of the Suling Blessed Land, and flew all the way to a blessed land with a gloomy atmosphere in the north. This gust of bone-like wind was the bone-like demon god that Feng personally controlled. After carefully analyzing everything about Sulingzi, Lu Feng now controlled this bone-like demon god, which was no different from the previous Su Lingzi. The only difference was that after Lu Feng carefully refined this bone-like demon god, its combat power was even more fierce and powerful. During the battle, if Lu Feng distracted himself to control it, he could also use some bone-like demon god methods that contain the death law of the wizard world. With a blessing of many factors, the combat power of this bone-like demon god was at least several times higher than that of the original Su Lingzi. The bone-like wind was flying at a very high speed, and suddenly a strong and nauseating smell of blood blew from the side, and a scarlet light flew out from the blessed land next to it, flying straight towards the bone-like demon god Su Lingzi. Before the red light arrived, a series of sinister voices reached the ears of Su Lingzi. Su Lingzi, long time no see. Look at your posture. It seems that your white bone demon god technique has improved a lot recently. Maybe it won't be long before your last place will be lost to someone else. As soon as the voice fell, the red light had already arrived in front of the white bone demon god Su Lingzi. It changed from a ball of scarlet blood to a rough fat man in a red robe, red beard and red hair. Zhu, how are you? But why do you look the same? Have you not got any good stuff in the Blood Sea Blessed Land recently? You haven't been proved at all. But after hearing the voice of the person, Su Lingzi controlled by Lu Feng had already recognized the identity of this person. This fat man in a red robe is also the master of a blessed land. His name is Yao Kun, and he owns a Blood Sea Blessed Land. He practiced a Blood River Sutra and trained 100,000 blood godsons, which can turn into Blood River and cover the sky. It is said that no one can kill him as long as the Blood River does not dry up and the Blood Godson does not perish. Of course, this boast that Yao Kun always talks about did not bring him a high status. Among all the blessed lands, he is also the bottom of the list like Su Lingzi. Although Yao Kun's ability to save his life is strong, the trick of turning into Blood River is a big flaw in itself. His body becomes larger and his power is dispersed. It is extremely powerful against some minions who are not as strong as him, but it does not bring much benefit in a battle of the same level. Once Yao Kun turns into Blood River, even the former Su Lingzi will laugh. They are all masters who have cultivated the earth immortal way to the blessed land level. Everyone has a few good range attacks. As long as Yao Kun dares to turn into Blood River, he will face a large-scale attack like a storm. Moreover, as the master of the blessed land, as long as he is not too far away from his blessed land, his magic power is basically endless. If he bombards to death, even the raging Blood River can be refined and burned by Yao Kun. Therefore, after several rounds of fighting, Yao Kun had already learned his lesson. His pretentious act of turning into a river of blood would never stay in his mouth, while he himself was developing in the direction of becoming more and more pure blood. Since quantity is not enough, then quality is better. Su Lingzi and Yao Kun were one in a row. They had not seen each other for 30 or 40 years. This time, Yao Kun felt that Su Lingzi had not changed much. Except that the blood on his body was purer, there was no other change. But in Yao Kun's eyes, Su Lingzi had changed a lot. In the past, he often played and sparred with Su Lingzi. Yao Kun had seen Su Lingzi's white bone magic many times, but the white bone magic was just as good as his Blood River scripture, and it didn't seem to give him much pressure. But now that they met again after a long time, and saw Su Lingzi again, Yao Kun felt a hint of danger from the white bone magic Su Lingzi. The white bone magic now was much stronger than the white bone magic in the past in all aspects. Looking at Lu Feng's skeleton demon god carefully, Yao Kun always felt that Su Lingzi had secretly obtained some opportunity and benefit in these years, and upgraded his skeleton demon god. What kind of benefit could make Su Lingzi improve so much? Yao Kun couldn't help but feel an irresistible greed in his heart, and wanted to get to know Su Lingzi in depth. With these thoughts, Yao Kun enthusiastically accompanied Su Lingzi, and kept asking about Su Lingzi's opportunity on the way. Seeing the chatterbox, Lu Feng's forehead seemed to have blue veins popping out, but Yao Kun was like this before, and Su Lingzi was also a very good listener. Following the identity and personality of Su Lingzi, Lu Feng had no choice but to resist the urge to slap Yao Kun to death, and flew all the way to the 9 other blessed land. Fortunately, the 9 blessed lands were all under the great array of covering the sky, and although there was a gap between them, they were not far apart. The chatterbox Yao Kun didn't torture Lu Feng for long, and they came to the Jiu-Iao blessed land, which was obviously much larger than Zuling blessed land. Before entering the Jiu-Iao blessed land, a strong yin energy came to the face, making people feel as if they had stepped from the world of the living into the underworld. the surrounding gusts of gloomy wind, Lu Feng controlled the white-bone demon Su Lingzi to enter the Jiu'ai Blessed Land, and felt like a fish in water, returning home, while Yao Quan next to him frowned and shivered subconsciously when he was blown by the gloomy wind. The white-bone demon refined by Lu Feng went a step further. On the basis of the original white-bone demon method of Su Lingzi, some necromancy in the wizard civilization, and the secret method inherited by the undead lord obtained by the skeleton king Doru in the small underworld of King Mu Blessed Land, were added. With a law of death and white bones as the foundation, the current white-bone demon Su Lingzi is not a flesh and blood person at all. It is an undead creature based on bones and death. As an undead creature, the gloomy environment of Jiu'ai Feudy is like returning home. Although Yao Quan has become the true god of Blood River, he is still a human being. His blood is soaring, which naturally conflicts with the yin energy in Jiu'ai Feudy. Fortunately, Yao Quan is strong enough to withstand such a gloomy environment without affecting his personal combat effectiveness. Under the guidance of a team of ghost soldiers of Yan Luo, the lord of Jiu'ai Feudy, Su Lingzi controlled by Lu Feng walked into Jiu'ai Feudy with Yao Quan. Outside Jiu'ai Feudy is gloomy, and inside the Feudy is a dark and gloomy scene. There is no sun, moon, or stars in the sky, and no light falls. The entire space of the Feudy is dark, as if entering a black hole. On the earth, no living creatures can be seen. There are only groups of strange ghosts and corpses living in the wilds of cities. Although this is a blessed land, it gives Lu Feng a feeling of a small underworld of King Mu Blessed Land, and it is also like the undead plane in the starry sky of the wizard world where only the undead are left. Jiu'ai Yanluo, ghost, Jiu'ai of the underworld is really ambitious. In the memory of Su Lingzi, the lord of Jiu'ai Blessed Land, known as Yanluo, did have such ambitions. He once proposed to refine all 9 blessed lands into Jiu'ai Blessed Land, gather the power of the 9 blessed lands, and try to impact the cave heaven in one fell swoop. If it succeeds, everyone will manage a cave heaven together. The idea of creating a cave heaven sounds very tempting, but none of the 9 blessed landlords are fools. Refining a blessed land into Jiu'ai Blessed Land is just handing their own handles into the hands of others. When something goes wrong, they will be at the mercy of Jiu'ai without a blessed land. No one is willing to invest in such a risky project, and finally Jiu'ai left in embarrassment. Entering the depths of the 9 nether blessed land, a towering and gloomy city named Feng appeared in front of Lu Feng and Yao Quan. Under the guidance of the Yin Ghost Taoist soldiers, they soon arrived at the banquet venue of Yan Luo. The two came quite early. At this time, in the banquet hall, there was only a tall man sitting on the white-bone throne, wearing a crown and wearing a black ghost emperor robe, and a beast-like alien covered with red hair. The one wearing the ghost emperor robe was Yan Luo, the lord of the 9 netherworld, and the other was the lord of the blessed land named Qi Shi, who was also a fierce lord. His body was as hard as a powerful magic weapon, his body was strong, and his combat power was unparalleled. Among the 9 blessed land masters, they were all able to rank in the top 4. Chapter 403, The Fallen Flower and the Soul-Stirring Soup. Jiu'ai Feudy, in the banquet hall. Sitting on the main seat, the lord of Jiu'ai had a solemn appearance, a gorgeous dress and a crown, and a deep and dignified aura, which really looked like the posture of the king of hell. Although the plan of the lord of Jiu'ai, Yanluo, to unite the lords of the 9 blessed places failed, Yanluo has always practiced his own path and philosophy, intending to cultivate Jiu'ai Feudy into the underworld of the earthly immortals and to be on par with the heaven planned by Chang Yaoxin. Seeing the lord of Jiu'ai Feudy, Yanluo, Su Lingzi and Yao Quan, who were controlled by Lu Feng, immediately bowed to him. Dao fellow Yanluo. For the powerful lord of Jiu'ai Feudy, Yanluo, maintaining respect and courtesy is the basic principle of the 2 tail ends of their behavior. No need to be polite, we are all in the same way, just be casual. The lord of Jiu'ai Feudy, Yanluo, spoke in a friendly manner, making people feel like being bathed in spring breeze. Su Lingzi and Yao Quan nodded politely, and then bowed to fellow Taoist Qi Shi who was eating meat beside him. Fellow Taoist Qi Shi. Fellow Taoist Qi Shi, who was eating meat, raised his head slightly, glanced at them, and then continued to eat, as if the meat in his hand could attract his attention more than Su Lingzi and Yao Quan. Fellow Taoist Qi Shi's indifferent attitude did not make Su Lingzi and Yao Quan feel dissatisfied. Fellow Taoist Yanluo, as the leader of the 9 blessed land masters, pays attention to rules and status, But this fellow Taoist Qi is not so particular. It is said that he was once an ancient corpse resurrected on the battlefield, born with spiritual wisdom, hating death and rebirth, but he does not have the courtesy, righteousness, and shame of ordinary creatures. His moral standards are extremely flexible. If anyone provokes him, fellow Taoist Qi will really fight to the death. This kind of young man is a headache for even the Lord of the Nine Nether Blessed Land, Yan Luo, who is in the main seat. Not to mention, Su Lingzi and Yao Qun, who are not as strong as Taoist fellow Qi, would be devoured by Taoist fellow Qi in no time if they were really targeted by Taoist fellow Qi. After meeting the two Taoists, Su Lingzi and Yao Qun sat down. At that moment, a team of charming maids came into the banquet hall and poured tea and wine for the two, and served fruits and desserts. Su Lingzi had no interest in these flying ghost skins, but Yao Qun was in a very good mood, hugging two charming ghost maids, hugging them left and right, looking very happy, and even teased Su Lingzi with a smile. Dao, it's such a waste to abandon this mundane hobby. Isn't life for pleasure? The female ghosts in the Nine Nether Blessed Land are also special. It's a pity for Dao not to taste them. Su Lingzi was indifferent to Yao Qun's words. The original Su Lingzi had long abandoned his mundane body and refined the god of flesh and blood into a powerful white-bone demon god. He no longer had the ability to taste female ghosts. The Su Lingzi controlled by Lu Feng naturally did not dare to abandon the original setting of this body. Besides, Lu Feng had seen countless beauties in the wizard world, and there were countless mistresses in Qingmu Blessed Land. These female ghosts who were not even at the 4th level were just so-so in his eyes, and had no ability to shake Lu Feng's heart at all. Boring. If you have the mind to enjoy yourself, you might as well practice more magic and take care of the Blessed Land. Lu Feng's Su Lingzi said disdainfully. Facing Lu Feng's ridicule, Yao Qun didn't care at all. It was not the first time that Su Lingzi said such words. He had long been accustomed to it. Instead, he said complacently, "At least I have enjoyed it and had fun. I can't see the future clearly after practicing, so can't I enjoy it more?" Haha. Alice. This joyful laughter revealed an endless desolation. In the banquet hall, whether it was Su Lingzi, Yan Luo, who has the main seat, or Qi, who was beside him, they were all silenced by Yao Qun's words. The world of earthly immortals is limited by heaven and earth, and resources are limited. Even the masters of the Blessed Land, who are below one person and above millions of people, cannot see the future of this world. The road ahead is blocked, and under heavy pressure, various ideologies will naturally derive. Some are like Su Lingzi who study hard and strive to improve their skills in magic, some are like Yao Qun who seek pleasure and a happy life, and some are like Yan Luo, the Lord of Jiu-Ai Blessed Land, who plans for the future. Each of the 9 blessed landlords has his own calculations and plans in his heart, and tinkers with his own things in his own little piece of land. However, no matter how much they tinker, they are just doing the temple in the screw shell of the earthly immortal world, and they have not seen much change in so many years. Those with poor strength are still poor, and those who live a lazy life are still living a lazy life. However, this time, the will of Chang Yaoxin to increase the supply is an opportunity to force them to make changes and seek new changes. In the banquet hall, the 4 people ate and drank separately. After waiting for a long time, the remaining 5 blessed landlords still did not arrive. Yan Luo, the Lord of Jiu-Ai Blessed Land, who was sitting on the main seat, had a gradually deep look in his eyes, and his face did not change much, but Lu Feng, who was controlling Su Lingzi, felt that Yan Luo's breath was deeper. Where there are people, there are disputes. Even the small organization of the 9 blessed land masters under Chang Yaoxin was secretly divided into 2 factions. The 4 of Su Lingzi, led by Yan Luo, formed their own faction, and the other 5 blessed land masters also formed their own faction. As if sensing the mood of Yan Luo on the main seat, Yao Qun, who was hugging the enchanting female ghost on both sides, slammed the table angrily and shouted, "Luofu, Piao Miao, the masters of the blessed land are really too ignorant. They dare not come to the invitation of brother Yan Luo. What are they trying to do? Do they want to rebel? They are really a group of ungrateful masters. I don't know who cried and begged them back then. Okay. There is no need to mention what happened to brother Yao Qun back then. I have already expected the situation today. They are still thinking about the things in the lower world and want to restore the glory of the ancient immortals. After all, their paths are different from ours. What can we say about the dispute of the paths? Moreover, The 5 of them were specially invited by the Great Master of Heaven and Earth to join us. The Great Master is watching. Although we have many conflicts with them, we can't do anything. Yan Luo on the main seat coughed, interrupting Yao Quin's cursing words and stopping him from mentioning the old things again. However, although Yan Luo said it lightly, some dissatisfaction with the other 5 people could be heard from his tone. Su Lingzi, controlled by Lu Feng, also showed an indignant look at the right time, and together with Yao Qin, he made righteous criticisms against the other blessed landmasters, and exerted the younger brother's own talent of waving flags and shouting. The master of Jiu Ao Blessed Land, Yan Luo, and others did not like the other 5 blessed landmasters. Because of their status, it was inconvenient for them to curse directly, but younger brothers like Su Lingzi and Yao Qin naturally had no such scruples. Okay, stop talking about those 5 irritating guys. Bring the dishes, we eat and talk. Yan Luo saw the performance of Su Lingzi and Yao Qin in the field, and did not say much. Then he clapped his hands and called his Yin Gadao soldiers to bring pots of yellow turbid soup with black petals floating in it, and put them on the table of Su Lingzi and others. This banquet happened to coincide with the ripening of some withered flowers in my back garden, so I just cooked this pot of soul-shaking soup. You can have a taste. This soul-shaking soup will make mortals forget all their memories after drinking it, but for us, it is just right for cleansing the soul and baptizing the spirit. It is a rare treasure. Pio mio, Luo Fudaoists, if you don't come, you will miss this good opportunity. Yan Luo looked at the soul-shaking soup on the table and shook his head with emotion. Before the soup was served, Yao Qin, who was next to Su Lingzi controlled by Lu Feng, put down the 2 female ghosts in his arms, his eyes widened, staring at the soup pot in the hands of the Yin Gui Daobing, with a greedy look, and drooling from the corners of his mouth without knowing it. Through the memory of Su Lingzi, Lu Feng also knew the preciousness of this flower. This flower is a special spiritual plant that grows in the extremely Yin Death Land. It takes a long time to grow and is extremely fragile. During the growth period, once it encounters some external factors, the flower will turn into a seed and shrink into the soil, escape into the earth, and find another safe place to grow and bloom again. Therefore, it is extremely difficult to get a mature flower. That is to say, Yan Luo has mastered the 9 nether blessings, which is similar to the death of the small yin world in the Kingmu blessings, and has the ability to cultivate the flower. Even so, the mature flowers that can be harvested in each growth cycle of the flower in the 9 nether blessings are also very few. Such a rare flower is naturally very useful. Yan Luo, the master of the 9 nether blessings, uses this flower with special materials to cook the soul-draining soup, which is a unique one in the 9 nether blessings, and can help Su Lingzi and others cleanse their souls and baptize their spirits. At their level, there is no sufficient environment for the rare treasures that can play a role in the world of earthly immortals, and they are almost extinct. These desolate flowers in the 9 nether blessed land are the only treasures that Su Lingzi and his people can now touch and obtain. This is also the reason why Su Lingzi and Yao Qin just acted like a dog. It is naturally profitable to cling to the strong. A pot of yellow and turbid soul-stirring soup was served on the table. Lu Feng took a look and saw many medicinal materials that nourish the spirit and assist in cultivation. There was also a strange plant spiritual power that impacted the spirit in the soup. Although the whole pot of soup was ugly and tasted bad, it was really effective for Su Lingzi and others. It can be seen from the performance of Yao Qin, who was wolfing down the soup next to him, and the red corpse who was tasting the soul-stirring soup on the other side. After drinking a pot of soup, Su Lingzi pretended to be extremely happy, hearty, and happy, but Lu Feng on the other side did not feel anything strange. The effect of the soul-dangling decoction on the white-bone demon god Su Lingzi did cause some subtle changes in the core spirit of the white-bone demon god, but the effect was far inferior to the materials that Lu Feng had casually invested in the white-bone demon god. Alice, this earthly immortal world is still a place where people cry about poverty. Such spiritual medicines and flowers can be called treasures here. I'm really used to being poor. I break every little treasure into several petals and use them slowly. Lu Feng looked at the Kingmu Futi in his body. Because of the tender ancient trees, his Kingmu Futi was also a very suitable place for the cultivation of spiritual herbs and spiritual medicines. Lu Feng didn't take care of it much, but in the Kingmu Futi, many witchcraft gardens were still opened up, and many extraordinary plants from the wizard world were planted in it, and there were countless plants that could be effective for Morning Star level wizards. In addition to the recent visit to the treasure house of Leia Wizard's master, Hongye Wizard, and the annual greeting gifts from the wizard organization near the Green Tower, Lu Feng's King Mu feudi has already accumulated a large number of Morningstar wizard level supplies. Lu Feng usually throws these things directly to Elio and others, letting them deal with them on their own, and use them as much as possible in cultivation, and seize the time to improve their strength. Lu Feng doesn't want his subordinates who have accompanied him all the way to finally become obscured by the crowd in the process of his King Mu feudi's continuous strength, and dare not appear in front of him again. Looking at the inventory in King Mu feudi, and then looking at the several blessed land masters in front of him who were moved by a pot of soul-shaking soup, Lu Feng suddenly felt a strong sense of gap in his heart. If I find a situation and get something to fool them, can I lure them directly into my King Mu feudi? Being a dog under Chang Yaoxin is also being a dog, and being a dog under me is the same. If I can please me, I will be much more generous than Chang Yaoxin. Lu Feng said in his heart. Of course, this kind of thoughts naturally cannot be told to the few people who were drinking soup in the banquet hall. If it is really said, I am afraid that Lu Feng, the white-bone demon god, may not be able to leave the Nine Nether Blessed Land. After all, in the Nine Nether Blessed Land, Yan Luo, who is in the Blessed Land, is still quite powerful. According to Lu Feng's observation and perception, fellow Taoist Yan Luo has at least the strength of Yu Hu Wizard, and the red corpse next to him has also reached the peak level of Morningstar Wizard. In the field, Su Lingzi and Yao Qun are about the same, probably in the middle stage of Morningstar Wizard. Of course, in the Nine Nether Blessed Land, Yan Luo can really control the power of the Blessed Land to fight, and can exert a stronger combat power. The current situation is not out of control for the time being, so Lu Feng will not blow up his trump card first and expose his identity. After all, above these 9 blessed lands, there is still this cave heaven watching. According to Lu Feng's speculation, the level of the Blessed Land corresponds to the 3 major realms of Morningstar, Moonlight, and Sunlight, and the cultivation of the earthly immortal method to the cave heaven level has already surpassed the Sunlight Wizard and reached a higher level. It has been 10 years since he came back from the blood trial. Lu Feng feels that his current combat power has established a firm foothold in the Sunlight Wizard realm, but the closer he is to the peak of the Sunlight Wizard realm, the more Lu Feng can feel the power of the Yuguang Wizard above the Sunlight Wizard level. That is not something he can touch for the time being. This is why Lu Feng immediately paid attention to the movement in the earthly immortal world this time. He also hopes to obtain more earthly immortal world methods from the earthly immortal world to pave the way for his promotion from King Mu Blessed Land to the cave heaven in the future. Chapter 404, The Whitebone Command Platform. After 3 rounds of soup, the guests and hosts in the banquet hall were all happy. After eating and drinking, it was time to talk about business. In the banquet hall, several people tidied up their appearance and sat upright, and the Lord of Jiu Iao also dismissed the people around them. Yan Luo, the Lord of Jiu Iao Blessed Land, who was sitting in the main seat, slowly said, "You are also clear about the situation this time. The increase in supply from the Great Master Shiandi has put a lot of pressure on our Blessed Lands. We can't change the Blessed Land origin that the Great Master Shiandi needs. Since we can't save money, we have to find a way to increase it. I wonder if you have any ideas, please share them." This time, the crisis of Blessed Land origin came a little unexpectedly, and it was a big blow to Su Lingzi. For Yan Luo, it was also a big pressure. After all, the Blessed Land origin that the 4 of them offered in each cycle was not the same value. Chang Yaoxin had already made an estimate based on the scale of their Blessed Land, and the amount of supply ordered was distributed according to their respective strengths. Yan Luo, the Lord of the 9 Nether Blessed Land, is strong, but he has to pay too much. Now that the amount of offerings has been doubled, he naturally cannot afford it. Moreover, they do not have the ability and courage to disobey Chang Yaoxin, so they can only gather here to discuss ways to obtain more origins of the Blessed Land. Su Lingzi and Yao Qun looked at each other in silence. They have always been the last ones in the group. If there was a way to obtain more plain origins, they would have secretly used them and enjoyed themselves. Why would they need to wait until now to say it? However, the Taoist friend Qixi opposite them was thoughtful at this time, as if he remembered something. Seeing the expressions of Su Lingzi and the other 2, Yan Luo, the Lord of the 9 Nether Blessed Land, also knew that he could not think of any good way from the 3 of them. However, Yan Luo was able to gather everyone to hold this banquet, so he was naturally prepared. Yan Luo waved his hand, and a magical light and shadow condensed in the banquet hall, projecting a huge world in contact with the earthly world. The scale was much larger than the blessed land in their home. Seeing the scene projected by Yan Luo, Lu Feng behind Su Lingzi had a gleam in his eyes. Wasn't this familiar projection screen showing the western regions that Lu Feng had visited many times? Could it be that Yan Luo, the lord of the Nine Nether Blessed Land, wanted to take them to the western regions to grow up? Yao Qin was still a little confused when he saw the projection, but fellow Taoist Chishi opposite them suddenly realized and started to speak. Taoist fellow Yan Luo, you are talking about the western region world that collided and intersected with the Earth Immortal world decades ago. I remember that when I went to explore it, I also caught several alien cultivators who ran to a world from the intersection of the two worlds. Their flesh and blood tasted like chewing wax, only their spirits were interesting and very delicious. Listening to Chishi's words, Lu Feng roughly guessed that Chishi probably met a wizard from the western region world. When the western region world and the Earth Immortal world just collided, Lu Feng had a confrontation with the wizard from the western region world at the intersection of the two worlds. Later, all the wizards from the western region world were killed by him, and the inheritance was cut off, and there was no follow-up. At most, you can find some cultivation methods of western regions mages in the Museum of King Mufudi now. Their mages are too far away from the spiritual root cultivation methods, wizard methods, and earthly immortal methods, and they can only eat dust in King Mufudi. Some of the more interesting and unique methods have long been digested and absorbed by the practitioners in King Mufudi, and transformed into spells and secret methods suitable for the current cultivation world of King Mufudi. Yes, it is the western regions world that Taoist fellow Chishi mentioned. Yan Luo smiled and nodded. Su Lingzi and Yao Qin also had eyes full of curiosity. They didn't know much about the western regions world. They also studied the western regions world decades ago, but unfortunately the western regions world had just intersected with the earthly immortal world at that time. The laws of heaven and earth in the western regions world are still very powerful. For ordinary practitioners, there is not much difference between going to the western regions world and being in the earthly immortal world. However, if the blessed land masters like them go to the earthly immortal world, it is easy for them to be unable to use the power of their respective blessed lands because of the differences between the two worlds. Once they lose the support of the blessed land, their fighting power in the western region will be greatly reduced. If they encounter any trouble, they will be easily damaged in the western region. Their blessed land, together with Chang Yeoxin's cave, is deeply bound to the sky-covering formation in the sky of the earthly immortal world. There is no way to carry it with them and provide power at all times. Therefore, after studying it for a while and determining that the western region is very useless, they return to their respective blessed lands and immerse themselves in cultivation. This time, Yan Luo mentioned the western region again. Did he discover some secret that we didn't discover back then? In this secret, is there a way to obtain the origin of the blessed land? Under the curious eyes of Su Lingzi and Yao Qin, Yan Luo, the lord of Jiu Iao Fudi, spoke again and continued with a smile. We also studied this western world in the past, but because of the laws of heaven and earth and the limitations of the world, we gave up the exploration of this world. However, with decades of development, the indigenous civilization of this western world has disappeared in history, and the local cities and villages have now become the territory of the Daxun dynasty in the lower world, and those living in them are all citizens of the Daxun dynasty in the earthly world. With the implementation of the Daxun dynasty's extermination plan for the western world, now that so many years have passed, this western region has already changed a lot. Some time ago, I sent my Taoist soldiers to check it out. Now the western world has begun to accelerate its integration with the earthly world. This time we are going to take advantage of this time to wantonly destroy the western world, on the one hand, and plunder the origin of the western world on the other hand, to stop the self-rescue plan of the earthly world. Listening to Yan Luo's last words, Su Lingzi, Yao Qin, and Shishi all showed a look of realization on their faces. Listening to Yan Luo's words, they are going to complete the mission of the great master of heaven and earth. No wonder, since the beginning of the banquet, Yan Luo has been swearing. All this is the mission of the great master of heaven and earth. Su Lingzi and his friends are not qualified, so Chang Yeoxin told Yan Luo directly, as well as Luofu from another faction. It turns out that the great master of heaven and earth has left a way out for us this time. The great master is merciful. Having said that, Su Lingzi and Yao Qin also knew what to say and stopped talking. They just stood up and bowed to Yan Luo again. This mission is all up to you, Taoist friend Yan Luo. Ha ha ha, no problem. We are all Taoist friends, no need to be so polite. The smile on Yan Luo's face became even brighter, and everything was under his control. The rest of the things were also simple. Yan Luo, the lord of Jiu Iao Futi, began to explain how to implement the tasks assigned by the great master of heaven and earth, Chang Yaoxin. Everyone knows that Chang Yaoxin wants to annex the earthly immortal world and become the master of that world himself. This collision and fusion between the western regions and the earthly immortal world is the last struggle of the earthly immortal world. As the most loyal lackeys of Chang Yaoxin, Su Lingzi and his people must stand on the opposite side of the earthly immortal world no matter what. They must destroy and plunder anything that is good for the earthly immortal world. They have followed Chang Yaoxin for many years and have done many things that harm the earthly immortal world. If the heaven and earth consciousness of the earthly immortal world can reappear now, the 9 blessed land masters will follow Chang Yaoxin and be bombarded to death by the heavenly punishment of thunder, and their souls will be suppressed forever in the deep underground of the earthly immortal world, and they will never be reborn. Therefore, for these tasks assigned by Chang Yaoxin, Su Lingzi and his people have no resistance at all. On the contrary, they are all excited. This task sounds like a good thing with rich benefits. If they can plunder some benefits from this task, not only will they not have to worry about the blessed land origin they offer in the next few years, but they will also have a place to consume the blessed land origin they need for daily cultivation in the future. It's a bit tiring, but it's worth it to make a lot of money. 2 days later, Su Lingzi and Yao Quan left Jiu'ao blessed land with a smile as Yan Luo took the initiative to say farewell. He and Yao Quan will return to their respective blessed lands to prepare for the next task. After parting with Yao Quan, Lu Feng controlled Su Lingzi to hurriedly return to Su Ling blessed land. As soon as he returned to the blessed land, before he had time to start preparing, Su Lingzi's expression changed slightly, and a strange look appeared on his face. He went to a secret door in Su Ling blessed land, and a black shadow followed the secret door of Su Ling blessed land, entered the blessed land, and came to Su Lingzi. Su Lingzi, long time no see, how do you feel about the magic method we gave you last time? After practicing for so long, you should feel the power of the magic method. The black shadow's voice was cold, and the tone of his voice was very familiar with Su Lingzi, like a good friend who had known each other for a long time. Lu Feng, who had learned about the memory of Su Lingzi, knew the identity of the figure hidden under the black robe in front of him in detail. This person was a member of the other 5 Blessed Land Masters small group, named Zuan, who was also a Blessed Land Master, and his strength was much stronger than the previous Su Lingzi. In addition to being a loyal younger brother of Yan Luo, Su Lingzi secretly accepted the undercover mission of another faction led by Luofu, secretly collecting information about the actions of Yan Luo's faction for Luofu's faction. The little Su Lingzi was actually a double agent, playing the trick of Mission Impossible. Lu Feng did not comment on this. Su Lingzi was originally the weakest. Whether it was Yan Luo or Luofu, he could not afford to offend anyone from the 2 factions. Being able to be a double agent with his own ability was already the glory of Su Lingzi, a small figure. Anyway, both sides were not good people, and he wanted to completely eradicate Chang Yaoxin. Whatever they did, it had nothing to do with Lu Feng. He just wanted to get more information about the subsequent cultivation methods of the earthly immortal law and the key points of cultivating the cave heaven world from the earthly immortal world. However, at this time, the Su Lingzi controlled by Lu Feng was still doing things that were in line with his identity. After exchanging a few words with Zhuan Yin, he told Zhuan Yin everything that Yan Luo had discussed with him today. After listening, Zhuan Yin was thoughtful and said, I already know everything. You continue to follow Yan Luo in the future. Be careful not to reveal your identity. We will also keep your identity secret. By the way, this is the follow-up of the White Bone Demon God Temple that I gave you last time. Su Lingzi, keep working hard. Our boss Luofu is very optimistic about you. Su Lingzi took the follow-up exercises of the White Bone Demon God Temple from Zhuan Yin very happily, and then sent Zhuan Yin away with an eager face under the black robe. As soon as Zhuan Yin left, Su Lingzi suddenly had no expression on his face, and the secret book of martial arts in his hand was thrown aside casually. Lu Feng only took a glance and knew that this book of the White Bone Demon God's martial arts was still a little bit lacking. It might be useful to the previous Su Lingzi, but it is useless to the White Bone Demon God who is now being refined by Lu Feng and invested a lot of resources. Su Lingzi is really good at being a double agent. This talent is something Lu Feng had never thought of. When he saw Su Lingzi's memory, Lu Feng was also shocked. He was shocked by the complexity between the 9 masters of the Blessed Land, and was surprised by Su Lingzi's special ability to be a spy. Perhaps, small people also have small people's wisdom. However, the strength of Su Lingzi is not enough after all. When he met Lu Feng, that little strength collapsed at the touch. In this world, the big fist is the hard truth of everything. After getting in a good mood, Lu Feng came to the command platform in Zuling Futy. With a big wave of his hand, the white-boned Taoist soldiers crawled out from the dark and deep corners of Zuling Futy and gathered in front of the command platform under Lu Feng's feet. The white bones were covered with snow, and it was a gloomy and terrifying scene. These white-boned Taoist soldiers were all powerful Taoist soldiers carefully trained by Su Lingzi. With white bones as armor and soul fire as eyes, they were quite similar to the skeleton soldiers in the small underworld of Kingmu Futy. However, this group of white-boned Taoist soldiers was much higher in quality than those skeleton soldiers who were resurrected directly from corpses. There were a total of 100,000 white-boned Taoist soldiers, of which 200 were 3rd level, and the rest were at least 1st level combat power. It was the military force accumulated by Su Lingzi over countless years in his life, and it was also the most powerful trump card in his hand. All the soldiers, follow me to the battle. Su Lingzi stepped on the bone-made platform and let out a long roar. 100,000 bone-based Taoist soldiers waved their weapons and hit the bone armor on their chests, making a deafening war cry. Then, 100,000 bone-based Taoist soldiers made a crackling sound, and their bodies kept shrinking. They slowly turned into palm-sized skulls, dragging the rolling black air, gathering into a river of bones, flying to the bone-based platform under Lu Feng's feet, and returning to it. This bone-based platform was also a magic weapon carefully made by Su Lingzi. It had the function of commanding and storing bone-based Taoist soldiers, and could help Su Lingzi quickly transport and command bone-based Taoist soldiers to fight. At the same time, this bone-based platform was also a defensive treasure. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story, and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 405, Immortal's Descent to Earth. The treasure of the Whitebone Command Platform has been sacrificed and refined by Su Lingzi for many years, and its power is quite good. Standing on the Whitebone Command Platform, the aura of Su Lingzi, the Whitebone Demon God, merged with the Whitebone Command Platform under his feet. As they merged with each other, Su Lingzi seemed to have transformed into a Whitebone hell, with a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood, and the power of the devil was overwhelming. After cleaning up the Whitebone Command Platform, Su Lingzi stepped on the Whitebone Command Platform and turned into a white light, flying into the sky. In a moment, he had left Zuling Futy and rushed to the place agreed with Yao Kun. When he arrived at the agreed place, fellow Taoist Yao Kun had not arrived yet. However, Lu Feng did not wait for long. After a while, a strong smell of blood came from the distant horizon. Su Lingzi looked from a distance, but saw a surging blood cloud flying from the horizon, and the blood was surging, like a vast ocean. Among them, there were thousands of blood gods rolling and howling in it, with the momentum of a demon. Hey, Su Lingzi, I haven't seen you for so many years. Look at how I've refined this sea of blood. Is it stronger than before? This surging sea of blood is also a magic weapon that Yao Kun has been refining for a lifetime. It contains countless blood and water, which converge into a sea. Among them, there are also blood gods that Yao Kun has been refining for many years. They have settled in it. Thousands of blood gods and Yao Kun are of the same blood and work together. It is also the biggest support for Yao Kun to dominate the world, which is even more powerful than the Whitebone Command Platform under the feet of Su Lingzi. With his support, Yao Kun wanted to rely on the power of the Sea of Blood to show off in front of Su Lingzi controlled by Lu Feng when he saw Lu Feng again, in order to avenge the last time he was scared by Su Lingzi. HMPH. Facing the raging Sea of Blood, Su Lingzi controlled by Lu Feng snorted coldly without any concern, and poured all his magic power into the Whitebone Command Platform under his feet. The raging demonic energy mixed with the breath of 100,000 Whitebone Taoist soldiers in the Whitebone Command Platform gathered behind Su Lingzi. A fully armed black skeleton climbed out from the shadow of Su Lingzi. In the 1,000-foot head, Two wide and miserable demonic fires burned faintly and stared at Yao Kun in the raging sea of blood. In just a moment, Yao Kun, who was hidden in the bodies of thousands of blood gods in the raging sea of blood, felt like he was being stared at by a beast. The cold eyes from the white-bone demon god were like opening a lock and could always find Yao Kun's true body in the raging sea of blood. If the real body was hit by the white-bone demon god of Sulingzi, even if the blood god sun in the blood sea could allow Yao Kun to borrow his body to be reborn, Yao Kun, who lost his real body, would still lose a lot of vitality and spirit. Although Yao Kun's blood river scripture gave him a powerful ability to save his life with the help of the sea of blood, in front of this strong man who could always find his true body, Yao Kun subconsciously felt a sense of fear. He moved many positions in the surging sea of blood, but the head of the white-bone demon behind Sulingzi was still staring at Yao Kun's true body in the sea of blood. After trying, Yao Kun finally lost his fluke mentality. It seems that Sulingzi's ability has increased a lot in recent years, far surpassing me. Could it be that I am addicted to wine and sex, and I have fallen behind Sulingzi in cultivation? Hey, wine and sex have misled me. From today on, I, Yao Kun, will stop drinking. Yao Kun muttered in his heart, and at this time he calmed down. Since he is no longer the opponent of Sulingzi, he should just admit his defeat. This is not called cowardice, this is the wisdom of a small person. Yao Kun, who recognized his current position, quickly put the surging sea of blood into the blood-red cloak behind him, and came to the stage of Sulingzi with a somewhat flattering look on his face. You looked quite arrogant just now. I liked you very much. How come you are gone so soon? Lu Feng laughed and teased. Yao Kun dared not continue to be presumptuous because he was not as strong as others. He had to shamelessly smile in front of Lu Feng. Sulingzi, controlled by Lu Feng, did not continue to pursue Yao Kun's offense, but just smiled and let it go. Anyway, Yao Kun is a dog who is in cahoots with Chang Yaoxin. Sooner or later, he will either work illegally in his Kingmu feudi or die in his hands. Lu Feng does not have the ability to deal with Chang Yaoxin now. But Lu Feng has no pressure at all to deal with Yao Kun, a subordinate of Chang Yaoxin. Therefore, Yao Kun did not know at this time that he was just a dead man in the eyes of Sulingzi, controlled by Lu Feng, and it was not worth getting angry at all. Dao, where should we go next? Yao Kun followed behind Sulingzi, controlled by Lu Feng, looking like a follower. Since the task given to us by the great master of heaven and earth is to destroy the western region, let's go down to the mortal world first to see the western region. We have lived in the blessed land for a long time, and have been separated from the mortal world for too long. In the situation where we are in the dark, we should go to the mortal world first to learn more. Lu Feng controlled Sulingzi and said cautiously, which was very consistent with the daily character of Sulingzi. Yao Kun did not have much objection, but just shouted, Dao, you and I are one of the most powerful people in the world. When we go down to the mortal world and show our strength, the dynasties and cultivators in the mortal world will bow down to us. If anyone dares to disobey, it just happens that my blood sea and your white-bone command platform need fresh creatures to replenish resources, so we can kill them happily. Lu Feng controlled Sulingzi smiled helplessly. With their strength, there is indeed not much resistance to going to the mortal world. However, the blessed landlords who came down to the mortal world were not just the two of them. There was also the blessed landlord of the Luofu sect. With more people, the situation in the mortal world would inevitably become complicated, and it would not be so easy at that time. Let's talk about it when we get to the mortal world. Sulingzi, controlled by Lu Feng, did not continue to say anything to Yao Kun. After leaving a sentence, he turned into a stream of light and flew towards the mortal world. Dao Suling, wait for me. Sulingzi left, and Yao Kun shouted hurriedly, and also turned into a stream of blood light, following Lu Feng closely. It was different from the last time when Lu Feng went to heaven. This time, there was a special passage leading to the mortal world on the gray sky that covered the mortal world. It was convenient for the blessed landlords like them to enter and exit the mortal world, which was much simpler and faster than Lu Feng's last smuggling. With Lu Feng and his speed, it only took them an hour to get from the blessed land in the sky to the mortal world of the earthly immortals. At this time, the Hongye region of the mortal world of the earthly immortals. It was the imperial city of the Great Zhuan dynasty. It was early morning, and the morning court of the Great Zhuan dynasty had just begun. In the Jinlun Palace, a tall man in a dragon robe was listening carefully to the reports and suggestions of the officials below the stage. There was a harmonious atmosphere. Suddenly, The sky outside the Jinlin Palace turned red, and a bloody pressure so strong that it was suffocating came down from the sky, suppressing the emperor and the civil and military officials in the Jinlin Palace to the ground. Even though these civil and military officials had seen a lot of the world and had long been trained to be calm, they were frightened by this terrifying breath and lost their minds. There were even more timid people, whose buttocks trembled, and a dirty substance flowed out from between their buttocks, adding some unpleasant odors to the palace. The emperor and his courtiers were terrified. They saw the roof of the Jinlin Palace disappear. Yao Kun, dressed in a red robe, appeared in the air. After a casual look, he took the emperor of the Great Yuan dynasty in his hands. After sniffing it carefully, Yao Kun showed a look of disgust on his face. The flesh and blood of a mere mortal emperor was smelly, and Yao Kun felt disgusted when he held it in his hands. Just when he was about to crush the emperor of the Great Yuan dynasty to death, a sword light flew from the sky, cut off Yao Kun's arm with a sword, and carried the emperor of the Great Yuan dynasty back to a man with a fairy-like aura and sword-like eyebrows. Yao Kun, your method is not very good. With your status, why bother this mere mortal? The man with the sword casually threw the emperor of the Great Yuan dynasty back into the Jinlin Palace without a roof, looked at Yao Kun in the distance, and said disdainfully. Yao Kun didn't care about his arm being cut off. The moment his arm fell from his body, it turned into a pool of blood and returned to Yao Kun's body. Looking at the sword immortal Changmei who came out to save the emperor of the Great Yuan dynasty, he chuckled and said, "Haha. I just came down from the blessed land and couldn't find a way when I first came to the mortal world. I happened to see the emperor of this mortal dynasty, so I planned to ask him for directions. It is a great fate for him to have the opportunity to meet me, Yao Kun. But you, Changmei, destroyed the fate of the emperor of the Great Yuan dynasty for no reason, but turned around and blamed him. You are really good at talking. Is this the verbal sparring that you, a sword immortal, have practiced? It's really sharp." As soon as Yao Kun appeared, he was hit by the sword immortal Changmei. Although he was not injured, he naturally had no good face in front of the sword immortal Changmei. He immediately retorted and fought back. "Hey. After not seeing you for a few years, you, Yao Kun, have become much more eloquent. Do you want to test whether my Changmei's sword is still sharp?" Seeing that Yao Kun was too eloquent, the sword immortal Changmei frowned and sneered, and the sword behind him immediately came out, as if he was going to teach Yao Kun a lesson. The sharp sword energy locked onto Yao Kun, like a sharp edge on his back, which put a lot of pressure on Yao Kun. But compared with the pressure Feng gave him just now, Yao Kun actually found that the pressure from the sword immortal Changmei was not as good as Su Lingzi after decades of progress. How is this possible? After not seeing each other for decades, how could Su Lingzi change so much? Am I, Yao Kun, so unbearable? How could Su Lingzi, who is also at the bottom of the list, surpass me so much in a few decades? A doubt slowly sprouted in my heart. However, Yao Kun and Changmei did not fight after all. After the two of them confronted each other for a while, Feng controlled Su Lingzi to come out and act as a peacemaker, asking them not to fight anymore. Sword immortal Changmei is also one of the 9 masters of the Blessed Land. Judging from his style and behavior, he is also a member of the Luofu school. He majored in swordsmanship and was proficient in various sword techniques. He also sacrificed and refined 2 swords, one blue and one purple, to attack the way of killing. He was well known in the Luofu school. His peerless swordsmanship could basically be compared with a Taoist friend Chishi of the Yanluo school. Yao Kun dared to provoke him because he relied on Feng by his side, and he was a fox pretending to be a tiger. Before the fight started, Su Lingzi and Yao Kun talked with sword immortal Changmei. From him, they learned that after receiving the mission from the Lord of Heaven and Earth, the Luofu school had all its members dispatched and came down to the mortal world, determined to take this opportunity to destroy the integration of the Western region world and the earthly immortal world. They were all subordinates of Chang Yaoxin, so they naturally had to follow Chang Yaoxin's mission orders. At the same time, there is a lot of room for profit in this mission. Whether it is the current mortal world or the Western regions on the other side, some oil and water can be squeezed out. After Chang Yaoxin increased the source of the Blessed Land for offering, the lords of these Blessed Lands have been a little stretched. If they don't take advantage of this mission to make a fortune and save some property, when will they wait? The sword immortal Changmei wandered in Hongye in the mortal world, taking this opportunity to plunder the most important state in the Great Yuan dynasty. Cultivation resources, practitioners, and seeds of good talent for cultivation. he will pack all of these back to the Blessed Land. Therefore, in the recent days, the sword Immortal Changmei has shown his sainthood in Hongye and displayed the power of immortals. He also intends to gather all these things into his hands through the power of the Great Yuan dynasty. This is just a move he has temporarily arranged. After leaving a seed for the Great Yuan dynasty, he is ready to set off again and go to the western regions to show his skills again. When they return victorious, they will just harvest elite crops that have grown in the Great Yuan dynasty. Those who come here to seek immortality will eventually push themselves into the abyss because of this. That is, the sword Immortal Changmei was active near Hongye, and was sensed by the Su Lingzi and Yao Quan who had just descended to the earth, so they deliberately landed here. Yao Quan forced the sword Immortal Changmei out with a casual move. After learning some information about the western region from Changmei, Lu Feng and his men did not disturb the sword Immortal Changmei, who was still planning to stay here for some time, but flew directly to the intersection of the western region and the Earth Immortal world. When they stopped at the intersection of the two worlds in the west of the Earth and cast their eyes, they saw that the intersection of the two worlds, which was only a small space channel in the past, has now developed into an open land stretching for dozens of miles. There is no obstruction between each other, and the pedestrian teams coming and going, various steam equipment, and the cities at the intersection of multiple styles give people a prosperous and lively scene. At a glance, Yao Quan felt that this place was more prosperous and lively than the imperial capital of the Great Yuan dynasty where they had just stopped. Lu Feng naturally understood the origin of this change. Frequent trade between the two worlds brought wealth to this border area, and the arrival of wealth naturally attracted many workers who came here in pursuit of money. Countless people gathered here, and naturally various cultures and wisdoms converged again, creating a prosperity far beyond other places. Chapter 406, Battle on the Battlefield. Conspiracy. The prosperity and development brought by business are immeasurable. Money and power are the best driving force to drive everything forward. Whether it is Lu Feng's previous life or the wizard organizations in the wizard world, they all understand this truth. Lu Feng has seen a lot, so he is not surprised. They are all thousand-year-old monsters, and they have a lot of experience. What's more, Yao Quan has also created his own Blessed Land. In the process of managing the Blessed Land, he has seen all kinds of changes in the Blessed Land and the development of internal forces. So when he saw the different scenery of this place where the two worlds meet, Yao Quan was a little stunned when he saw the prosperous scene of the border at first glance, but after a little observation, he also understood the reason. The two huge lands of the Earth Immortal world and the Western region world are wider than Yao Quan's Blessed Land, and the creatures living in them are much more than the creatures in their Blessed Land. Now as the Earth Immortal world has been destroyed by the behind-the-scenes mastermind headed by Chang Yaoxin, the spiritual energy of the Earth and the Earth in this mortal world has gradually become thinner, and more places are no longer suitable for cultivators to survive. The withering of mortal cultivators has become a foregone conclusion. In contrast, the birth difficulty of those monsters and evil creatures that survive in the wild has also greatly increased. In a sense, the end of the law era of the earthly immortal world, created by Chang Yaoxin and others, has greatly reduced the difficulty of survival for human beings in the earthly immortal world. In such an environment, there are fewer dangers in the wild, the territory of the Great Yuan dynasty is constantly expanding every year, and the population is growing at a stable rate. After all, in this era, more land can be planted, and more land can produce more food. With more food, bored humans will also make more babies. The Great Yuan dynasty is not a dynasty in the traditional sense of Lu Feng's previous life. There are many cultivation forces behind the land of Jiaxiao. After Lu Feng's years of hard work, now everything is in ruins, and with the development of colonial trade in the western regions, it is in an era of vigorous development. In such an era where pigs can fly, ordinary people enjoy the dividends of the times, and the pressure of life is not as great as imagined, so the population is in a trend of substantial growth. As the population increases, although there is not much development and breakthrough in cultivation, the changes in the trade between the two worlds are simply earth-shaking. After all, industries that can make money always gather many money-loving people who want to roll in. Fellow Taoist Su Ling, what should we do next? Walking with Su Lingzi controlled by Lu Feng in this place where the two worlds meet, as the masters of the Blessed Land, they clearly feel that in this place where the two worlds meet, the suppression of the Western region world on them is almost zero. Although it is a bit far away from the Blessed Land in the sky, they can still call on the power of their own blessed land and exert their greatest abilities. With this layer of protection, Yao Kun felt much more at ease. At his age, status, cultivation resources and so on are very important, but more important is their lives, the power that they can actually control and can save their lives. In the past, when the western regions just collided with the earthly immortal world, the 9 blessed land masters were because the western regions suppressed them too much at that time. When they arrived at the western regions, their connection with their blessed lands would be cut off, and they would not get the support from the blessed lands, which had a great impact on their combat effectiveness. Therefore, at that time, they simply explored and chose to observe the collision between the western regions and the cultivators of the mortal dynasty. Now that they have observed, the time is ripe, and it is time for them to pick the fruits of the western regions. At the same time, the struggle between the earthly immortal world and the western regions has also reached a white-hot point. With the backup of Chang Yaoxin, the blessed land masters can basically toss around in the western regions at will. There is no need to worry about the counterattack and heavenly punishment from the western regions. However, before Lu Feng and Yao Kun started to act, the blessed land masters from the Luofu faction found the two. Yao Kun, Zuling, our Luofu sect has already started to migrate the existing creatures in the western regions. Yu Yanluo sect should not do anything reckless. In front of Zuling and Yao Kun, a white-haired Taoist priest looked at the two with a smile, and his words seemed to ask Yao Kun and Zulingzi to act according to the plan of their Luofu sect. This impolite tone made Yao Kun and Zulingzi frown. Yao Kun directly sprayed in politely, "What do you mean, Taoist Piaomio? Are you Luofu sect planning to swallow up the entire western region world by yourself? What's wrong with our Yanluo sect? When it comes to the use of creatures, we are more proficient than you. Even if they die in our blessed land, they can still be used again." Yao Kun told the truth impolitely. For the lord of the blessed land of the Yanluo sect, the death of a creature is not the end of life. Living can create value, and when they die, their corpses and souls can still create value. Yao Kun is keen on blood, Shishi likes flesh and blood, Zulingzi likes bones, and Yanluo likes souls. In some ways, dead creatures are more valuable to them. Since the intersection of the two worlds, countless creatures in the western regions have multiplied, and a large population has already accumulated. And now, listening to the Luofu sect, Piaomio Taoist, it seems that their Luofu sect wants to monopolize the population of the western regions. How can this be tolerated? This is because they see that only Zulingzi and Yao Kun have come from their Yanluo sect, and they want to bully them. Immediately, a flame ignited in Yao Kun's hand, and a talisman flew into the sky with the rising flames. This is a communication talisman from Yanluo, which Yanluo specially gave to Yao Kun before they came to the world. Yanluo and Chishi have another plan and will arrive later. If an accident occurs, this communication talisman can be used to directly contact fellow Yanluo to deal with the situation. As soon as the communication talisman was sent, the face of the Taoist Piaomio who was opposite the two of them darkened, and there seemed to be malice in his eyes, as if he wanted to fight with Yao Kun and Zulingzi. Taoist Piaomio subconsciously released his aura and pressed towards the place where Zulingzi and Yao Kun were. But 2-1, the advantage was on Lu Feng's side. Yao Kun and Zulingzi were not afraid of the threat of Taoist Piaomio at all. The auras on their bodies were vigorous, and they pressed back in the same way. In an instant, 3 powerful auras intertwined between heaven and earth, and the situation changed. The people at the intersection of the two worlds below them seemed to see the sky fall down, and they were all pressed to the ground by the 3 powerful auras. The place where the two worlds meet is full of ordinary people, at most some practitioners with a little cultivation. In the eyes of Zulingzi and others, these people are not even as good as ants. If he hadn't deliberately controlled it a little, all the mortals within a radius of dozens of kilometers would have died in the aura confrontation between the 3 of them. However, before the tense confrontation lasted long, a loud voice came from the horizon. The person who came was wearing a black and yellow robe and a crown. It was the Taoist Yanluo who was the backer of Zulingzi and Yao Kun. "Taoist Piaomio, please stop. Let's discuss it properly. Why bother with knives and guns?" The arrival of Taoist Yanluo instantly reversed the situation. With 3-1 and a strong man like Taoist Yanluo, the Taoist Piaomio of Luofu school had no chance of winning. Humph. Taoist Yanluo came at the right time. People who didn't know would think that you were hiding nearby and watching the show. You had to wait until Taoist Zulingzi and Taoist Yao Kun were in danger before you showed up to rescue them. Taoist Piaomio snorted coldly, put away his momentum, and said some words to Su Discord with an ugly face. However, Su Lingzi and Yao Qun regarded these rubbish as Taoist Piaomio's nonsense after losing face. They didn't take it to heart at all and didn't listen to it. The relationship between them and Yan Luo Taoist was solid and reliable, and it was not something that could be provoked by a few words from others. Su Lingzi, Taoist Yao Qun, you go to the western regions to plunder and destroy first, and I will watch over this Piaomio Taoist. Don't let the people from Luofu sect rob our treasures. Yan Luo looked at the Piaomio Taoist opposite him with a smile, and his aura had locked onto the Piaomio Taoist, and then ordered Su Lingzi and Yao Qun. The Luofu sect had evil intentions, and Yan Luo Taoist was not going to let them have an easy time. Yes. Hearing this, Yao Qun felt a little relieved and responded quickly. The next moment, he pulled Su Lingzi together and rushed into the western regions. The western regions were rich, and Yao Qun was used to being poor in the earthly immortal world. This time he went to the western regions, he was determined to make a fortune. Now that Yan Luo Taoist had watched over the Piaomio Taoist from Luofu sect, he had reduced a lot of danger and pressure for them, and it was just right for them to go to the western regions to plunder a lot. Haha, Taoist friend, you have a good plan. You used Taoist friend Yao Qun and Taoist friend Su Lingzi like Taoist soldiers. You really don't treat them as human beings. Besides, if they know your idea, I wonder if it will cause resentment from them. Being locked by Taoist Yan Luo's aura, Taoist Piaomio was not panicked, and even wanted to tease Taoist Yan Luo. Tisk, didn't you enter the western regions? How many of you Luofu people went in? Aren't they also minions like Zuanan and Baiyu? If the western regions are really that good, why don't you Taoist Piaomio go? Besides, Taoist Su Lingzi and Taoist Yao Qun volunteered. I didn't force them. People die for money and birds die for food. You have to bear the risks of your own choices. Taoist Yan Luo had no joy or sadness on his face, and he didn't seem to care much about anything in the western regions. Seeing Taoist Yan Luo's expression, Taoist Piaomio looked at him with contempt, and stopped talking. Instead, he fell into the intersection of the two worlds to deal with some of his own affairs. On the other side, Su Lingzi, who had just entered the western region, felt something strange. After advancing 50 or 60 kilometers into the western region, Lu Feng keenly felt that the connection between Su Lingzi and Su Ling Blessed Land had weakened slightly. This slight weakening of the connection was very subtle, and it was only because of Lu Feng's strong mental power and his keen insight that he could discover this subtle change. Yao Qun, who was beside him, was still immersed in the excitement of preparing to plunder the western region. Looking at the excited expression on his face, it seemed that he did not notice these changes at all. According to Lu Feng's speculation, when they entered the central area of the western region, these subtle weakenings would be enough to weaken the power of their blessed land in the earthly immortal world by half. It seems that there are still some risks in entering the western regions. If we make a big fuss in the western regions, it may bring some disasters. Although the will of heaven and earth in the western regions is held back by the will of heaven and earth in the earthly immortal world, when we make a big fuss and the western regions face life and death, it may hate us destroyers. By then, I am afraid that we will be in the western regions and the connection with our own blessed land will be cut off. Without the support of the blessed land, Yao Qun and I may not be able to get any good in the dying counterattack of the western regions. Lu Feng analyzed rationally and sneered in his heart. No wonder Yan Luo Doran has no intention of entering the western regions himself. I am afraid that he deliberately wants Yao Qun and I to destroy the western regions as cannon fodder. When we have almost consumed the western regions, they will enter the field at the end and reap the foundation of the western regions. What a vicious mind. After understanding this, Lu Feng was not very afraid, but when he looked at Yao Qun on the side, there was more pity in his eyes. Stupid, if you are unlucky this time, you may be about to die. Halfway through the journey, Yao Qun, who was thinking about making a fortune, was stunned by Lu Feng's sudden words. He turned around in confusion, but saw the undisguised pity and disdain in Su Lingzi's eyes. Su Lingzi seemed to be looking at a clear and stupid fool. Hey, Su Lingzi, although you are powerful now, you can't insult me like this. I, Yao Qun, still have some face. If you say this again, I will fight you to the death. Yao Qun's mind was still confused, but he was also a person with temper. After being scolded by Su Lingzi, although there was no one around, he couldn't hold his face. Su Lingzi did not care about Yao Qun's temper. Instead, with a smile on his face, he looked at Yao Quin's appearance and spoke again. Feel carefully the connection between you and the Blood Sea Blessed Land. Has it weakened a little? Also, use your brain to think about why fellow Taoist Yan Luo has arrived at the intersection of the Western regions and the earthly immortal world just now, but has not entered the Western regions with us. Wouldn't it be faster for us to complete the task with him? There is still so much time left. Can you see fellow Taoist Shishi? In addition, the Western regions are full of soup. Can you see fellow Taoist Paomeo and fellow Taoist Changmei are in a hurry to enter? Huh? Yao Qin was stunned by Lu Feng's series of questions, but when he came to his senses and carefully checked the connection between himself and the Blessed Land, and then thought about these questions from Lu Feng, Yao Qin's face turned pale instantly. Chapter 407 Conquering Yao Qin. Dao Ao, save me. Taoist Yao Qin was not a dull person. If he was really a fool, he would not have survived in the fiercely competitive world of earthly immortals until now. He was just kept in the dark by Yan Luo and others, and had a misinformation. He did not have Lu Feng's ability to jump out of the cage and look at the world. At this time, after Lu Feng's reminder, Yao Qin only needed a moment of days to figure out the whole story. Moreover, he understood that at this time, he was already the bait tied to the fishing rod by Yan Luo and others, thrown into the big pond of the Western region world. If he did not catch fish, he would never be allowed to walk out of the Western region world intact. You, a subordinate, would not go to the Western region world to send him off, so would you let Yan Luo and other beneficiaries go to the Western region world to take risks? Think about it. Taoist Yao Qin knew that he would definitely go to the Western region world this time. However, at this moment, being awakened by Lu Feng gave Yao Qin the last hope. He was like a drowning man, struggling to grab the nearest straw. Lu Feng, only Lu Feng could save him at this time. Yao Qin hugged Lu Feng's thighs, screaming at the top of his lungs, crying with tears, hoping to impress Lu Feng and get a chance to live. Do you really want me to save you? Do you really think I have the ability to save you? You should know that Yan Luo's strength is much stronger than mine. Lu Feng controlled Su Lingzi and smiled, touching Yao Qin's red hair and grinning. Hearing Lu Feng's words, Yao Qin raised his head with difficulty and looked at Su Lingzi, who was close at hand, but he only saw endless coldness in Su Lingzi's eyes. Su Lingzi, who was originally a brother in distress, seemed to have become a different person at this moment. He gave Yao Qin an endless feeling of strangeness. When did Su Lingzi change, or was Su Lingzi no longer the Su Lingzi that Yao Qin was familiar with? When? Was it after he first discovered that Su Lingzi's strength had increased? Gudong. Yao Qin swallowed hard, his eyes full of unbelievable fear. In his pocket, there was a communication talisman to notify Yan Luo Dao Ren, but at this moment, Yao Qin had no intention of using this talisman. The Su Lingzi in front of him seemed to not take him seriously at all, as if he had him in his hands, and didn't care how he struggled. In front of him, he was like an ant, not worth mentioning at all. However, after a brief weighing of the pros and cons, Yao Qin suppressed his doubts. What if the identity of Su Lingzi was revealed at this time? At most, it would make Yao Qin die faster. Yan Luo Dao Ren was still guarding the intersection of the two worlds of the earthly immortal world and the western regions, and Su Lingzi was right in front of him. At this time, Yao Qin knew that if he made any unusual movements, he would probably be killed by Su Lingzi immediately. Even if he could turn into a river of blood and have thousands of blood gods to help him transfer damage, it would not give him any sense of security. Therefore, Yao Qin simply pretended to be blind and deaf, and continued to deceive himself and others by treating Su Lingzi as Su Lingzi. Then he asked Su Lingzi, Taoist Su Lingzi, I, Yao Qin, believe in you. I think you are much more powerful than Yan Luo. As long as Taoist Yao Qin can save my life, from now on, I, Yao Qin, will definitely follow Taoist Yao Qin's lead. Looking at Taoist Yao Qin's appearance, Su Lingzi smiled even more. Obviously, Yao Qin had been trained by him to be in his own shape at this time. Next, Yao Qin could be needed at will. Loyalty is not just a matter of words, but also a matter of actions. Let's do this. I'll give you this secret method. You give me a soul source and I'll take your life in my hands. Only then can I feel relieved and accept you as my younger brother. Lu Feng controlled Su Lingzi and said with a smile. At the same time, a phantom of a star appeared in his hand, which was the best way for Lu Feng to enslave his subordinates and introduce population to King Mu feudi. Over the years, Lu Feng has been learning some secret methods of enslaving souls from the organization of the wizard world, Botanical garden. These methods are verified with the star phantom enslavement method he created before, and are constantly updated and iterated. Now, these star phantom enslavement secret methods are used to enslave 5th level strongmen, and there will be no chance of resistance at all. Gudong. Taoist Yao Kun looked at the star phantom and the secret method of dividing the soul origin in the hand of Su Lingzi. He immediately knew what Lu Feng was planning. This is to enslave his soul and make him a subordinate of Su Lingzi for the rest of his life. Is it too late for me to run now? Yao Kun's eyes were full of fear. With his spiritual sense sensing the surroundings, Yao Kun was even more surprised to find that the surrounding void had been tightly blocked by Lu Feng's methods. Just by feeling, Lu Feng felt that even Taoist Yan Luo might not be able to break the blockade of Taoist friend Su Lingzi. What do you think? The white-bone demon Su Lingzi smiled grimly. In this situation, the situation on the scene did not allow Yao Kun to have any other ideas. Light. After a shrill howl, a soul originating from Yao Kun's soul split out and fell into the star phantom in the hand of the white-bone demon Su Lingzi. The pain of the split soul made Yao Kun wail. But the next moment, a warm energy came from the star phantom in the hand of the white-bone demon Su Lingzi, and the pain in Yao Kun's soul was immediately reduced by 80% to 90%. There was also a constant flow of warm energy. After a few breaths, Yao Kun felt that all the pain in his soul was healed, and as this warm energy continued to come, Yao Kun actually found that his soul was slowly growing. Huh? What's going on? This discovery made Yao Kun surprised and happy, and he was confused for a while. Look at your expression that has never seen the world. I am not that waste Yan Luo. If you follow him, you will starve 3 times a day. If you follow me, I can make you full. Ha ha ha. Lu Feng looked at the shocked Yao Kun and laughed. These blessed landowners who were used to suffering in the earthly immortal world and had never enjoyed an environment with abundant resources could be easily dismissed by giving them some benefits, just like beggars from the countryside who regarded trash cans in the city as treasures. This time, I experienced the first benefit of integrating the soul essence into the star phantom. In this process, Lu Feng secretly connected Yao Kun with the soul essence in the star phantom and infused him with some plain essences of King Mu Futi. For a universal treasure like plain essence, Yao Kun's injury from the split soul essence could be healed in an instant, and continued absorption could strengthen the soul essence. However, when these plain essences from King Mu Futi are absorbed more, Yao Kun's soul will be marked by King Mu Futi from inside to outside. Not only will the soul essence control Yao Kun's life and death, but it can also plunder everything from him through the mark left on him. This is only the first benefit. If Yao Kun saw everything in King Mu Futi, he would be dumbfounded. After Yao Kun experienced the first benefit, Lu Feng stuffed Yao Kun into King Mu Futi and took him for a short walk. He also casually took several million low-level blood beast corpses from a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood on the edge of King Mu Futi and stuffed them into Yao Kun's blood sea magic weapon. Yao Kun didn't have time to refine the blood beast corpses and the blood sea magic weapon was full all of a sudden. For the first time, he experienced the trouble of too much resources. And this blood beast corpse was just a small part of the insignificant spoils left in King Mu Futi after Lu Feng's last adventure in the magic blood secret realm. At that time, Elio and his team led the team to kill several times in the magic blood secret realm. The corpses of ordinary blood beasts piled up into a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood in King Mu Futi, and the scattered blood energy dyed the sky on the edge of King Mu Futi red. After walking around King Mu Futi, eating and taking, although he didn't see Lu Feng's true face, Yao Kun had completely surrendered at this time. Who is Yan Luo? Who is Chang Yaoxin? I'm sorry, I really don't know him. Please don't look for me again. I'm afraid that the master will misunderstand me. After leaving King Mu Futi and returning to the western regions, Yao Kun changed his usual behavior and was full of respect for Master Lu Feng. He was even more disgusted with Chang Yaoxin, Yan Luo and others in the current earthly immortal world. Although Chang Yaoxin was powerful, he couldn't let Yao Kun and his younger brothers who followed him live comfortably. Perhaps from the beginning, Chang Yaoxin didn't regard Yao Kun and others as his subordinates, but as a group of tools to maintain the sky-covering formation, provide the origin of the plane, and do dirty work. Just a tool. If you don't want to be a tool, there are many people who are. On the contrary, Yao Kun got real benefits from Lu Feng, which were visible and tangible, and helped him improve his strength. Until now, there are still a large number of blood beast corpses that have not been digested in his blood sea magic weapon. Looking at these blood beast corpses that are at least the first level, Yao Kun felt for the first time that he was so rich. No matter how well he managed his blood river blessed land, he didn't have the resources to cultivate so many practitioners. Since the establishment of his blood river blessed land, it seems that he has never provided him with so many corpses of practitioners. Yao Kun feels that he may not be able to collect so many in another 100 or 80 years. As long as he digests these blood beast corpses, the number of blood gods in his blood sea magic weapon will usher in a surge. By then, Yao Kun is confident that he can increase his strength several times, and truly achieve that the blood sea will not dry up and Yao Kun will not die. Okay, our next target is the several blessed land masters who entered the western region world by Luofu. We must take them all down first, and then lure the remaining few people into the western region world. I want to firmly control the 9 blessed land masters in my hands. Whether it is someone like you or someone like Su Lingzi. Lu Feng interrupted Yao Kun's beautiful imagination of the future, and then ordered. Lu Feng's purpose is very simple, which is to pull Chang Yaoxin off the altar. However, now that Chang Yaoxin has built a cave heaven, his strength may have reached above that of the Sun Yao wizard. Lu Feng had no confidence in a head-on battle. However, didn't Chang Yaoxin want to completely subdue the earthly immortal world, devour the earthly immortal world, control the 3 realms of the earthly immortal world, and become the master of the earthly immortal world? Lu Feng wanted to interrupt his plan. First, he would start with Yao Kun and other blessed land masters to reduce Chang Yaoxin's wings, and then start from the earthly immortal world to reverse the current decline of the earthly immortal world. Although Lu Feng is not Chang Yaoxin's opponent now, it would be different if he got the help of the earthly immortal world. The wizard world also has many secret methods to draw the power of heaven and earth to bless itself and exert power beyond itself. If he can get the favor of the wizard world, with Lu Feng's combat power, it would not be difficult to defeat the cave heaven. Yes, yes, yes. Yao Kun flattered like a lackey, but he was also capable. Master, I have fought with several blessed land masters of the Luofu sect and memorized their auras. The blood god in my hand can track their auras. I believe we will soon be able to find those unlucky guys. On the shoulders of Yao Kun, wrapped in a bright red robe, a blood-red blood god like a hunting dog emerged. It sniffed and absorbed the smells from all directions. Soon, this blood god identified the east. Master, they went to the east. Yao Kun stroked the blood god on his shoulder and said happily. Chase? The white-boned demon Su Lingzi looked into the distance and said bluntly. 2 figures, one white and one red, turned into streams of light and continued to go deeper into the western regions in the direction pointed by the dog-headed blood god. In the distance where Lu Feng and Yao Kun were flying, Baiyu Taoist and Zuanang Taoist from Luofu sect were working together on a piece of land. Wherever they passed, all the creatures on the ground were picked up by their magic weapons like dust and put into the bag. These creatures were not only raised in his blessed land, but also used as materials for refining magic weapons. They were good resources for both of them. After cleaning up the creatures within a radius of hundreds of miles under his feet, Baiyu Taoist's eyes were like torches, and his 2 red and yellow eyes penetrated the earth and looked at the veins hidden in the earth. Haha, I found it. God helps me. After finding a vein of the earth, Baiyu Taoist threw out a magic weapon like a scroll painting. On the scroll were mountains outlined by lines of earth yellow veins. After counting carefully, there were already more than 100 mountains. At first glance, it was clear that Baiyu Taoist had harmed a lot of veins of the earth. As soon as the 100 mountains map appeared, a red-yellow divine light suddenly shot out from the 100 mountains map, fixing the earth veins that the 100 mountains Taoist had just discovered. Then a terrifying suction force came from the 100 mountains map, pulling the earth veins in the earth away from the earth. Boom. For a moment, the earth trembled, and the cracks several people wide spread on the earth as if they had life, dividing a piece of land into countless fragments. There were also magma flames spewing out from the cracks, and there was a dark smoke and miasma, a doomsday scene. In a short while, the earth veins were collected by the 100 mountains map, the magic weapon of the 100 mountains Taoist, and the earth was in a mess. What was even more terrifying was that the spiritual energy of the heaven and earth on this piece of land began to dissipate. Chapter 408 Plundering the Western World. The Western regions was the last struggle of the earthly immortal world. As long as the earthly immortal world could successfully devour the Western regions, with the help of the original power of the Western regions, the earthly immortal world would have the opportunity to get rid of Chang Yaoxin's control and suck blood. In this process, What Chang Yaoxin's Yanluo and Luofu factions needed to do was to find ways to prevent the earthly immortal world from absorbing enough power in the process of devouring the western regions. What Baiyu Taoist is doing now is to cut off the firewood from under the cauldron. He is destroying the land of the western regions recklessly. All the veins in his hands are taken away by the magic weapon Baiyu 2. Without the regulation and dredging of the veins, the land is in a mess. In their raging, the land under their feet has undergone earth-shaking changes. After raging this land, Baiyu Taoist and Zuan'an Taoist continued to move forward. While they were collecting the creatures on the land, they were destroying the veins of the western regions. Wherever they passed, they could not see any land where people could survive. Haha, I can finally enjoy the good things with this Baiyu 2 in my hand. If I don't replenish the earth vein resources, my Baiyu 2 will be degraded. The western region is good, and we are lucky, otherwise how can we have such a great opportunity to make a fortune? The burly and square-faced Baiyu Taoist stroked the magic weapon Baiyu 2 in his hand and laughed loudly. With so many benefits, Chang Mei is still reluctant to come. I really don't know what he thinks. While feeling happy, Baiyu Taoist also thought of Chang Mei Taoist, who was still in the mortal world of the earthly immortals, and he was immediately furious. Yes, the creatures in the western regions are all fresh and tender, much more delicious than those raised in our blessed land. This is the power of the world, which is not comparable to our imperfect blessed land. We have gained so much at the beginning. When we travel around the entire western regions, the resources we have in our hands will probably make Chang Mei and others cry with envy. Hearing the complaints of Baiyu Taoist, Zuan'an Taoist also laughed and echoed. They don't have Su Lingzi controlled by Lu Feng to wake them up. They are still addicted to the joy of plundering the western regions and can't extricate themselves. Judging from their appearance, they may not be able to figure out the whole story of all this until they are calculated by others. Under the deliberate cover-up of Su Lingzi controlled by Lu Feng, Su Lingzi and Yao Kun have lurked beside Baiyu Taoist and Zuan'an Taoist. Looking at the two people like this, Yao Kun felt like looking in a mirror and saw his own shadow in them. Yao Kun looked back at Su Lingzi. If it weren't for the master's reminder, he would still be kept in the dark. Without the interruption of what happened just now, Yao Kun should be as obsessed with plundering the resources of the western region as Taoist Baiyu and the others. Thinking about it, Yao Kun felt terrible. Master, should we kill these two people or keep them? Yao Kun asked quietly to Su Lingzi controlled by Lu Feng. From the bottom of his heart, Yao Kun didn't want the master to spare the lives of these two people. Yao Kun and these two people don't get along. In the past, they were from different factions, didn't like each other, fought a lot, and had a lot of hatred. Now if the two of them are taken in by the master, then won't they be able to enjoy the rich resources in the master's blessed space? Thinking of this, Yao Kun felt quite uncomfortable. However, Yao Kun was also worried that if the master killed the two men in the western regions now, it would cause problems for the two men in the blessed space far away in the earthly immortal world. If they attracted the attention of Chang Yaoxin, wouldn't that be a warning to the enemy? Therefore, whether to kill or not, Yao Kun couldn't make a decision, and he didn't have the ability to make this decision. Just relying on him alone, even if his blood sea magical treasure had just digested a lot of blood beast corpses and improved a little, Yao Kun couldn't fight 1 against 2 and kill all of Baiyu Taoist and Zuan'an Taoist. Two little minions, don't get tangled up. Seeing what Yao Kun was thinking at a glance, Lu Feng smiled and controlled the white bone demon Su Lingzi to start. Whoosh! Lu Feng's mind moved, and 2 evil white bone claws flew out from behind Su Lingzi, and in a moment they flew in front of Baiyu Taoist and Zuan'an Taoist, who were harming the land of the western regions. What is that? Where did the bone claw come from? The sudden attack caught Baiyu Taoist and Zuan'an Taoist off guard. They only had time to prop up their own magic weapons to protect themselves before they were caught by Lu Feng's huge and swift bone claw. Lu Feng hit his body first, and when he launched the attack, there was no sound. He was well versed in the assassin's way of assassination, fast and strong. This was the superb fighting skill that Lu Feng had honed in the Blood God Tongshan Tower before. It was used to challenge and kill enemies stronger than him. Once used at this time, for Baiyu Taoist and Zuan'an Taoist, who had been peaceful in the earthly immortal world for a long time, it was a dimensionality reduction attack across multiple dimensions. Crack! The bone claw controlled by Lu Feng surged with great power and magic energy, and the defense of Beiyu Taoist and Zuan'an Taoist's body surface was immediately in danger. At the same time, there were also waves of forbidden power sandwiched between the power and magic energy of the Bunk Law and invaded the bodies of Beiyu Taoist and Zuan'an Taoist. You, who are you? Why did you attack us? We are not alone. If you dare to hurt me, my elder brother Luofu Taoist will not let you go. Beiyu Taoist wailed as he struggled under the power of the white bone devil's claws. Stupid. Lu Feng was not a villain, nor was he an idiot who liked to open champagne at halftime. He didn't even want to say a word. From the time he launched the attack to the time he caught the two in the devil's claws, he and Yao Qun's figures had been well hidden by Lu Feng. Beiyu Taoist struggled and wailed at this time, and he didn't even notice Lu Feng's position. He yelled at the wrong place. The next moment, the defenses on the bodies of Beiyu Taoist and Zuan'an Taoist were all crushed by the white bone devil's claws, and a series of sealing forces took advantage of the opportunity to enter. In an instant, Beiyu Taoist and Zuan'an Taoist were sealed off from their consciousness and suppressed their magic power, becoming a vegetable that Lu Feng could control. Hiss. The master is so strong, really strong. Yan Luo, Luofu and others are probably nothing in front of the master, and they don't know how big the gap is between the master and Chang'e Oxen. After witnessing Lu Feng suppressing the fight between the two, Yao Qun couldn't help but take a breath. Putting himself in his shoes, Yao Qun felt that he probably wouldn't last around in the hands of the master. Moreover, the current master is just a skeleton demon god made by the master with the bones of Su Lingzi, a puppet. How much strength can the master exert? The strength of the master Lu Feng seems to have exceeded the scope of Yao Qun's imagination. At this moment, Yao Qun's loyalty rose sharply, and he was convinced. If loyalty has a numerical value, Yao Qun's loyalty at this time is estimated to be above 95, under the condition of a full score of 100 diehards. Lu Feng didn't pay much attention to the change in Yao Qun's loyalty. After capturing Beiyu Taoist and Zuan'an Taoist, Lu Feng immediately began to refine their bodies and souls, turning them into obedient puppets that could be manipulated at will, like the Su Lingzi he was controlling now. What Yao Qun had thought of just now, Lu Feng naturally thought of as well. Beiyu Taoist and Zuan'an Taoist were both the masters of blessed lands, and both had a blessed land in the earthly immortal world where the heaven-covering formation was placed. It was easy to kill these two blessed land masters, but the death of the blessed land masters would definitely have a significant impact on the blessed lands. If it affected the operation of the heaven-covering formation, then Chang'e Oxen, who was far away in the sky of the earthly immortal world, would definitely discover the abnormality of his men. Lu Feng didn't want to face the last villain of the earthly immortal world so early, when all preparations were not done, to face a strong man whose strength might be above that of the Sun Glory Wizard. Having had experience in dealing with Su Lingzi, Lu Feng was very quick in dealing with Beiyu Taoist and Zuan'an Taoist. Yao Qun waited for 2 hours, and Lu Feng completed the transformation of Beiyu Taoist and Zuan'an Taoist. Snap! Lu Feng snapped his fingers. The sealing power on the two vegetative people slowly dissipated, and Beiyu Taoist and Zuan'an Taoist stood up unsteadily, with empty eyes, not like a normal person at all. But after a while, their eyes were shining again, and they bowed to Lu Feng together, respectfully saying, "I am Beiyu, Zuan'an, meeting Taoist fellow Zulingzi." The expressions and attitudes of the returning Beiyu Taoist and Zuan'an Taoist were completely different from the arrogant and domineering ones just now. In Yao Qun's view, the respectful and sincere appearance was still the appearance of Beiyu Taoist and Zuan'an, which was so similar that Yao Qun felt uncomfortable. However, if I hadn't begged for mercy quickly and hugged the master's thigh tightly, so that the master gave me a chance, then I would probably have become the appearance of Beiyu and Zuan'an now. Master, it's really amazing. Yao Qun, take Beiyu and Zuan'an with you, and we will continue to destroy the western regions. Since Chang'e Oxen's plan is to empty the western regions before the earthly immortal world, we will take advantage of the situation and move forward step by step to see what tricks Chang'e Oxen can come up with. Lu Feng ordered Yao Qun. Yes, master. At this time, Yao Qun had given up using his brain. Not to mention the power of Chang'e Oxen, even Yan Luo, Luofu and others, Yao Qun is not a match. However, Yao Qun has now found a secret shortcut to success. As long as he holds on to Master Lu Feng's thigh with all his heart, Chang'e Oxen can't touch him, but Yan Luo, Luofu and others will definitely be crushed by the Master's power and nothing will be left. And now, All Yao Kun needs to do is to honestly carry out Master Lu Feng's orders. Next, Yao Kun, Zulingzi, Beiyu, Zuanayan, the four of them worked together to wander on the land of the western regions, and everything they passed was plundered. Compared with just now, they were more thorough this time. All the creatures on the earth were sent to the Kingmu Blessed Land by Zulingzi wherever he passed. There were also white roots pouring out from the Kingmu Blessed Land, taking root in the earth and absorbing the earth veins in the earth. The Beiyu Taoist's magic weapon, Beiyu Ta, was not enough to plunder and devour the roots of the energy-absorbing ancient tree. The roots of the energy-absorbing ancient tree even absorbed the fire in the magma in the earth, and swept away all the earth power diffused in the earth. The places he passed were really like the end of the world, a wasteland without any vitality. Even if it had been 100 or 80 years, not even a root of grass would grow in the places that were harmed by the energy-absorbing ancient tree. The plundering was clean, and the lost time was slightly longer, plus the western region world was still a bit large. The four masters of the Blessed Land were busy, and the days passed by. In the blink of an eye, a month had passed. Standing in the place where the two worlds meet, Yan Luo stood on the air, looking into the distance of the western region world. As time went by, Yan Luo keenly felt that the western region was weakening day by day. Seeing this change, Yan Luo said with some satisfaction, "It seems that Yao Kun and Zuling are still very attentive. They can bring disaster to the western region to this extent. I don't know if they have met other people from Luofu sect. And now that they have brought disaster to the western region should also start to take action." Yan Luo's face was calm, and there was a hint of expectation in the depths of his eyes. And Yao Kun and others, who Yan Luo was thinking about, brought disaster to another piece of land as usual. When they finished their skills and were about to go to the next piece of land, a dark cloud suddenly floated over the originally clear sky of the western region, and it was instantly covered with dark clouds. Thunder roared and roared in the dark clouds, and there were flashes of lightning, dazzling and brilliant. Such changes in the weather of heaven and earth directly made Yao Kun and others stop and look at the dark clouds in the sky curiously. "It feels a bit wrong, sir. These dark clouds seem to be coming towards us. It feels like the posture of these dark clouds is a bit like the punishment from the western regions. This thief god wants to kill us." Yao Kun looked at the sky and felt something was wrong. "It is indeed a punishment from the heaven. You have destroyed the western regions too much. The will of heaven and earth in the western regions can't stand it anymore and is ready to punish you. It's a normal counterattack." Lu Feng didn't take the punishment from the western regions to heart and said with a smile. Then, he stretched out his hand and waved, and a silver-white space light enveloped Yao Kun and others. Under the silver-white space light, Yao Kun and others seemed to be in a different space plane from the western regions, and not a trace of breath was revealed. In the sky, the punishment from the heaven that was chasing the breath of Yao Kun and others suddenly lost the target of Yao Kun and others, and was stunned. It seemed to be stuck and ran around in the sky for a while, but didn't find anyone, and finally dissipated helplessly in the eyes of Yao Kun and others. "I have isolated your auras. The heavenly punishment cannot find your auras and will naturally dissipate. However, you cannot break through this barrier, otherwise the heavenly punishment that just dissipated will sense your auras and will surely reunite again." Chapter 409, The Dagger Revealed. Those who do evil will be punished by heaven. The western regions may have already been on the verge of exhaustion under the attacks of the earthly immortal world and Yao Kun and others. However, facing enemies like Yao Kun who are destroying the foundation of the world, the western regions still have to make a final struggle. Destroy them. If Yao Kun continues to attack like this, the western regions will soon be unable to bear it and will be completely swallowed up by the earthly immortal world. But if they can be eliminated, the western regions can still survive for a while. If it were only Yao Kun and others, after being targeted by the western region's punishment, they would either choose to flee back to the earthly immortal world to hide, or choose to resist the western region's punishment. It seems simple to flee back to the earthly immortal world, but they have now penetrated deep into the center of the western regions. It seems not an easy task to flee back to the earthly immortal world against the power of the punishment. Moreover, under the punishment, perhaps their connection with their own blessed land will be cut off by the western regions. At that time, without the support of the blessed land, how long can Yao Kun and others hold out under the punishment of the western regions? Whether they live or die depends on how much origin the western regions can consume. Although the western regions are almost at the point of exhaustion, a lean camel is bigger than a horse. It is estimated that Yao Qin and others can escape back to the earthly immortal world alive under the punishment of the western regions. There will definitely be only 1 or 2 left. Even if they successfully escape back to the earthly immortal world, they will also consume a lot of resources. Maybe the little assets in the blessed land will be lost in it, not to mention the other blessed land masters who are still waiting in the earthly immortal world. The snipe and the clam fight, and the fisherman benefits. Yao Qin and his men are weak, and they can't escape the fate of being used as cannon fodder by others. Not enough, with Lu Feng, everything is naturally very different. With the help of his treasure, Space Gate, Lu Feng easily brought Yao Qin and others to another space. Under the cover of the power of the Space Gate, even the punishment condensed by the will of heaven and earth in the western regions could not find the breath and location of Yao Qin and others, and could only run around like a headless fly, and finally dissipated helplessly. Master, what should we do next? Now we have angered the heaven and earth of the western region. I am afraid that if we make any move now, the punishment from outside will come down from the sky and take our lives. After seeing the horror of the punishment from the western region, Yao Qin was terrified. He felt that he might not be able to withstand a few more blows under the horrible punishment from the western region. His own death was a small matter, but if it delayed the master's plan, it would be troublesome. It doesn't matter. Now that the western region has been harmed to the critical point by us, the rest of the things will be easy to do. It's time to let the other lords of the blessed land taste the power of the western region. Yao Qin's worry did not affect Lu Feng's mood. He saw the changes in the western region, and his heart was not disturbed. Such a western region is nothing more than a powder keg that will explode with a poke. Just find a spark and set the western region on fire. It was just right to use the power of the western regions to capture the remaining 5 blessed land masters under Chang Yaoxin, and by the way, completely integrate the western regions into the earthly immortal world to help the earthly immortal world. At this moment, the earthly immortal world and the western regions met. The remaining red corpses of Yan Luo's faction also arrived here, and the remaining 2 people of Luo Fu's faction, Luo Fu Taoist and Chang Mei Taoist, also came here. The 2 factions under Chang Yaoxin's command were all here, but it seemed that the 2 sides were clearly divided and did not have a good relationship. Luo Fu, how do you feel about the western regions now? Look at the movement just now. I think Yao Qin and the others have angered the will of heaven and earth in the western regions, and directly attracted the punishment of heaven. I don't know how many of the 4 of them can escape alive. Looking at the interior of the western regions and feeling the changes in the heaven and earth in the western regions, Yan Luo looked at Luo Fu Taoist beside him with a smile. Haha. You are so ruthless. If Taoist Yao Qin heard it, I wonder how sad he would be. I still have to save Baiyu and Zuanayan. I have already given them means of self-defense, which is enough for them to escape from the punishment of the western region. Taoist Luo Fu didn't care about Taoist Yan Luo's retort, but smiled faintly. When the time comes, you will lose Taoist Yao Qin and Taoist Zulingzi, and delay the important matter of the Great Master Shiandi. Let's see if the Great Master Shiandi is willing to forgive your sins. Thinking of Yao Qin and Zulingzi being killed in the western region and affecting Chang Yaoxin's plan, that scene made Taoist Yan Luo suffocate just thinking about it. Chang Yaoxin's strength is not something that the masters of the blessed land, who are his subordinates, can touch. However, before the regret appeared on the face of Yan Luo Taoist, all of a sudden, Yan Luo and others who were at the intersection of the 2 worlds were all stunned. The half of the sky belonging to the western regions was suddenly covered with dark clouds, lightning and thunder, and a terrifying aura locked on the masters of the blessed land. What's going on? The Taoist with long eyebrows frowned, feeling that things were not simple. This is a heavenly punishment from the western regions. Could it be that Yao Qin, Baiyu and the others were defeated so quickly? It's impossible. According to our calculations, with their strength and the current situation of the western regions, they should be able to resist the western regions for quite a while, just in time to consume some of the origin of the western regions. At this time, Luo Fu Taoist also reacted and muttered to himself. The others also had an incredible expression at this moment, but the actions of the masters of the blessed land were not slow. One by one, they used their own methods and all attacked the heavenly punishment condensed by the western regions in the sky. The heavenly punishment of the western regions contained a terrifying destructive force, and also contained the origin of the western regions. At this moment, the western regions world condensed the heavenly punishment, and it was the last moment. Yan Luo, Luo Fu and others also knew that this was their last chance, and it was time for them to take action. The strength of Yan Luo, Luo Fu and others was not comparable to that of Yao Kun and other low-ranking people. At this time, they all displayed their magical powers and immediately captured the heavenly punishment thunder tribulation condensed by the Western region's world in the sky in their hands, snatching the last power of the Western region's world. Although the collision between their magical powers and the heavenly punishment of the Western region's world also consumed some power, they were now at the junction of the Western region's world and the earthly immortal world, and there was a blessed land in the earthly immortal world behind them to provide them with power. The power from the blessed land was inexhaustible, so although the heavenly punishment of the Western region's world could also bring some troubles to Yan Luo, Luo Fu and others, they were still better after all. At the beginning, the heavenly punishment of the Western region's world was still very powerful, but as the masters of the blessed land such as Yan Luo and Luo Fu snatched it, the balance of victory gradually tilted towards Yan Luo and Luo Fu. Dao Iao Yan Luo, we have escaped back. Let us lend you a helping hand. At this moment, a familiar voice suddenly came from the horizon. Yao Kun, Zulingzi, Beiyu, and Zuanayin supported each other and walked back in a miserable state. As soon as they came back, they saw the heroic figures of Yan Luo and others fighting against the heavenly punishment of the Western region world, and greeted them happily. At the same time, Yao Kun and his figures quickly approached Yan Luo, Luo Fu and others, as if they were going to help deal with the heavenly punishment of the Western region world. At this time, it seemed that seeing Yao Kun and other culprits who had harmed them, the will of heaven and earth in the Western region world seemed to be back to life, and the power of dark clouds and thunder and lightning instantly increased, making Yan Luo, Luo Fu and others who had just turned the situation around also feel a little pressure. Yao Kun, you came at the right time, just to help us and suppress the last struggle of the Western region. After the pressure suddenly increased, the Taoist with long eyebrows, who accidentally had one arm shattered by the punishment of the Western region, saw the arrival of Yao Kun and others. He was eager to ask for help, and without thinking much, he immediately called Yao Kun and others, and quickly made room for them. Yan Luo and Luo Fu were strong and had high spiritual perception, and suddenly felt uncomfortable in their hearts. They were about to stop the Taoist with long eyebrows from asking for help from Yao Kun and others. At this time, Yao Kun, Beiyu and Zuanayan, who pretended to be embarrassed, broke out at the same time. They roared, and used their strength without reservation, condensing their most powerful magical powers to attack Yan Luo, Luo Fu and others who were close at hand. For a time, there were lightning and thunder between heaven and earth, blood rivers, Beiyu pressing down, and Zuanayan without light. After being casually trained by Lu Feng, Yao Kun and the other two had undergone a transformation that was almost like a complete transformation compared to before they entered the Western regions. Although they were not as powerful as Yan Luo and Luo Fu, who had reached the level of Moonlight Wizards, they had also reached the peak of Morning Star Wizards, which was better than Chishi, Changmei and others. Therefore, this time, Yao Kun and the other two tried their best to display their magical powers, which caught Yan Luo and Luo Fu, who were trying to resist the punishment from the Western regions, off guard. The terrifying magical power hit them, and the thunder of the punishment that followed immediately broke the relatively stable situation on the scene. Yao Kun, what do you want to do? Yan Luo roared. Bathed in the attack of Yao Kun and others' magical powers, Yan Luo and Luo Fu were not injured much. The sudden attack only damaged their clothes a little, and their bodies and spirits were not injured at all. However, under the attack of Yao Kun and others, Changmei, Chishi, and Piaomio were all in a bad condition. Changmei's lower body was crushed into mud by the magic power, and Chishi's strong body also had deep and horrible injuries that could be seen on the bones. Only Piaomio was faster and dodged the moment he found something wrong, escaping the disaster, but he was also struck by the lightning of the heavenly punishment that locked on him, and his body was charred and black smoke came out of his mouth. In such a situation, Yan Luo and Luo Fu were furious. In addition to roaring and questioning, they also fought back without hesitation. Facing Yan Luo's counterattack, Yao Kun was not afraid at all. He stepped on a magic weapon that Yan Luo had never seen before, and led the others to retreat at a very fast speed. The speed was so fast that even Yan Luo's attack could not catch up. While running away, Yao Kun also fought back fiercely. Haha, damn Yan Luo, don't think I don't know your thoughts. You tricked Su Lingzi and me into the Western regions, and you wanted us to be cannon fodder for you, fighting with the Western regions, and finally let you reap the benefits. And you Luo Fu, Beiyu Dao Iao and Zuanayan Dao Iao have already known everything. We escaped this time by chance, just to avenge you. Ha ha ha. Yao Quin's shouting and cursing made Yan Luo, Luo Fu and others speechless. After all, this matter was caused by them, and they were wrong first. Now that Yao Quin and others know what happened, they are resentful and want to fight back and take revenge, which is natural. However, the timing chosen by Yao Quin and his men was too good. It happened to be the time when they were fighting the will of heaven and earth in the western regions. This counterattack and revenge made Yan Luo and Luo Fu feel so uncomfortable that they wanted to cry. Moreover, looking at Yao Quin and his men retreating at a very fast speed, Yan Luo and Luo Fu were depressed, and the feeling of uneasiness in their hearts became stronger and stronger. Is their counterattack just like this? Does it seem a bit anticlimactic? Do Yao Quin and his men have a backup plan? By the way, how did their strength improve so much? By the way, aren't there 4 people in Yao Quin? Where did Zhu Lingzi go? Yan Luo and Luo Fu's brains were as fast as lightning. When they were thinking about a battle, they quickly discovered the suspicious points in Yao Quin's revenge process and felt bad. However, even if Yan Luo reacted at this moment, it was too late. But seeing a gloomy voice coming from the side, Zhu Lingzi's figure slowly emerged from the void. His clever stealth method did not let Yan Luo and Luo Fu, who were close at hand, find any clues. Innate 5 directions 5 elements array, start. In an instant, the 5 elements and 5 colors of light between heaven and earth occupied half of the sky, and the 5 direction 5 element flags appeared from the void, forming a large array, covering the 5 blessed land masters, including Yan Luo and Luo Fu, and blocking the space and prohibiting everything. Being in it, Yan Luo, Luo Fu and others were surprised to find that the connection between them and their own blessed land was severed. Without the blessing of the power of the blessed land, the injuries of Chishi, Changmei and Piaomeo could not be healed quickly, and the aura of Yan Luo and Luo Fu also dropped a lot. Success is due to the blessed land, and failure is also due to the blessed land. Without the blessing of the power of the blessed land, you are just a stronger cultivator, and you can't make any waves in front of me. Lu Feng controlled the white bone demon Zhu Lingzi to control the unfolding innate 5 direction 5 element array, his eyes full of indifference. At this step, the battle is set. Yan Luo, Luo Fu and others who were in the innate 5 direction 5 element formation struggled hard, but they could not even shake the innate 5 direction 5 element formation set up by Lu Feng. All their abilities were sealed by the innate 5 direction formation, and they became immobile vegetative people. Then, under Lu Feng's manipulation, they were all transformed into tool puppets like Bai Yu and Zhuan Yin. Lu Feng did not take the heavenly punishment above the sky of the western region world seriously. A shadow of a giant tree rushed into the dark clouds and lightning. In an instant, a black hole appeared in the center of the dark clouds of heavenly punishment in the sky, carrying the terrifying heavenly punishment thunder tribulation, all of which were swallowed up by Lu Feng's energy-absorbing ancient tree. Chapter 410, Heavenly Heart Seal. In the sky, dark clouds were boiling. The will of heaven and earth in the western region seemed to be completely enraged by Lu Feng's scourge. Thunder roared and lightning danced like wild snakes. The heavenly punishment thunder tribulation struck Lu Feng as if it was free. In just a moment, the world was covered by a prison of lightning and thunder. The land and sea below everyone were all destroyed in this terrifying lightning and thunder tribulation. When the world was angry, everything between heaven and earth was as fragile as a bubble. However, even if the heaven and earth of the western region were angry, the heavenly punishment thunder tribulation that was condensed with all its strength was still not enough in front of Lu Feng. After all, it's the last gasp of a spent force. It's futile to struggle. Lu Feng controlled Zhu Lingzi smiled. The shadow of the energy-absorbing ancient tree that emerged behind him was bathed in the heavenly punishment thunder tribulation of the western region. Its body expanded even more. In a moment, it was already standing upright. The branches alone stirred up the dark clouds and thunder tribulation in the sky of the western region, causing chaos and shattering. What is that? Could it be the legendary Jianmu, the world tree that only existed in ancient times? Hiding under Lu Feng's 5 elements array, witnessing the power of Master Lu Feng, Yao Quin was shocked when he saw the shadow of the energy-absorbing ancient tree. The western region's heavenly punishment thunder tribulation was not strong enough after all. It was just the accumulation of energy, which was not enough in front of the energy-absorbing ancient tree. Crash! In the sky, the shadow of the energy-absorbing ancient tree swayed its branches and leaves, bathing in the heavenly punishment thunder tribulation, as if it was eating something good and laughing happily. The rolling thunder was all swallowed up by the energy-absorbing ancient tree. The anger of the western region was still continuing, and the heavenly punishment thunder tribulation was still being generated continuously, but the energy-absorbing ancient tree was also swallowing it up. As time passed, the energy-absorbing ancient tree supported by Lu Feng was better. The dark clouds and thunder in the sky were swallowed by the shadow of the energy-absorbing ancient tree, and they slowly began to shrink. The rumbling thunder seemed to be telling the unwillingness of the western region. But it was of no avail. The western regions were already caught in a battle with the earthly immortals, unable to extricate themselves. They were also repeatedly tormented by Lu Feng and the Lord of the blessed land of the earthly immortals. Their origin had long been depleted. Now that Lu Feng and his men were making trouble, they wanted to use the heavenly punishment thunder tribulation to eliminate these disturbing factors. But this was the last struggle of the western regions. Unfortunately, the western regions neither managed to turn the tables in the end, nor was they able to kill Lu Feng and his men to eliminate future troubles. Instead, they exhausted the last bit of the world's origin reserves in this final struggle. At this point, after the western regions lost their last origin, the entire world began to show a tendency to collapse. Yao Kun vaguely felt that the edge of the western regions was collapsing, and the intersection of the two worlds around them was also expanding significantly. It seems that the earthly immortal world has also noticed the weakness of the western region world, and has begun to pursue and intensify its plunder of the western region world. So my plan has worked. Lu Feng also keenly noticed the changes in the surrounding heaven and earth, and a smile hung on the corner of his mouth. The world has begun to change, and I think Chang Yaoxin in the sky is about to get restless. It just so happens that I still have some tricks. This time I will help the earthly immortal world again. I hope you will remember my kindness. Lu Feng looked back at the sun in the sky of the earthly immortal world. His eyes seemed to see through the sky curtain in the sky of the earthly immortal world and saw Chang Yaoxin's cave in the sky covering formation running under the sun. Since the plan has begun, Lu Feng's goal has long been determined. That is to bring down the biggest behind-the-scenes manipulator in the earthly immortal world. To eliminate the heavenly punishment thunder tribulation in the western region world, Lu Feng put away the innate 5 directions 5 elements formation that he had just arranged, and by the way, sent Yan Luo, Luo Fu and others who were suppressed in the formation into the Qingmu blessed land. Lu Feng's mind is divided into many uses. While speeding up the refining of Yan Luo, Luo Fu and others into tool puppets similar to Bei'ai and Zuanayan, a group of 4th and 5th level Dharma immortals were recruited from Qingmu Feudi to enter the western region world at the last moment to arrange some rituals to help the earth immortal world accelerate the integration of the western region world. When it comes to helping the world devour other worlds, Lu Feng, a morning star wizard who came out of the wizard civilization, is definitely the most professional. Many powerful wizards, when traveling in the starry sky, discovered some good alternate planes. After plundering the resources, they would choose to package and sell the entire plane to the wizard world. This behavior has long formed a complete industrial chain in the wizard civilization, and the relevant technology is quite mature. Although Lu Feng has not yet reached the point of freely traveling in the starry sky and discovering alternate planes, he has also learned some relevant practical techniques from what he has seen and heard in the botanical garden. At this time, in order to increase the chance of defeating Chang Yaoxin, Lu Feng decided to use some technology from the wizard civilization to help the earth immortal world again. One by one, the 4th and 5th ranked Dharma immortals walked out of the Qingmu blessed land, holding the instruments that had been prepared long ago, and came to the western region world. They had clear goals and quickly arranged the instruments in their hands in the western region world according to the arrangements in the rituals. They also used their 4th rank power to communicate with the nearby earth immortal world and help the earth immortal world erode and devour the western region world. Seeing so many strong people who were no weaker than him walking out of the portal beside Su Lingzi in an endless stream, and soon exceeding several thousand, Yao Kun's eyes widened. The master is really amazing. Strong people of the same level as me have been mass-produced. It's incredible. Even if they are refined Taoist soldiers, it's too outrageous. How many resources are needed to cultivate so many strong people? No wonder, the first time he entered the Qingmu blessed land, Master Lu Feng gave him a lot of blood beast corpses. It turns out that those things are really the garbage that Master Lu Feng said. As these 4th and 5th order Dharma immortals finished their arrangements, Lu Feng felt a powerful will looking at him. This will was as vast and majestic as the world, and as gentle and heavy as a mother. Although it was far from the wizard world and faintly revealed a sense of weakness, its scale and foundation were much stronger than him, the Morning Star Wizard. Is this the world will of the earthly immortal world? Although it was harmed by Chang Yaoxin, it still has two brushes. The goodwill revealed vaguely, I hope my investment this time is not wrong. Lu Feng, who was far away in Qingmu Futy, felt the will of heaven and earth in the earthly immortal world through the body of Su Lingzi, and thought about something in his heart. This was his second time dealing with the will of the world, and the experience was very fantastic and mysterious. The last time he prayed for the wizard world to give him a little world origin. Now, he can communicate with the will of heaven and earth of a world and be on an equal footing. Help me. Help me. The will of heaven and earth in the earthly immortal world gave Lu Feng the simplest message, with a clear goal, as if it regarded Lu Feng as the last straw. At this moment, the most powerful person in the entire earthly immortal world, besides Lu Feng, is Chang Yaoxin. Chang Yaoxin is high above, and he always resides in the cave heaven. He is determined to hollow out the earthly immortal world and build his own cave heaven. The remaining Lu Feng is the only strong man who actively helps the earthly immortal world. Even if Lu Feng has other intentions in his mind, the earthly immortal world can only choose to believe Lu Feng and give it a try. However, Lu Feng is not interested in the earthly immortal world's empty request. He values fair and just transactions more. He is very interested in the earthly immortal world and Chang Yaoxin. He is willing to help the earthly immortal world for these reasons. So when Lu Feng conveyed his transaction needs to the will of heaven and earth in the earthly immortal world, the will of heaven and earth in the earthly immortal world was silent for a moment. However, after a short silence, a heaven and earth contract appeared directly in front of Lu Feng. The heaven and earth contract exudes a strong breath of the origin of heaven and earth in the earthly immortal world. It seems that the earthly immortal world also spent a lot of money when making it. In the contract, the will of heaven and earth of the earthly immortal world clearly stated the content of the transaction between the earthly immortal world and Lu Feng, and promised that if Lu Feng could help the earthly immortal world eliminate the scourge Chang Yaoxin and restore the basic order between heaven and earth, Lu Feng would obtain 30% of the authority of heaven and earth in the earthly immortal world. Lu Feng was not satisfied with this. He wanted more. As far as he was concerned, it would only take some time to take down Chang Yaoxin in the earthly immortal world. With the strong support of the wizard world behind him, Lu Feng, as a genius who could enter the Eternal City, would not take many years to break through to the level of Sun Yao Wizard. When that time came, he would return to the earthly immortal world. It was estimated that Chang Yaoxin and the earthly immortal world here would not have developed to what extent. At that time, taking down the earthly immortal world and Chang Yaoxin would be just a matter of hand. However, Lu Feng did not want to wait so long. He was very interested in the heavenly tablet in Chang Yaoxin's hand that recorded the fundamentals of the earthly immortal law, and he was also very interested in how to transform the blessed land into the cave heaven. If he could get the secrets of these earthly immortals' methods earlier, Lu Feng felt that he could use the resources of the wizard world to further develop the Qingmu blessing in his body, and thereby raise his talent to a higher level. At that time, he would certainly be able to receive better treatment in the wizard civilization. For example, he could pass through the Tower of Eternity in advance, get more opportunities to comprehend the Monument of Eternity, and obtain a large number of rare resources. All this is like a snowball. If it starts well, it will only get bigger and bigger later. Lu Feng argued with the earthly immortal world, and quietly opened the Qingmu blessing through the body of Su Lingzi, revealing some of the breath of the wizard world to the earthly immortal world. Under Lu Feng's persuasion, the earthly immortal world retreated completely and gave up the last struggle. Buzz! A heavenly heart seal of the most original earthly immortal world was injected into Lu Feng's Qingmu blessing by the earthly immortal world. This is my most fundamental thing. Through this heavenly heart seal, you can break me and use it to dominate all living things. The will of heaven and earth in the earthly immortal world faced Lu Feng's true heart and seemed to see through everything. It saw Qingmu Futy, the wizard world, and the most fundamental existence in the depths of Lu Feng's soul. In the end, the will of heaven and earth in the earthly immortal world seemed to give up completely and surrendered directly. The decisiveness of the earthly immortal world scared Lu Feng. He just wanted to master more authority in the earthly immortal world so that he could live comfortably in the earthly immortal world in the future. But now, the earthly immortal world surrendered so frivolously that he directly shouldered a huge responsibility. I originally thought that I could squeeze the earthly immortal world, but now that the heavenly heart seal is in hand, This earthly immortal world has become my property. I can't even cherish my own earthly immortal world, so how can I bear to harm it blindly? After getting the heavenly heart seal, Lu Feng saw the weakness of the earthly immortal world more intuitively. The entire land inside the earthly immortal world had been destroyed by Chang Yaoxin and his men, and had become a place where no spirits were left. The spiritual veins of heaven and earth were cut off, and the spiritual energy of the earth veins was exhausted. It looked like it was dying. The moon in the sky was picked by Chang Yaoxin and the 9 masters of the blessed land, and the essence was swallowed up completely, and the fragments were forged into a sky-covering canopy. The other sun was also covered by Chang Yaoxin's sky-covering formation, and the essence of the sun was swallowed unscrupulously. That is, before, the earthly immortal world finally found a western region world from outside the world. Under Lu Feng's accidental collision, the main civilization and most of the strong people in the western region world were destroyed, and the humans, civilizations, and practitioners of the earthly immortal world entered the western region world one after another, completing the initial erosion of the earthly immortal world on the western region world. It was also this opportunity that allowed the earthly immortal world to survive for a few more days. Now Chang Yaoxin is ready to take action again, ready to intercept the earthly immortal world's swallowing of the western region world. If Chang Yaoxin succeeds in intercepting, then the earthly immortal world will really die soon. Fortunately, Lu Feng came, and there was hope for the earthly immortal world. Through the heavenly heart seal, Lu Feng looked at Chang Yaoxin's cave from afar, and felt the amazing energy from it. It was a cave built by Chang Yaoxin with his family wealth after countless years of harming the earthly immortal world. It was the foundation of Chang Yaoxin and his strongest weapon against the earthly immortal world. The earthly immortal world is too miserable. It's not easy to deal with Chang Yaoxin. First help the earthly immortal world swallow up the western region world, and then accumulate strength to fight a decisive battle with Chang Yaoxin. While thinking, Lu Feng instantly came up with a plan. Reaching into the Qingmu Blessed Land, Lu Feng pulled out the energy-absorbing ancient tree from the Qingmu Blessed Land and threw it into the western region world. With the power of the heavenly heart seal of the earthly immortal world, almost instantly, the energy-absorbing ancient tree that Lu Feng threw into the earthly immortal world grew wildly as if it had taken a tonic. In the blink of an eye, it had already connected the sky and the earth, and had a bit of the power of the world tree. The leaves of the energy-absorbing ancient tree penetrated deep into the sky of the western region, and its roots penetrated into the earth. In addition, there were fourth-order masters who followed Lu Feng's instructions to go to various parts of the western region to arrange instruments and rituals. Get up! Lu Feng gave an order. The energy-absorbing ancient tree, together with thousands of fourth-order masters, and then communicated with the earthly immortal world. The 3 parties worked together, and amazing power erupted in the western region. Chapter 411 Art's Explosion. After Lu Feng eliminated the heavenly punishment thunder tribulation, the life of the western region world has entered a countdown state. At this time, thousands of 4th and 5th level masters under Lu Feng worked together, and the energy-absorbing ancient trees took root in the western region world, with their roots piercing the earth and branches and leaves stretching into the sky. The entire western region world has been completely controlled by Lu Feng. Faced with the situation of being swallowed up and dying, the heaven and earth of the western region world did not want to admit defeat in silence, and he fought back with all his might. Heavenly punishment, thunder tribulation, sky fire, meteorites, strong winds and rains, earthquakes. Everything that the western region world can do, was used by the western region world in an attempt to resist the swallowing of Lu Feng and the earth immortal world. But all these are in vain. The ordinary natural disasters are not worth mentioning in front of the 4th level Dharma immortals, just a child's play. At the 4th level of life, who doesn't have the ability to change the world? Every move they make carries a great power like a natural disaster. If they descend on an ordinary alien plane, these 4th level strongmen are more terrifying than natural disasters between heaven and earth. Although it may be difficult for them to completely destroy an alien plane alone, it is easy to exterminate all the creatures in an alien plane. The 4th level strongmen, when walking, are like a moving human-shaped natural disaster. The strongmen under Lu Feng's hands suppressed the last struggle of the western region world, and the will of heaven and earth in the earth immortal world took the opportunity to add insult to injury and bite the will of heaven and earth in the western region world. Through the heavenly heart seal of the earth immortal world, Lu Feng watched with interest a battle between the will of heaven and earth in the earth immortal world and the will of heaven and earth in the western region world. At this moment, the two huge wills of heaven and earth, like the most primitive beasts, bit and gnawed each other. Secret methods, spells, these things seem insignificant in the battle between the two huge wills of heaven and earth. Their battle returned to the most initial, purest, and simplest battle mode. What they are fighting for is the origin of heaven and earth, the laws between heaven and earth. In the most primitive battle, whoever has a stronger origin and more laws will be more powerful. Obviously, the will of heaven and earth in the earthly immortal world is more powerful. Although the will of heaven and earth in the earthly immortal world has been severely damaged by Chang Yaoxin, the current western region world is at least still operating and developing normally, while the creature civilization and natural environment in the western region world on the other side have completely collapsed under the tossing of Lu Feng and his men. In the whole world, except for the 4th and 5th level strongmen under Lu Feng who are performing rituals, no living creature can be seen. Without a stable natural environment, there are no more vigorous and intelligent creatures to survive, and there is a group of Lu Feng's men and energy-absorbing ancient trees that have taken root and nailed down in the western region world. Under the influence of multiple factors, the will of heaven and earth in the western region world is pitifully weak. In front of the will of heaven and earth in the earthly immortal world, it was defeated by the will of heaven and earth in the earthly immortal world as soon as it met. The earthly immortal world was full of fighting spirit, like a child who had been frustrated for a long time and finally raised his head and was biting the western region world tightly. Every small victory could plunder a bunch of heaven and earth essence from the heaven and earth will of the western region world and swallow it into its body. Eating and taking, the heaven and earth will of the earthly immortal world became more and more courageous, and victory was already in sight. Lu Feng also felt the joy of the heaven and earth will of the earthly immortal world from the heavenly heart mark. Since everything is going well, I will also work harder to get rid of this burden of the western region world as soon as possible. Lu Feng groaned and ordered his men around him. Then, in the heaven and earth of the western region world, in the key heaven and earth nodes, a burst of dazzling light shone in front of the 4th level strongmen. The instruments they arranged according to Lu Feng's instructions all bloomed their own brilliance at this moment, spreading to the surroundings, covering the land and sky of the western region world. These special instruments from the wizard world are special wizard secret treasures developed by wizard civilization and specially created to integrate the different planes into the wizard world. Lu Feng controlled the heavenly heart seal of the earthly immortal world, connecting special instruments all over the land of the western regions. Through these special wizard secrets, the will of heaven and earth of the earthly immortal world, the origin of the world, simply and directly invaded the western regions. Attacked from both inside and outside, the resistance of the western regions became even weaker, and it was directly defeated in front of the earthly immortal world. The area where the two worlds intersect is expanding. The creatures who originally lived near the intersection of the two worlds were surprised to find that the place where the two worlds intersect has always been shrouded in chaos and fog, and the vision from a distance will be blocked and blurred. But at this moment, when they looked at the intersection of the two worlds again, the scene of the world over there was as if a piece of frosted glass was removed from their eyes, and it became clear in an instant, and it was like the sky cleared after rain, the air was fresh and clean, and the vision became better. In such a change, they can also see the scene farther away. Through the intersection of the two worlds, they vaguely saw a huge tree that was connected to the sky and the ground. It slowly showed a clear figure in the skylight. Just looking at the towering green tree, ordinary people like them felt refreshed and had endless energy and vitality in their bodies. God tree. God tree bless you. World tree, it must be the world tree. Ordinary people looking at the distance were amazed at the majestic ancient energy-absorbing tree, thinking that it was the manifestation of the gods. Some of those who were weak-willed had already begun to kneel on the ground and pray to the majestic figure of the energy-absorbing ancient tree. While they were observing and praying, they seemed to hear a rumbling sound of collision, as if the earth was shaking, but they were standing on the ground, but they were stable, and there was no sign of an earthquake, which was very strange. If Lu Feng was here, he would definitely be able to tell the source of these sounds. These were obviously collisions that occurred when the earthly immortal world devoured the space of heaven and earth in the western regions. It was a collision of heaven and earth, extremely violent. A little bit of power leaked out was enough to crush all the mortals nearby into ashes, which was far from comparable to the earthquake tremors caused by the collision between the continental plates. In other words, The earthly immortal world still had some power to control the collision of the two worlds. Otherwise, the area near the intersection of the two worlds would instantly turn into a chaotic natural disaster area, with no living creatures, and it would take many years to calm down. However, the collision between the two worlds, the simple rumbling and shaking of heaven and earth, was also transmitted to every corner of the earthly immortal world along with the space inside the earthly immortal world. Even the Hongye Oxen cave heaven under the sun was no exception. The rumbling sound was transmitted into the cave heaven, and Hongye Oxen, who was holding the heavenly tablet in meditation, frowned. What happened? Could it be that Yan Luo and the others have already reached the last step, plundered almost everything in the western regions, and have begun the final integration? Hongye Oxen, who was dressed in gorgeous clothes and had a divine look on his face, showed a hint of anger as he thought about it. At the same time, some doubts arose in Hongye Oxen's heart. According to the task he gave to Yan Luo and the others, they should still be in the process of plundering the western regions. How come they have reached the stage of the earthly immortal world, swallowing up the western region so quickly? It's too fast and unreasonable. Did Yan Luo and the others disobey Hongye Oxen's orders, or did something unexpected happen? With doubts in his heart, Hongye Oxen immediately looked from the cave to the junction of the earthly immortal world and the western regions. With Hongye Oxen's strength, he could have sat in the cave and overlooked the entire earthly immortal world, but when his sight fell on the junction of the western regions and the earthly immortal world, he frowned immediately. The intersection of the two worlds was in a mess. The western region was shattered and was being slowly swallowed by the earthly immortal world. It was almost the end. If he hadn't focused his attention on this place, the western region would have completely become a part of the earthly immortal world in a short while. Yan Luo, where's Luo Fu? This is what you did? An angry roar came from the sky of the earthly immortal world. Vaguely aware of the gaze from Hongye Oxen, the Sulingzi controlled by Lu Feng raised the corner of his mouth and said in deep thought, all this is just the beginning. When this angry roar came, Lu Feng clearly felt through the Shiangxin seal that a powerful existence walked out of the cave under the sun in the earthly immortal world and rushed angrily to the intersection of the two worlds. In a moment of carelessness, an accident happened at the intersection of the two worlds. Hongye Oxen was angry at the unbearableness of Yan Luo and Luofu, and naturally wanted to check it out in person to find out the reason. However, all of Hongye Oxen's actions were within Lu Feng's predictions. At this time, it was already the end of the earthly immortal world swallowing up the western region world. This matter was already a foregone conclusion, and Lu Feng didn't need to make any more efforts. The energy-absorbing ancient tree and the subordinates of the fourth level were all taken back by Lu Feng in advance, and the remaining things were handed over to the will of heaven and earth in the earthly immortal world. After Hongye Oxen left the cave, Lu Feng took advantage of the time difference and had already locked the blessed land of Sulingzi and others through the power of the heavenly heart seal. Then, with the assistance of the space gate, he sent Sulingzi, Baiyu, Yanluo, Luofu and other tool puppets back to their respective blessed lands. Hongye Oxen, I'll show you a great art next. Far away in the Qingmu blessed land, Yao Quan stood beside Master Lu Feng in a daze, looking at Lu Feng's sinister laughter, and a chill rose in his heart. Seeing that Yan Luo, Sulingzi and others who had been transformed into tools returned to their blessed lands, even Yao Quan's blessed land was replaced by a fourth-level blood beast by Lu Feng, and was sent back to the blessed land of the earthly immortal world. He vaguely guessed Lu Feng's thoughts. Although Yao Quan cherished his blood river blessed land, at this moment, he had no chance to change. A group of fourth-level subordinates of Lu Feng broke into the 9 blessed lands through the space gate. In a few breaths, they moved all the creatures in the 9 blessed lands into the Qingmu blessed land, and also arranged a large number of explosive witchcraft secret treasures from the wizard world, just to make this fireworks bloom more brilliantly. The time has come, art is explosion. Lu Feng raced against time. Hongye Oxen came to the intersection of the two worlds in person, trying to find Yan Luo and others, and by the way, studied the source of this accident. At his level of strength, his intuition was very terrible. He always felt that someone was trying to harm him. However, Lu Feng held the heavenly heart seal in his hand, and all the small actions he made in the earthly immortal world were covered up by the earthly immortal world. Although Hongye Oxen was strong, he was not strong enough to break away from the earthly immortal world. He just had a cave to stand on, so he was not afraid of the interference of the earthly immortal world and could plunder the earthly immortal world without scruples. Now that Chang Yaoxin had walked out of his cave because of this accident, the earthly immortal world was not in a hurry to attack Chang Yaoxin, fearing that it would alert the enemy, but it was still easy to affect Chang Yaoxin's intuition. Now that Lu Feng was dealing with Chang Yaoxin, his status was equivalent to that of a favored child of heaven. Everything he did was helped by the earthly immortal world, so it was naturally smooth sailing. Therefore, when Lu Feng arranged the explosion art in the 9 Blessed Lands, he immediately opened this great art performance without hesitation. Boom! In an instant, Chang Yaoxin, who was at the intersection of the 2 realms, trembled in his heart, and looked up with a feeling, and saw 9 groups of dazzling light faintly appearing around the sun in the sky. In his perception, the 9 Blessed Lands that Yan Luo, Luo Fu and others had carefully cultivated for countless years turned into a huge explosion source in an instant. The collective self-explosion of the 9 Blessed Lands immediately formed a terrifying explosive energy. In addition, there were surprises specially added by Lu Feng in the 9 Blessed Lands, and the explosion power at this time was even more amazing. At the moment when the explosion began, Chang Yaoxin's sky-covering formation based on the 9 Blessed Lands and a cave was instantly shattered. The existence of the formation did not consume the power of the explosion. The remaining explosive power was fully vented on Chang Yaoxin's cave under the special guidance of Lu Feng's manipulation of the Shiangxin seal. Suddenly, Chang Yaoxin's cave was like an earthquake, shaking violently. The protective barrier from the cave was also in a fierce collision with the power of the explosion of the 9 Blessed Lands at this moment. It can be seen with the naked eye that the golden protective barrier outside Chang Yaoxin's cave was rapidly weakening. Defense is consuming and has its limits, and destruction is easier and more powerful than defense after all. Click. Due to Chang Yaoxin's departure, the cave was not under the supervision of Chang Yaoxin at this time, and lacked the initiative of the supervisor, so the defense of the cave was not fully demonstrated. Under the explosive power of the 9 caves, the defense outside the cave only struggled for a few moments, and then shattered like a punctured balloon. The remaining explosive power rushed into Chang Yaoxin's cave. In just a moment, the world turned upside down, and the doomsday reward was devastated. Compared with the power of the explosions of the Blessed Lands, the interior of the cave whose defense was broken was as fragile as a soap bubble, and there was no chance of resistance. How dare you, thief! If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelists. There you'll find the original version of this story, and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 412 Head-on Battle. How dare you, thief! After reacting to this sudden change, Chang Yaoxin's roar resounded throughout the earthly immortal world. He, Chang Yaoxin, was the #1 person in the earthly immortal world, and was recognized by all the creatures between heaven and earth. When he was about to complete his success, there were villains who dared to destroy his opportunity. They took advantage of the short time when he left the cave heaven to attack his cave heaven that he had cultivated for a long time. This was shaking the foundation of Chang Yaoxin. Carrying a heart full of anger, Chang Yaoxin turned into a stream of light and soared into the sky. In just a moment, he had arrived above the sky of the earthly immortal world. When he came to his own cave heaven under the sun, the residual power of the 9 Blessed Lands was still echoing around Chang Yaoxin's cave heaven, repeatedly baptizing and destroying Chang Yaoxin's cave heaven. The terrifying residual power of the explosion was scattered everywhere, and the brilliant light reflected Chang Yaoxin's face. The cave heaven and the master of the cave heaven are closely connected. The feeling from this connection made Chang Yaoxin clearly understand the damage to his own cave heaven. It was this explosion that destroyed Chang Yaoxin's efforts for thousands of years. The restoration of the cave heaven in the future would require a terrifying amount of resources. However, when he came near the cave heaven and felt his own cave heaven so close, Chang Yaoxin did not rush to enter his own cave heaven. Being cautious by nature, he did not rush to enter the cave heaven that had been burned to white ground by the power of the explosion. Instead, he looked around with a sharp gaze, looking for places where enemies might exist around. The cave heaven was attacked, and Chang Yaoxin was very angry. His own sky-covering formation, 9 men and the Blessed Land were all destroyed by the explosion, which made Chang Yaoxin even more angry. But what Chang Yaoxin cared about more was the enemy. Where is the enemy? From the time the cave heaven was attacked to now, Chang Yaoxin was somewhat horrified to find that he had not yet found the enemy. Who attacked him? who was trying to take everything from him. However, no matter what means Chang Yaoxin used or how he observed and probed around, he did not find any trace of the enemy. Where? Chang Yaoxin was unable to sleep or eat, and he was so anxious that he wanted to go crazy. On the other side, hiding behind the space gate, Lu Feng looked at Chang Yaoxin, who was looking for his traces everywhere on the other side of the space gate, with a smile on his face. No matter how powerful Chang Yaoxin was, it was said that he had a fighting power that surpassed the Sun Glory Wizard, but in front of the treasure in Lu Feng's hand, space gate, no matter how powerful he was, he would be defeated. Sitting upright in the Kingmu Blessed Land, Lu Feng just watched Chang Yaoxin at the door of the cave, like a headless fly, going crazy everywhere, looking for his traces randomly. After searching for a long time, when the residual power of the explosion near Chang Yaoxin's cave dissipated, Chang Yaoxin returned to his own cave with a gloomy face. You will return to the cave after all. Finally, you fell into the trap. Lu Feng smiled, and his figure flashed through the space gate, driving the Shiangxin seal of the earthly immortal world and returned to the earthly immortal world. The moment Lu Feng appeared in the earthly immortal world, there was a rosy glow between heaven and earth. The whole world was cheering for his arrival. Holding the heavenly heart seal, Lu Feng was now the lord of the earthly immortal world. The power of the world was in his body. Almost instantly, Lu Feng had a feeling of controlling everything and being omnipotent. However, Lu Feng knew that all this was possible with the help of the heavenly heart seal of the earthly immortal world. The power in his body surged, and Lu Feng had the illusion that his strength was not inferior to Chang Yaoxin. All kinds of mysteries of heaven and earth emerged in his mind, reflecting each other with a Kingmu Blessed Land in his body, and many insights surged in his mind. Lu Feng found that in addition to the blessing of strength brought to him by the heavenly heart seal, the biggest benefit was actually the experience it brought to the management and cultivation of Kingmu Blessed Land. The way of earthly immortals, at this stage of Lu Feng, is still similar to heaven and earth, and has not yet surpassed heaven and earth. Blessed Land, Cave Heaven, and finally the real world. Although Lu Feng has cultivated Kingmu Futi very well, it is still not good enough in front of the real world of the earthly immortal world, and it has many defects and shortcomings. Suppressing the insights that kept emerging in his heart, Lu Feng knew that he should do more serious work at this time, and eliminate Chang Yaoxin, the great scourge that has been entrenched in the earthly immortal world for many years, to clean up the remnants of the earthly immortal world. When Lu Feng came out, Chang Yaoxin also returned to his cave. At this time, Lu Feng walked out openly and was immediately noticed by Chang Yaoxin in the cave. A strange figure, a strange breath, and an even stranger face. Chang Yaoxin was a little confused at this time. Who is this person? However, Chang Yaoxin soon felt a familiar, huge breath from Lu Feng. It was the blessing and power from the earthly immortal world. It was the enemy he had been entangled with for tens of millions of years and had been fighting with endlessly. It was the will of heaven and earth in the earthly immortal world. HMPH, are you the chosen one cultivated by the will of heaven and earth in the earthly immortal world? Just because you are a new kid and have been blessed by the earthly immortal world, you want to fight me. Don't think that you have an advantage just because you destroyed the 9 blessed places and the surface of my cave. Chang Yaoxin sat in the cave, and the emotions on his face gradually calmed down. He stared at Lu Feng in the sky with a torch-like gaze, without joy or sorrow. Before, he was anxious and angry because he had not been able to find the enemy. Now Lu Feng showed up in front of him, and he was already an open enemy. What did he need to be afraid of? The earthly immortal world is such a huge world, but it has been ruined by him in countless years of struggle and has become so miserable now. It is only the last step away from being completely swallowed and destroyed by him. For such a world, even if it gets some supplements from swallowing the western regions, how much spare energy will it have to cultivate a powerful chosen one? Chang Yaoxin saw at a glance that Lu Feng only had the basic strength of the Lord of the Blessed Land, which was basically equivalent to his previous subordinates Qi Shi and others. The other powerful auras were accumulated by the power of the earthly immortal world. How much power can such a proud child of heaven exert in front of Chang Yaoxin, the real Lord of the Cave Heaven? Just a kid like you, you also want to shake the power of the Lord of the Cave Heaven? It's just wishful thinking. Let me teach you a lesson, this disobedient kid. Chang Yaoxin sat in the Cave Heaven, watching Lu Feng's murderous intentions, and waved his hand casually, and a series of terrifying great magical powers hit Lu Feng. Lightning and thunder, wind, forest, fire, and volcanoes, the gorgeous magical power instantly submerged the place where Lu Feng was. This kind of attack is even a step higher than the heavenly punishment thunder tribulation that the Western world counterattacked when it was dying. The power has exceeded the limit of the Sun Yao wizard and reached a level that Lu Feng had never reached before. However, Lu Feng, who had the heavenly heart mark on him, was not panicked at all. He used all his strength to activate the Kingmu Blessed Land in his body. The terrifying power of the Blessed Land merged with a blessing and protection power from the earthly immortal world, and burst out in Lu Feng's body. Immortal art, flower blooming world. The brilliant light bloomed in Lu Feng's body. In just a moment, Lu Feng became a crystal-clear human-shaped crystal. The phantom of Kingmu Blessed Land and the phantom of the earthly immortal world were intertwined in the crystal. You have me and I have you, blending with each other. The power of Kingmu Blessed Land and the earthly immortal world all gathered in Lu Feng's body. At the beginning of the battle, Lu Feng used the immortal art he had carefully studied for many years, the ultimate mystery of the flower-blooming world, the world body. With the blessing of the heavenly heart mark, Lu Feng used the immortal art, the ultimate mystery of the flower-blooming world again after many years, which was more skilled and more mysterious than before. That is to say, with the full blessing of the earthly immortal world, Lu Feng's current world body is more perfect. At this moment, Lu Feng's body was infinitely enlarged in Chang Yaoxin's eyes. In just a moment, it had enlarged into a giant standing upright. With a wave of his hand, Lu Feng's palm had a kind of mystery of turning the clouds and rain, covering the sky with one hand. Suddenly, all the great magical powers that Chang Yaoxin had played were dissipated in Lu Feng's palm, covering the sky, shattered into the most basic spiritual energy of heaven and earth, and all returned to the earthly immortal world. What kind of magic is this? A small lord of a blessed land dares to use such a powerful magic. It seems that the earthly immortal world has given you a lot of benefits in order to cultivate you. This is courting death. A common man is innocent, but it is a crime to carry treasures. Kill you, detain your soul, even if you die, I will find your inheritance from your soul. Earthly immortal world, you are not qualified to turn the tables in my hands. Seeing Lu Feng easily destroy his magical attack, Chang Yaoxin was not surprised but happy. He immediately looked at Lu Feng, and a huge phantom rose from Chang Yaoxin's cave, which was actually a Taoist and Buddhist image with 1,000 eyes and 1,000 hands. As for the Dharmakaya, Lu Feng has many masters who have cultivated their spiritual roots and immortal cultivation methods to the 4th level and achieved the Dharmakaya. The Dharmakaya that condensed are the fruits of the fusion of their minds and cultivation. Many of the new creatures that grew out of them have strong characteristics of the cultivation methods and spiritual projections. In the manifestation of the Dharmakaya, the eyes represent the magic skills, the hands represent the magical powers of Buddhism, and the lines on the body represent the mysteries of Taoism. The Dharmakaya with 1,000 eyes and 1,000 hands in Taoist patterns clearly shows that Chang Yaoxin is a powerful figure who is proficient in the 3 gates of Buddhism, Taoism and demonism. As soon as the 1,000 eyes and 1,000 hands Taoist Dharmakaya appeared, it immediately blasted towards Lu Feng fiercely. Swish, swish, swish. In an instant, thousands of magic lights shot out from the 1,000 eyes of the Dharma image, and thousands of Buddha hand seals were made with thousands of hands. There were also many magical powers following closely. The magic of the 3 paths of Buddhism, Taoism and demonism, Chang Yaoxin could use it at will, and it was obvious that they were all cultivated to a very high level. Each kind of magical power had infinite power. Seeing this, Lu Feng was not panicked. A large formation suddenly flew out of the Kingmu Fury, which coincided with the invisible heaven and earth in the world of earthly immortals. It was the innate 5-direction 5-element formation that Lu Feng was good at. With another wave, a verdant ancient tree that supported the sky and the earth flew out of the Kingmu Fury, swaying its verdant leaves and standing behind Lu Feng, casting endless emerald green brilliance. The innate 5-direction 5-element formation collided with Chang Yaoxin's thousands of magic lights and Buddha lights first, and the 5 elements circulated and continued to grow. The endless Buddha lights and magic lights were wiped out in the innate 5-direction 5-element formation, and the 5 elements in the formation were also annihilated and dissipated in the collision. Dong dong. The innate 5-direction 5-element formation was ultimately a little inferior in nature, and was finally shattered by Chang Yaoxin's magic light and Buddha light, turning into 5 broken 5-color flags that flew back to Kingmu Fury. It looked like they needed to be properly nurtured and repaired before they could be used again. However, The innate 5-direction 5-element formation also destroyed more than half of Chang Yaoxin's attack, and the remaining attacks were also partially wiped out by the brilliance of the energy-absorbing ancient tree. The attacks that finally fell on the huge Lu Feng did almost no harm to Lu Feng. Lu Feng, the body of the world, simply waved his palm and wiped out all the remaining magic and magical powers into the basic spiritual energy of heaven and earth, which dissipated into the invisible. What else can you do? Just use it. I want to see how powerful you are. Lu Feng laughed. After this battle, Lu Feng also had a better understanding of Chang Yaoxin's strength, and he was more confident in defeating Chang Yaoxin. Chang Yaoxin, who was sitting in the cave, had already fully reached the 6th level. His level as a Yuguang wizard was roughly equivalent to the middle stage of Yuguang wizard. Very strong, very powerful. This was almost the first time that Lu Feng faced a Yuguang realm expert so directly. However, Lu Feng was not afraid of Chang Yaoxin. When he was in the blood trial land, he could basically kill an enemy in the middle stage of the Sunlight Wizard alone. In the 10 years after he had comprehended the Monument of Eternity, Lu Feng absorbed everything he had comprehended from the Monument of Space and precipitated it into his own cultivation. His strength had increased more than 10 times compared to the blood trial. Lu Feng now estimated that he could almost walk sideways at the level of the Sunlight Wizard. After leaving the retreat this time, Lu Feng's original intention was to go to the Eternal Tower in the Eternal City, climb the tower, and verify his understanding and accumulation over the past 10 years. As a result, he was tripped by the things in the earthly immortal world. Now that he had completely started a war with Chang Yaoxin, Lu Feng also wanted to try to face the power of the Yuguang realm expert. Moreover, he also had the help of the heavenly heart seal of the earthly immortal world, which had already pulled Lu Feng's power to a point that surpassed the Sun Glory Wizard. With the full support of the earthly immortal world, Lu Feng's safety was guaranteed, and he was even more fearless. What's more, Lu Feng still had some tricks up his sleeve that he hadn't used yet, and he was almost invincible. HMPH. You're looking for death? Chang Yaoxin saw Lu Feng's arrogance and snorted coldly. The 1,000 eyes and 1,000 hands Dharma that stood above the cave sky immediately rotated again. The brilliance of the 3 paths of Buddhism, Taoism and Demon merged on Chang Yaoxin's Dharma image. The Dharma image's most normal hands pinched seals and slowly cast a chaotic-colored, extremely simple and unpretentious handprint, covering Lu Feng. Whatever means you have, just come and fight. While Lu Feng was speaking, Ling Feng became more proficient in using the world body, and his huge body that stood tall and upright was slowly shrinking. Seeing the chaotic-colored handprint covering him, he sensed a hint of danger from the handprint, and immediately twisted his body, suddenly turning into a ray of emerald green light and disappearing into the air. Chapter 413 Chang Yaoxin died. Chang Yaoxin attacked with his confident magical power, but he could not find Lu Feng. No matter where he looked or where he was tracking, he could not find Lu Feng, as if he had disappeared in the earthly world in an instant. A palm of chaos color, containing infinite power, fell into the air, and terrifying power erupted from it. In just a moment, it broke the gray barrier in the sky of the earthly world that was used to block the brilliance of the sun. The scorching sun of the earthly world shone down brightly. For the first time, the people on the land of the earthly world felt such scorching sunlight. Bathed in the brilliance of the sun, the creatures only felt comfortable, warm and comfortable. The demons and monsters on the earth were illuminated by this gorgeous sunlight, and they were like being splashed with sulfuric acid, smoking all over their bodies and wailing in pain. Those who are fast can hide in the shade where the sun's rays cannot reach, and take shelter for a while, but those who are slow and cannot escape the sun's rays will be burned to death by the scorching sun in a short time, and will turn into ashes and disappear into the world. Even if those who are fast can take shelter for a while, they will not survive for long, because the masculine energy in the surrounding world is increasing rapidly at an unreasonable speed. In a few days, the entire land of the earthly immortal world will become a masculine and bright place, and those evil ghosts, demons and monsters can only shrink to some rare natural dark places in the world and live in fear. In just a moment, the creatures living on the land of the earthly immortal world will have a much better life in the future. In a sense, Chang Yaoxin's palm can also be regarded as a blessing to the creatures in the earthly immortal world. And the creatures on the earth who have received these favors are also praying and thanking the earth and the world of the earthly immortal world at this moment. Thank God for blessing us. God has shown his power. As for Chang Yaoxin, the instigator, The creatures on Earth said that they didn't know who he was and didn't know him at all. Everything they felt, the changes in the world around them, came from the world and the son of the earthly immortal world. They were naturally grateful to the world of the earthly immortal world. The thoughts of the creatures' prayers gathered into a vast wave of incense power, which dissipated between the world of the earthly immortal world, and gave a boost to the will of the world of the earthly immortal world. The meaning of the sentence, "The human heart is the heart of heaven," was fully revealed at this moment. On the other side, with the help of the mystery of the space gate, Lu Feng dodged Chang Yaoxin's palm of chaos. The power of space is extremely mysterious, and it has a natural gap and suppression for ordinary attacks. In the Eternal City, Feng comprehended the monument of space, and he also carried the space gate, a treasure of unknown grade. 10 years of concentration on comprehension allowed Lu Feng to vaguely touch the fur of some of the laws of the origin of space in the Morning Star Wizard realm. You know, the law of origin of space is one of the two supreme laws of origin in the starry sky. It is said that space is king, time is emperor, and all other laws are under these two laws. In the starry sky where the wizard world is located, generally only the strong ones at the level of Yuguang Wizard can begin to get involved in the mystery of the law of origin of space. Once they have some understanding, they can become kings in the realm of Yuguang Wizards. Generally, this kind of Yuguang Wizard who has mastered some of the laws of origin of space is also called a king, making strongmen in wizard civilization and even the entire starry sky. Lu Feng can get involved in the realm of king-making strongmen at the level of Morning Star Wizard, which can be regarded as walking out of his own path, although at this time he still lacks a lot of understanding of the law of origin of space. But at this moment, with the help of the existence of the treasure, Space Gate, in his soul, and the power blessing given by the Shiangxin seal of the earthly immortal world, Lu Feng made up for the lack of his own power and finally showed the power of some wizards in the realm of kings. Lu Feng stepped on the void, and with the help of the power of the law of the origin of space, he walked in the crack of space. The power of the chaotic palm of Chang Yaoxin's terrifying Dharma image passed by him, and failed to attack Lu Feng, who was in another space. The power of the law of the origin of space made Lu Feng feel as powerful as if he was in a mess. Chang Yaoxin's attack not only failed to hurt Lu Feng, but also broke the gray barrier covering the sky in the sky of the earthly immortal world, benefiting the creatures on the earth, praising and thanking the greatness of the earthly immortal world. The gathering of the wishes of all living beings made Lu Feng's momentum even better. This trick again, how did you do it? How did you completely hide it from my perception? Chang Yaoxin, who was sitting in the cave, lost Lu Feng's figure again. Such ability made Chang Yaoxin frown slightly, and he was slightly alert in his heart, and put away his underestimation of Lu Feng. The last time Lu Feng detonated the 9 blessed lands, he was the same, but he could not feel Lu Feng's breath. Even with the help of the earthly immortal world, it was unlikely to completely hide from Chang Yaoxin's eyesight. After all, Lu Feng was just carrying the aura of the Lord of the Blessed Land, which was real and could not be faked at all. How did you do it? I don't believe you can really hide your figure completely in front of me. Chang Yaoxin, who had put away his contempt, turned on his perception of evil. The 1,000 hands and 1,000 eyes that unfolded outside the cave used all kinds of means of investigation. The black and white magic eyes in the palms of the thousands of Buddha's golden palms flashed with brilliant magic light, like a searchlight with a maximum power, sweeping inch by inch over the place where Lu Feng's figure had just disappeared, just to find any clues of Lu Feng. However, Chang Yaoxin's means were still weaker in front of the law of the origin of space and the treasure, Space Gate. The thousands of magic lights swept over Lu Feng in another space, but it was useless. It could not scan any useful information at all and find any trace of Lu Feng. Ha ha ha, this is what Chang Yaoxin is like. Lu Feng's mouth curled up slightly, strolling in the magic light in the sky, walking in the void, climbing up the stairs, full of confidence. After a test, Lu Feng has already understood Chang Yaoxin's ability, and he is also fully confident about how to take down Chang Yaoxin. Chang Yaoxin cultivates alone in the world of earthly immortals, and all his strength and methods come from that piece of heavenly tablet. After all, he cannot escape the limitations of the world. Lu Feng is preparing for a huge wizard civilization group that spans the starry sky and controls many different planes. His knowledge and vision are far beyond Chang Yaoxin. In addition to the earthly immortal method from the heavenly tablet, which is ahead of some wizard civilizations in terms of building blessed lands and caves, but compared with combat effectiveness, The earthly immortal cultivation system developed by Chang Yaoxin alone cannot be compared with a wizard civilization that has been fighting among all races in the starry sky. War has always been the best way to improve offensive and destructive capabilities, and the wizard civilization that has been fighting endlessly in the starry sky is the best among them. Every generation of powerful wizards has been trained in countless interstellar wars. Many combat secrets and law studies are based on wars. So at this moment, after Lu Feng has figured out Chang Yaoxin's methods, he is even more at ease. He strolls in the void, without any magic on his body, and approaches Chang Yaoxin's cave at a very fast speed. Boom! When he came near Chang Yaoxin's cave, Lu Feng made a move again. He was familiar with the power of the world body. At this time, Lu Feng had shrunk his body to normal size. His aura did not weaken at all, but became more introverted and condensed. He moved, just slapped out with one palm, and the power of heaven and earth followed, directly bombarding Chang Yaoxin's cave, which was close at hand. With a loud bang that shook the earth, Lu Feng showed his power. The terrifying power exploded in his palm, wave after wave, and in the blink of an eye, it continuously impacted hundreds of times, bombarding Chang Yaoxin's cave. The barrier of Chang Yaoxin's cave was shattered layer by layer, and then it was blown away. Large pieces of sky fragments hit the inside of the cave, causing Chang Yaoxin's cave to suffer a lot of damage. The thousand hands and thousand eyes Taoist and Buddhist images outside the cave suddenly retreated back into the cave at this moment. Just Lu Feng's powerful attack shocked Chang Yaoxin again. The protection of the cave was damaged. Lu Feng rushed into Chang Yaoxin's cave together with the will of heaven and earth in the earthly world. Lu Feng found Chang Yaoxin's traces in the ruins of the cave at a glance. At this time, his face was full of astonishment. He didn't expect that in the blink of an eye, Lu Feng had broken through his strongest defense of the cave barrier and came in front of him. For a cave master like Chang Yaoxin, the barrier of the cave is the most defensive place in the cave. Although the explosion of the 9 Blessed Lands just now destroyed some of the defenses of the cave, when Chang Yaoxin returned to the cave and sat in it, his cave had become the safest place in the world. Sitting in the cave, Chang Yaoxin thought he was invincible. But now, the scene in front of him collapsed Chang Yaoxin's worldview and refreshed his cognition. However, at this time, Chang Yaoxin still had a trace of luck in his heart. He drew the power of the cave to bless his body, and the unity of heaven and man, and roared hoarsely, "In my cave, I am the strongest. If you come to my territory, you will definitely seek death." This sentence makes sense, just like the kingdom of gods in the god civilization in the starry sky. For earthly immortals, in the blessed land and cave they built with their own hands, earthly immortals are the strongest. However, listening to Chang Yaoxin's speech, Lu Feng laughed disdainfully and said, "Chang Yaoxin, you have too little knowledge. Do you think your cave is still yours now?" As soon as Lu Feng said this, the will of the earthly immortal world, which had long taken advantage of the explosion of the 9 blessed places to invade Chang Yaoxin's cave, immediately launched an attack in the cave. In an instant, Chang Yaoxin was horrified to find that his control over the cave was rapidly declining. The will of the earthly immortal world, which was extremely familiar with the operation of heaven and earth, was wantonly running through Chang Yaoxin's cave, plundering Chang Yaoxin's control over the cave. When the 9 blessed places exploded just now, the will of the earthly immortal world had already invaded some of the caves and buried many hidden hands and foreshadowings in them. If Chang Yaoxin had checked the safety of the cave as soon as he returned to the cave, he would have had a chance to find out the hidden dangers in the cave. However, Lu Feng's involvement and the disruptions came one after another, so that Chang Yaoxin did not notice the trouble in his cave at all. At this time, Lu Feng and the will of heaven and earth from the earthly world descended into Chang Yaoxin's cave. Lu Feng dealt with Chang Yaoxin, and the will of heaven and earth from the earthly world dealt with Chang Yaoxin's cave. The two sides worked together to achieve the effect of 1 + 1 being greater than 2. At this time, Chang Yaoxin, who was in the cave, was numbed by Lu Feng's operation. On the one hand, he had to fight against the will of heaven and earth from the earthly world and compete for the control of the origin of the cave. On the other hand, he had to endure the trouble of the decline of the power of the cave and fight against a fierce Lu Feng. While doing two things at the same time, Chang Yaoxin was distracted and had a headache. As his state continued to decline, Lu Feng had expected Chang Yaoxin to lose. As time passed, Chang Yaoxin, who was fighting with Lu Feng, suffered more and more injuries, and the power from the cave was getting weaker and weaker. On the other side of the battlefield, the will of heaven and earth from the earthly world had a clear advantage. The earthly immortal world is still a world after all, with a huge size. Although it has been severely harmed by Chang Yaoxin, its residual power is still there. At this time, there is a powerful spokesperson like Lu Feng, who has exerted a force that Chang Yaoxin cannot contend with, and gradually took Chang Yaoxin's cave heaven origin authority back to the control of the will of heaven and earth in the earthly immortal world. Lu Feng passed through Chang Yaoxin's magic and smashed most of Chang Yaoxin's body with another punch. Chang Yaoxin, who had lost all his cave heaven authority and was close to running out of energy, finally collapsed. Facing Lu Feng's strong attacks, Chang Yaoxin wailed and begged, "No, give me a way out, I am willing to surrender, as long as you can let me go, I will do anything." A generation of behind-the-scenes masterminds fell into such a fate, and they completely lost their spirit. Lu Feng didn't feel pity for him at all. All of this was caused by Chang Yaoxin himself. If he could develop peacefully with the earthly immortal world and always stand on the side favored by the earthly immortal world, no matter how powerful Lu Feng was, he would never be able to kill Chang Yaoxin, who had already reached the level of a cave heaven, under the blessing of the earthly immortal world before he surpassed the Yuguang wizard realm. If he had always stood on the side of the earthly immortal world, perhaps Chang Yaoxin's achievements would have been more than what they are today. The wizard civilization and the wizard world complement each other. In the earthly immortal world, as the founder of the earthly immortal way, there is no reason why Chang Yaoxin, who is the founder of the earthly immortal way, could not see a brighter path. Forget it, I dare not use a subordinate like you. And I don't think much of your family background, and if I kill you, everything you have will be mine. Lu Feng shook his head, his eyes swept over Chang Yaoxin's ugly head and said disdainfully, and he punched again casually, and Chang Yaoxin's body and soul were completely annihilated under Lu Feng's fist wind, crushed into the purest spiritual energy of heaven and earth and returned to the earthly immortal world. At this point, Chang Yaoxin, the great scourge that had plagued the earthly immortal world for countless years, died. Chapter 414, Taking Care of the Earthly Immortal World. When Chang Yaoxin died, the world was at peace. Seeing the death of Chang Yaoxin, who had been a scourge to them for countless years, the earthly immortal world was avenged and celebrated. The entire earthly immortal world was filled with joy and happiness at this moment. Even the creatures on land felt the emotions from the heaven and earth, and together with a gratitude to the heaven and earth just now, they mixed into a complex emotion of joy and happiness. After a long time, the whole world returned to peace. After ending this battle and killing Chang Yaoxin, Lu Feng was happy. He looked at the entire earthly immortal world from the perspective of the earthly immortal world brought into the heavenly heart seal. He was also shocked by the devastated scene of the earthly immortal world and couldn't help but sigh, Chang Yaoxin is really a disaster. Alice. Hearing Lu Feng's sigh, the earthly immortal world seemed to sigh with empathy. The devastated earthly immortal world left by Chang Yaoxin has now fallen into Lu Feng's hands, and Lu Feng will have to clean it up after all. So, I've become a scapegoat. Lu Feng shook his head and said self-deprecatingly, and then began to collect the spoils of this battle. The 9 blessed lands of Sulingzi and Yanluo were destroyed in the battle with Chang Yaoxin. The explosion was extremely powerful. They were happy and excited when they heard the sound, but after the explosion, they turned into pure spiritual energy of heaven and earth and returned to the earthly world. The 9 blessed lands were originally private territories built by Sulingzi and Yanluo, who plundered the earthly world. At this time, they returned to heaven and earth in the battle against Chang Yaoxin. It can be said that they died for what they deserved. If the spirits of Sulingzi, Yanluo and others knew about it, they would probably shed tears of relief. However, Lu Feng estimated that they should not have this opportunity. Their souls had long been refined into their bodies by Lu Feng and became the intelligence of Tool people. With the explosion of the blessed land, the masters of these blessed lands also returned to heaven and earth with the art of explosion and returned to the embrace of the earthly world. With the mistakes they made in the earthly immortal world, the will of the earthly immortal world wanted to crush them to ashes and torture them to death. Even if they wanted to reincarnate, it was probably impossible. Among the 9 blessed land masters, only Yao Kun was lucky enough to save his life and survive because he knelt in time. However, Lu Feng did not intend to let Yao Kun enjoy the sweet spiritual energy of heaven and earth in Qingmu blessed land. Instead, he planned to let them return to the earthly immortal world to help repair the devastated earthly immortal world and atone for the sins he committed in the earthly immortal world. Lu Feng has always been strict with himself. After many reforms and developments, the laws of the Qingmu civilization and Qingmu Blessed Land have long been a relatively complete legal system that is sufficient to constrain all practitioners in the entire Qingmu Blessed Land. There is no order without rules. Only a civilization with perfect laws that bind all forces can contain the power of civilization to move forward. There are already a large number of 4th-level strongmen in Qingmu Blessed Land. The Blood River Blessed Land of Taoist Yaoquan also exploded during the battle with Changye Oxen. Without the Blessed Land, Taoist Yaoquan's strength was not enough in front of a group of 4th-level strongmen in Qingmu Blessed Land. With his strength, Lu Feng had so many subordinates that one more or one less would not be too much, and he was not lacking at all. Under the laws of Qingmu civilization, Lu Feng was able to give Taoist Yaoquan a chance to repair the earthly immortal world, which was already a great mercy to him. After hearing Lu Feng's decision, Taoist Yaoquan accepted Lu Feng's punishment. After seeing Lu Feng mercilessly self-destruct 9 blessed lands and kill Changye Oxen, Taoist Yaoquan had some premonitions about his future. Living in the earthly immortal world for so many years, Taoist Yaoquan knew how many sins he had committed in the earthly immortal world. After seeing the power and civilization of Qingmu Blessed Land, Taoist Yaoquan also accepted his fate and willingly accepted Lu Feng's punishment. Having a chance to atone for his sins was already good. According to the laws of the Qingmu civilization, even a 4th-level cultivator like him, who had committed so many sins, would have been nailed to the branches of the energy-absorbing ancient tree, drained of all his essence, and then his soul would have been tortured and imprisoned for tens of thousands of years. Without any luck, Taoist Yaoquan faced everything calmly. After this incident, Taoist Yaoquan's soul had also experienced a baptism. If he could atone for his sins in the earthly immortal world in the future, he might have achieved something else. Similarly, not only people like Taoist Yaoquan who were full of sins were sent to the earthly immortal world to repair the devastation of the earthly immortal world, Lu Feng gave Velio and the others an order to select some suitable 4th-level cultivators from the Qingmu Blessed Land to enter the earthly immortal world to repair and maintain the earthly immortal world together. For Lu Feng, after mastering the heavenly heart seal, the will of heaven and earth in the earthly immortal world completely surrendered to him. After he killed Changye Oxen, who had been a scourge to the earthly immortal world for countless years, the will of the earthly immortal world was completely on the same front with him. In another sense, the earthly immortal world also became Lu Feng's private property. Lu Feng naturally needed to protect and cherish his own things. With resources in hand, Lu Feng was also prepared to invest a little bit of resources in the earthly immortal world and cultivate this earthly immortal world into his own base camp. Even in the wizard civilization, every plane world that can nurture living beings is a miracle in the starry sky and is extremely precious. Lu Feng is now extremely lucky to have a world of the scale of the earthly immortal world. In the days to come, he will use his 4th-level strongmen to assist the will of the earthly immortal world to repair the damage of the earthly immortal world and maintain the normal development of the earthly immortal world. With the scale of the earthly immortal world, when everything becomes precious, Lu Feng estimates that the earthly immortal world will bring him a lot of resources in the future. The most important thing is that, relying on the heavenly heart seal of the earthly immortal world, Lu Feng can also comprehend the mysteries of the origin of the earthly immortal world, comprehend more mysteries of the laws, and can also reflect each other with the daily operation of Qingmu Futi, and further cultivate and build Qingmu Futi. In short, there are many benefits. With a little investment of resources, the output from the earthly immortal world in the future will be enough for Lu Feng to benefit greatly. Under Lu Feng's instructions, a group of 4th-level practitioners walked out of Qingmu Futi, followed the guidance of the will of heaven and earth in the earthly immortal world, and went to nodes of heaven and earth in the earthly immortal world, repairing the earthly immortal world according to demand. The technology of artificial heaven and earth spiritual veins has long been familiar and skilled by the practitioners of Qingmu Futi with the development of Qingmu civilization. Along the way, they have come into contact with the artificial heaven and earth spiritual vein manufacturing method of Qingmu civilization. At this time, when they came to the earthly immortal world, the 4th-level practitioners under Lu Feng skillfully adjusted the nodes of heaven and earth, buried the spiritual veins in them, connected the surrounding heaven and earth space, and smoothly flowed the spiritual energy between heaven and earth. As the spiritual veins of heaven and earth in the nodes of heaven and earth were restored, they began to play a role in regulating the spiritual energy of heaven and earth around them. The spiritual energy of heaven and earth in the earthly immortal world began to slowly return to normal, and the concentration of spiritual energy of heaven and earth gradually increased. The people and practitioners in the surrounding human dynasties all felt that the air between heaven and earth around them was much fresher. The practitioners felt the changes in the spiritual energy of heaven and earth even more, and the speed of cultivation was also increasing at a speed visible to the naked eye. The spiritual energy is revived. The spiritual energy is revived. The golden age is coming. The people who noticed these changes did not know the deeds of Chang Yeoxin and others, but only thought that everything was caused by the changes in heaven and earth. They exclaimed and talked about it. Lu Feng also heard the discussions of these mortals and smiled. At the same time, a large group of fourth-level practitioners also gathered into formation under the guidance of Elio, and jointly pushed Chang Yeoxin's cave to fly towards the area where the moon once existed on the sky of the earthly immortal world. In the past, Chang Yeoxin stole the origin of the moon in the earthly immortal world, and dragged the moon that lost its origin down from the sky, crushed it into pieces and made a gray sky covering the sky, blocking the light of the sun in the earthly immortal world. In the battle between Lu Feng and Chang Yeoxin smashed most of the sky with one palm, and the remaining parts were collected by Lu Feng's practitioners and filled into Chang Yeoxin's cave, whose surface was destroyed. The world needs the sun and the moon, and also needs the balance of yin and yang. Without the sky made by the moon, the light from the sun in the earthly immortal world is too dazzling and hot. It will shine on the earth for a short time and bring light and warmth to the creatures on land. But solitary yin cannot be born, solitary yang cannot grow, and yin and yang and everything can be born. This is the way of heaven. After the moon of the earthly immortal world was destroyed by Chang Yeoxin, Lu Feng now repaired the earthly immortal world, so he had to use Chang Yeoxin's cave as the foundation to create another moon for the earthly immortal world to balance the yin and yang of the earthly immortal world. Hey ha, hey ha. The fourth-level practitioners who pushed Chang Yeoxin's cave heaven shouted in unison, and pushed Chang Yeoxin's cave heaven with all their strength, walking a long distance, and came to the position of the moon in the sky of the earthly immortal world. When Chang Yeoxin's cave heaven stopped at the position of the moon, Lu Feng walked outside the cave heaven. The gray sky material collected by the fourth-level practitioners was now piled outside the barrier of Chang Yeoxin's cave heaven, thickly wrapped layer by layer, forming a gray moon similar to the pits in the sky of Lu Feng's previous life. Under the shining of the sun, it reflected a silver moon. Communicating with the will of heaven and earth in the earthly immortal world, based on some of the remaining origins of the moon, it once again showed some of the glory of the moon in the earthly immortal world. As the sun rose and set, the people on the earthly immortal world were surprised to find that since their sun became hot and bright, their moon also regained its former glory, and the moonlight projected was extremely yin and pure. Bathing in the moonlight, basking in the sun during the day, the hot sun energy in the body, in the baptism of the purest moonlight, the yin and yang are in harmony, strengthening the body and soul of the living beings, and making their life essence undergo a qualitative change. Yin and yang flow, heaven and earth are in harmony, and as Lu Feng's men continue to maintain and transform the earthly immortal world, Lu Feng clearly feels from the Shiangxin mark that the situation in the earthly immortal world is developing in a good direction. Lu Feng also feels the joy of the will of heaven and earth in the earthly immortal world. In addition to the transformation of the earthly immortal world, Lu Feng has not forgotten the creatures on the earthly immortal world. He used the power of the space gate to open a space portal to King Mufudi on the mortal land, allowing the King Mu civilization and King Mufudi to enter the earthly immortal world and take over and transform the Great Zhuan dynasty on the land of the earthly immortal world. Before Lu Feng became rich, he had lived on the land of the Great Zhuan dynasty and deeply experienced the garbage and inaction of the Great Zhuan dynasty. After so many years, he still has not seen the development of the Great Zhuan dynasty. Such a Great Zhuan dynasty is occupying the earthly immortal world that is gradually recovering its past glory. It is simply a waste of resources and time. Let the advanced King Mu civilization intervene in the earthly immortal world and manage and rule the creatures in the earthly immortal world. It is just right to make full use of the rich resources and vast land resources in the earthly immortal world. At the same time, the creatures on the earth of the earthly immortal world that have developed can also provide more talent resources for King Mufudi and Lu Feng. The development of civilization requires more talents to be invested in it. In the past, in the wizard civilization, although there were many different planes in the starry sky, Lu Feng's King Mufudi was always a secret that could not be revealed, and the power of the space gate was not something that could be used casually. He always needed to hide himself and never dared to let go. For example, occupying a different plane and using the vast land in the different plane as a training base for the younger generation of talents in King Mufudi. Now the earthly immortal world has completely belonged to the earthly immortals. With a heavenly heart seal, Lu Feng is the most powerful and powerful existence in the earthly immortal world. Under such circumstances, if Lu Feng shows some of his strength, no one can covet his treasures and opportunities, so he can act boldly. The earthly immortal world was repaired, and the King Mu civilization took over. Everything in the earthly immortal world gradually got back on track. At this time, on the moon of the earthly immortal world, inside the former Changyao immortal cave heaven, Elliot and others specially built a luxurious palace complex for Lu Feng when they were dealing with the work of the earthly immortal world. At this moment, in a luxurious palace, Lu Feng finally had time to relax and began to enjoy the customs of the earthly immortal world. In the center of the palace, a group of fairies with fairy spirits sang and danced. Lu Feng sat on the throne, enjoying the service of Elliot, Licorice and other women. When he was in a good mood, he took out a half-man-high stone tablet from his arms and observed it carefully. This stone tablet is the heavenly tablet where Chang Yaoxin comprehended the earthly immortal method. After that battle, Chang Yaoxin was crushed to ashes by Lu Feng, and his soul was shattered. His cultivation was completely transformed into the spiritual energy of heaven and earth and returned to heaven and earth. When cleaning up Chang Yaoxin's cave, this heavenly tablet that had always been in Chang Yao's hands was also delivered to Lu Feng. Some time ago, Lu Feng had been busy with the affairs of the earthly immortal world. Now that he was free, Lu Feng finally had time to see this miraculous heavenly tablet that was passed down by Su Lingzi and others. Chapter 415, The Spiritual Realm and the Heavenly Monument. The Heavenly Monument is the source of the long-standing Taoism of the earthly immortal world. From the memories of Su Lingzi and others, Lu Feng knew that the Taoist methods of these blessed landmasters all originated from this legendary heavenly stele. By looking at the heavenly stele, one can comprehend the mysterious Taoism of the earthly immortals. By continuing to look at it, one can also take care of oneself and see the future of the Taoism that one has practiced. Once upon a time, to look at the heavenly stele was also a great opportunity for Su Lingzi and others to please Chang Yaoxin in every way, just to get a glimpse of it. Such a precious treasure, now with the defeat of Chang Yaoxin, has become Lu Feng's property. Now, with the heavenly stele in hand, Lu Feng can look at it whenever he wants and however he wants. Surrounded by the immortal music and the moving singing and dancing in front of him, Lu Feng lay in Elio's arms, resting his head on her firm and soft thighs, and holding the heavenly stele in a comfortable mood. The heavenly stele is not big, only more than 1 meter high, more than half a meter long, and the thickness is only a palm. It does not look like a stone tablet in the hand, but more like a slightly wide book. What Lu Feng couldn't see through the most was that no matter what means he used, he couldn't explore the essence of this heavenly tablet. Even if Lu Feng used the heavenly heart seal of the earthly immortal world and called on the power of the earthly immortal world, he couldn't break through the defense of the heavenly tablet and see its essence. Various means of attack were still useless in front of the heavenly tablet. This heavenly tablet could obviously be held in Lu Feng's hand and could be seen by other people's eyes, but no matter who it was, as long as they closed their eyes, any other means could not find the heavenly tablet in front of them. Such a mysterious heavenly tablet made Lu Feng very interested, but also quite worried. Sometimes he would wonder who made this mysterious heavenly tablet, what was the use of the heavenly tablet, and what secrets were there. However, Chang Yaoxin had held the heavenly tablet for so long and had not been born. The possibility that Chang Yaoxin had personally verified it with his life made Lu Feng feel a little relieved. However, despite this, Lu Feng also found many of his practitioners and asked them to comprehend the heavenly stele. After a series of experiments, every practitioner who had seen the heavenly stele said that they benefited a lot and had a deep understanding. Many practitioners even comprehended some of the mysteries of the earthly immortal way. After digesting a little, they were able to integrate them into their own practitioner system, taking the earthly immortal way as the core and their own practice system as branches, and opening up a practice path that best suits them. After being confirmed by King Mufudi's men and determined that there was no danger, the heavenly stele finally returned to Lu Feng's hands. Holding the heavenly stele in his hand, Lu Feng looked at the heavenly stele with his eyes fixed. Suddenly, the surrounding space was distorted, and at the same time, a hazy huge shadow suddenly appeared on the heavenly stele. It vaguely looked like a tall portal, which was made of white bricks and stones and placed at the end of a stone corridor bridge made of the same material, white bricks and stones. As Lu Feng's eyes focused on the white gate at the end of the white corridor, the tall white gate seemed to be pushed by Lu Feng's eyes. With a creaking sound, a thin crack appeared in the middle of the white door. A dazzling light pierced into Lu Feng's eyes as the white brick door opened. In an instant, Lu Feng's eyes were all white and he could not see anything. Oops, my men have made a mistake. Lu Feng's face changed drastically. It was agreed that there was no danger. The vision was all white, and Lu Feng lost all perception of the outside world at this moment, as if he had been moved by a powerful man to a strange space with only white. It was hollow, weird, and not like the human world. Moreover, Lu Feng also found that he could not move at all now, neither forward nor backward. This is the space inside the heavenly monument. Fortunately, my precious space door can still be used. Moreover, this space should have brought my spirit here, and my body should still be in the original place, otherwise when my men were experimenting, others should have discovered the clues. Encountering the sudden change, Lu Feng quickly calmed down. The inner space of this heavenly monument is very mysterious. It seems that it is not only special in space, but also has some things that Lu Feng cannot understand. If it is an ordinary space, the practitioners who watch the heavenly monument will always find something unusual. Perhaps, the memories of the people who watch the heavenly monument in this special heavenly monument space will not be brought back to their bodies in the original place. I want to see what the space inside this heavenly monument is doing. In addition to being surprised, Lu Feng did not have any fear. He understood that facing the strong man who created the heavenly monument, he, a small morning star wizard and the lord of the blessed land, had no ability to resist at all and could only choose to obey. Of course, Lu Feng could also choose to resist. Even in this strange heavenly monument space, the treasure in his soul, Space Gate, was still shining. Let Lu Feng have the ability to protect himself when danger comes. While being curious about the heavenly monument space, Lu Feng also wanted to study the mystery of the heavenly monument in depth. The strange white space in front of him gradually dissipated. Lu Feng felt that the space around him was somewhat changed. He felt as if he had passed through a space gate, but the surrounding environment immediately calmed down again. This is it. Lu Feng looked around. He was in a tall palace. The hall was thousands of feet high and 10,000 feet wide. In the center of the hall, there was a stone tablet exactly like the heavenly steel. Could it be that the heavenly steel outside is just a model, and the heavenly steel in this hall is the real heavenly steel? Lu Feng walked over carefully and looked at the heavenly steel, wondering in his heart. However, there was no one in the hall at this time. No one could tell Lu Feng the details of this huge heavenly steel. Lu Feng had to explore everything by himself. The heavenly steel in this hall was 999 feet high. It was made of an unknown black material. It had a taste of being indestructible and eternal. It was very similar to the material of the eternal steel that Lu Feng had seen and comprehended in the Eternal City before. There was a faint pressure on it. The closer you got to the Black Sky Monument, the stronger the pressure on the Black Stone Monument was. It was noble and immortal. There were dense and strange characters on the side of the Black Stone Monument facing Lu Feng, as if countless tadpoles were swimming on the stone monument. It was particularly strange. This text. Lu Feng observed carefully, but he had to admit with regret that he didn't recognize any of these strange characters. He had never seen such characters in the earthly immortal world or wizard civilization. However, these characters were vaguely a very special type of characters, as if the mystery of the characters was directly contained in them. Lu Feng looked down at the top of the Black Sky Monument word by word, and suddenly Lu Feng felt that his mental power was rapidly consumed. At the same time, a wave of fluctuations entered his consciousness. The method of earthly immortals began with the world and heaven. Lu Feng immediately understood the meaning of some of the tadpole characters at the beginning of the Black Sky Monument. The first characters on this sky monument seemed to be explaining to me the birth and development of the earthly immortal way. Lu Feng guessed. However, the more he read, the more mental energy he consumed. Lu Feng felt the more he struggled. However, a large amount of information was still transmitted into Lu Feng's consciousness. Earth Immortal Method, Spirit Realm Chapter. A method that Lu Feng was familiar with was immediately transmitted continuously. As Lu Feng's mental energy was consumed, Lu Feng remembered more and more information about the fundamental method of the Earth Immortal Dao. Soon, the entire method was memorized by Lu Feng. Sure enough, Chang Yaoxin, Su Lingzi and their fundamental methods of the Earth Immortal Dao all came from this heavenly tablet. Moreover, there are really some differences between the fundamental methods of the Earth Immortal Dao that I cultivated from others and the methods that I saw on this black heavenly tablet with my own eyes. Lu Feng looked at the black heavenly tablet in front of him and said in a daze. Although the Earth Immortal method, Spirit Realm chapter is the most basic method of the Earth Immortal Dao, compared with the Earth Immortal method that Lu Feng had learned before that could be cultivated to the Spirit Realm, the Earth Immortal method Spirit Realm chapter is more basic and detailed, and has no special attribute bias or any cultivation restrictions. People can cultivate, monsters can cultivate, even ghosts and monsters, as long as they memorize and comprehend the most basic method of the earthly immortal way. They don't even have to bother to disperse their power and cultivate again. As long as they can follow the method above, they can directly cultivate, and they can also melt the results of other cultivation systems in their bodies and start to turn to the earthly immortal way. In other words, even if it is the wizard civilization far away in the starry sky on the other side of the space gate, or other civilizations and forces in the starry sky, anyone, as long as they have the opportunity to comprehend the heavenly tablet and memorize the earthly immortal way on this heavenly tablet, then it won't take long for a large number of earthly immortals to appear in the starry sky. This method of accepting all comers, embracing everything, really opened Lu Feng's eyes. It turns out that earthly immortals can be cultivated in this way. Lu Feng reviewed the spiritual realm chapter of the earthly immortal way again, and suddenly a lot of insights came to his mind. Now looking back at his training and cultivation of King Mufuti when he was still in the spiritual realm stage, he felt that he was still too young at the time, and there were still a lot of things that were not done well, all flaws and omissions. If I can cultivate the spiritual realm stage of King Mufuti again, my current foundation can be at least 2 to 3 times stronger. My King Mufuti was already built very perfectly in the spiritual realm, and now there is still room for improvement. It's really a powerful method. Lu Feng sighed. How can ordinary earth immortals in the earthly immortal world have the convenience of relying on the wizard world and having a space gate to go back and forth between the two worlds to earn resources? Even Chang Yaoxin probably can't cultivate to the foundation I have now. That's it. My foundation actually needs to be supplemented and improved. This is the spiritual realm chapter of the earthly immortal method. Since Chang Yaoxin can take the lead in cultivating to the blessed land and the cave heaven, there should be more records of the method behind it. Lu Feng looked at the location of the spiritual realm chapter. He only read 1/10 of the black stone tablet, and there is still a lot of information behind it. If I can practice the chapter of blessed land and cave heaven, and add my resources in the wizard world, my foundation will definitely reach a terrifying level. By then, relying on my current talent, I think the Tower of Eternity will be a piece of cake. If Lu Feng can make further progress, he can earn more benefits in the wizard world. In the eternal city of wizard civilization, as long as he can climb the Tower of Eternity and defeat the enemies guarding the tower one by one, his status will be improved very quickly. Now he is just a little genius who has just reached the level of being able to obtain the right to live in the eternal city. He can only stay in the eternal city for more than a year at most. If he can go one step further, he can stay in the eternal city for longer, and the botanical garden can give him greater support. This powerful earth immortal basic method, I guess Chang Yaoxin and the others must be very puzzled after they comprehended it. With the resources of the earth immortal world, it is not easy to create the earth immortal spiritual realm, not to mention the perfect blessed land and perfect cave heaven behind. Could it be that Chang Yaoxin can't control himself from attacking the earth immortal world because he doesn't have enough resources in the earth immortal world and is unwilling to give up the in-depth practice of earth immortal method? Lu Feng said with a strange look on his face. At the same time, he also sighed for Chang Yaoxin's fate. If he was also in this earth immortal world, without the ability to shuttle between the two worlds, would he also be unable to see the way forward for his whole life and live unwillingly because of the limitation of resources after practicing until now? Putting himself in the shoes of Chang Yaoxin and bringing him into the environment he faced, Lu Feng now understands why Chang Yaoxin wanted to repay kindness with enmity and chose to attack the earth immortal world that gave birth to him and raised him. However, understanding is understanding. Lu Feng does not sympathize with Chang Yaoxin's current situation. Since he is standing on the opposite side, Chang Yaoxin has already found a way to die. Similarly, if Chang Yaoxin hadn't sent the heavenly tablet, Lu Feng wouldn't have seen the complete earthly immortal Dao inheritance recorded on the heavenly tablet. Keep reading. I'm now in the realm of blessed land. I can cultivate the blessed land well, and I'm not afraid of consuming any resources. Lu Feng said with a firm look. Anyway, Lu Feng's current cultivation consumption has been covered by the botanical garden. With a green branch that leads directly to the practice room of the verdant tower, he no longer needs to worry about the basic resources for daily practice. No matter how much he needs, the botanical garden will provide it. The people in the botanical garden don't know that he is practicing earthly immortal law. They only think that Lu Feng's wizard law is more powerful, so he needs a lot of basic cultivation resources. Using the resources of wizard civilization to practice earthly immortal law, in Lu Feng's view, isn't this a special kind of minotaur? Continuing to read, Lu Feng's eyes fell on the tadpole-like words below the spiritual realm chapter, and suddenly the information about the earthly immortal law blessed land chapter gradually came. The second chapter was still named in a simple way, but the cultivation method of the earthly immortal way was much more complicated and profound than the previous spiritual realm chapter, and the amount of information contained was also much greater. Even with Lu Feng's powerful mental power, he only read 1/10 of the earthly immortal way, blessed land chapter before he regrettably exhausted his mental energy and was forced to leave the hall space where the black sky tablet was located in a trance. Coming back to his senses, Lu Feng saw the huge evil of Elio in front of him at a glance. Elio, what happened to me just now? Did you find anything unusual? Chapter 416, Recultivating the Earthly Immortal Technique. Elio, who was serving Lu Feng, heard his question and replied subconsciously, abnormal, what abnormality? During Lu Feng's repeated confirmation, Elio, who was so close to him, did not find any abnormality at all. Master, you have been resting your head on my thighs and were about to look at the heavenly tablet. Why did you just take a look and then stop looking? Elio's question surprised Lu Feng. Lu Feng clearly remembered that in the heavenly tablet space just now, he consumed his spirit to record the earthly immortal law spiritual realm chapter and part of the blessed land chapter. This process took a lot of time. About 3 hours. But now, looking at Elio's reaction, it seems that he did not waste any time in the heavenly tablet space. Just a glance, he spent 3 hours in the heavenly tablet space. Whether it is the power of the spiritual space, or other possibilities involving the law of time, it undoubtedly once again verifies the uniqueness and power of the heavenly tablet. In addition, Lu Feng also tried to let Elio and the others watch the heavenly tablet. They also understood some information about the spiritual realm and blessed land of the earthly immortal law from the heavenly tablet after just one look. However, every time they watched and recorded the earthly immortal law, it was scattered, unlike Lu Feng who recorded all the information about the earthly immortal law in its entirety. Moreover, there was no heavenly tablet space in their memories. Every time they watched, they only felt that the heavenly tablet was infinitely magnified in their eyes, and then they were immersed in the Tao and the principles that the heavenly tablet told them. When they came back to their senses after exhausting their spirits, the information about the earthly immortal law had been stored in their memories. It seemed that how much of the secrets of the heavenly tablet they could understand depended entirely on luck. Such a difference made Lu Feng more curious. After comparative research, Lu Feng also tried to enter the heavenly tablet space again many times. As the information about the earthly immortal law in his memory increased, Lu Feng also guessed some clues. Ordinary people would lose their memories of the heavenly monument after watching it, but he was an exception. He could remember everything he saw in the heavenly monument space. Most likely, it was because his soul was protected and blessed by the space gate, which ensured that his memory was not problematic. Knowing that it was the space gate that brought him benefits, Lu Feng did not dwell on this little thing. Instead, he wholeheartedly comprehended the heavenly monument. After consuming his energy in the heavenly monument space, he returned to the earthly immortal world to rest. After resting, he continued to go to the heavenly monument space and expended his energy to read the tadpole-shaped characters that recorded the earthly immortal law. This went back and forth, and time passed. Constantly entering and exiting the heavenly monument space, a large amount of information was transmitted into Lu Feng's memory. At the same time, he also sorted out all the text information on the heavenly monument that recorded the earthly immortal law blessed land chapter. Looking down, Lu Feng felt an invisible resistance. Obviously, the content on the heavenly monument that he could read later was beyond Lu Feng's tolerance. However, it was enough for the time being. Just from the spirit realm chapter seen on the heavenly tablet, it would take a lot of time for Lu Feng to strengthen the foundation of Kingmu blessed land. As for the blessed land chapter, Lu Feng had only completed less than 1/3 of it according to the progress above. In the past, he cultivated Kingmu Blessed Land according to the cultivation methods he extracted from some long-standing sects in the earthly immortal world and Su Lingzi's memories. In most cases, he relied on the huge and easy-to-obtain resources of the wizard world to accumulate and break through the levels of cultivation in the Blessed Land. In this process, Lu Feng was not able to fully comprehend and understand the true mystery of the Blessed Land. Now that he has obtained the earthly immortal method Blessed Land chapter, Lu Feng looks back on his previous path of cultivating the Blessed Land and feels that he has wasted a lot of resources, and he has not yet refined the Kingmu Blessed Land to the best state. After Lu Feng memorized all of the earthly immortal method Blessed Land chapter, he immediately returned to the wizard world with a heavenly tablet. Now that I have the method, it is best to cultivate my Kingmu Fury well first. I cannot let the regrets in Kingmu Fury affect my future path. Lu Feng did not think about it anymore. He returned to the practice room in the Green Tower and sat cross-legged next to the Emerald Branch. After half a month, this practice room has been filled with pure crystals of heaven and earth energy. No one consumes it. The heaven and earth energy that escaped from the emerald branches can only be accumulated and concentrated in this practice room, and finally save so many energy crystals. Huh? Lu Feng sat in the center of the practice room, surrounded by crystals of heaven and earth energy. It is almost difficult for me to recultivate the Earth Immortal Method Spiritual Realm chapter now. It only takes some time and heaven and earth energy. Lu Feng closed his eyes and contemplated, and put his eyes into Kingmu Fury, and began to practice according to the content of the Earth Immortal Method Spiritual Realm chapter. In the origin space of Kingmu Fury in Lu Feng's body, the origin laws were sorted out by Lu Feng, intertwined with each other, and gradually condensed into silver runes. As time passed, the silver runes in the origin space of Kingmu Fury increased. In a blink of an eye, the origin space of Kingmu Fury seemed to be coated with a layer of silver film, and the mysterious aura of the silver runes spread out. Buzz! A large number of silver runes were arranged and combined in the origin space of Kingmu Fury, and then turned into silver lines, which began to flow, causing the silver runes in the entire origin space to begin a more mysterious fusion. Waves of inexplicable fluctuations spread out. Boom! With a flow of silver runes, the silver lines in this origin space finally merged into a huge origin divine pattern. This huge divine pattern also reflected the origin space, wrapping Lu Feng's body inside, causing his body to emit bursts of silver light. More mysterious and wonderful miracles began to appear my soul, my spirit, my body. Lu Feng had a feeling of returning to the mother's womb, and curled up his body in a daze. The silver light on his body slowly merged into a light cocoon with silver light, which completely wrapped Lu Feng's body inside, leaving no gaps. Growing, the energy of the heaven and earth that had been compressed into crystals around it began to melt at this moment. The silver light cocoon in the training room domineeringly devoured all the energy of the heaven and earth around it, as if it wanted to provide Lu Feng in the light cocoon with sufficient growth nutrients. In the comfortable and warm state, Lu Feng didn't know how long it had passed. Crack! Suddenly, a crisp sound rang out in the training room of the Green Tower. The light cocoon that had been placed in the center for a long time finally cracked a crack. Crack, crack, the cracks on the light cocoon became more and more, and finally a young man in white emerged from the light cocoon. It feels so good to be complete. Just practicing this step has doubled the operating efficiency of my Kingmu Fury. It's incredible. This method is really powerful. Lu Feng was very surprised. Now as the size of Kingmu Fury is getting bigger and bigger, it becomes more difficult for Kingmu Fury to go further every time. It requires more resources and more law perception. However, now it is just recultivating the complete Earth Fairy Method Spiritual Realm chapter, and it doesn't even consume much resources. It can achieve such a huge improvement. The cost is too small, and the gains are completely amazing. This time, he practiced the Earth Immortal Method, Spirit Realm chapter, and the price Lu Feng paid was very small. But this was because Lu Feng was now at the peak of the Morning Star Wizard, and had cultivated the Kingmu Spirit Realm into the Kingmu Blessed Land for quite some time. If he continued to practice the Earth Immortal Method, Blessed Land chapter, Lu Feng felt that the difficulty would increase all of a sudden. That being said, the complete Earth Immortal Method, Blessed Land chapter is more complete and more advanced than the Blessed Land cultivation methods I have obtained in the past. It is enough for me to cultivate the Kingmu Blessed Land to the peak level of the Blessed Land without any resistance. In this process, every progress is undoubtedly worthwhile, and the resources consumed are only the ordinary heaven and earth energy from the supergiant energy-absorbing ancient tree. Lu Feng's eyes were firm. Begin to practice the Earth Immortal Method, Blessed Land Chapter. Lu Feng did not hesitate and continued to practice cross-legged. The Kingmu Blessed Land was already a blessed land, but just like the flaws he had accidentally left when he cultivated and refined the Kingmu spirit realm before, the current Kingmu Blessed Land seemed to have been cultivated and refined well, but it also left many flaws. It seems that there is no impact now, but in the future, if Lu Feng wants to make further progress, the foundation he has laid now will eventually affect his future path. A slight mistake can lead to a great error. Now that he has a complete chapter on the Blessed Land, Lu Feng just took this opportunity to reorganize and adjust the Blessed Land cultivation progress of Kingmu Blessed Land, and then continue to move forward and make Kingmu Blessed Land a perfect Blessed Land. Time passes, and it is easy to forget the passage of time when practicing. I don't know how long it has been. When Lu Feng suddenly woke up from his practice, another 10 years had passed. The key from the Eternal City in his mind flickered slightly, as if reminding Lu Feng something. Let me climb the Eternal Tower as soon as possible. In the first 50 years of obtaining the qualification to live in the Eternal City, I must pass a level of the Eternal Tower, otherwise I will lose the opportunity to choose a master. Lu Feng was a little stunned. It turns out that climbing the Eternal Tower has such benefits. He has been busy all these years. First, he digested the insights of the space monument, and then he went to the earthly immortal world, completely defeated Chang Yaoxin and took the earthly immortal world into his pocket, and then he comprehended the heavenly monument and recultivated the spiritual realm and blessed land chapters of the earthly immortal law. He never stopped for a moment and was busy practicing. Lu Feng didn't expect that in the blink of an eye. It was already the 36th year since he entered the Eternal City. Time flies so fast that it is really hard to catch it. Lu Feng got up from the practice room. He didn't rush to the Eternal City to climb the tower and choose a master. Instead, he walked out of the practice room and came to the Verdant Tower. After decades of not seeing it, the Verdant Tower has changed a lot. After being protected by Lu Feng's reputation, the development of the Verdant Tower can be said to be changing with each passing day. At this time, the Verdant Tower that Lu Feng saw after he came out of retreat was almost a new wizard tower that he had never seen before. If it weren't for the old wizard tower of the Verdant Tower, which was a little old, standing in the central area of the Verdant Tower with a striking sign, Lu Feng really couldn't recognize that this was the Verdant Tower. Lu Feng didn't stay on these ordinary scenery for long. He wanted to find Teacher Tia, but it was a pity that Wizard Tia went out for something today, and Lu Feng couldn't find him after searching for a while. Unable to find Teacher Tia to reminisce and show off, Lu Feng found Wizard Leia and Alicia. After not seeing each other for many years, the three women were passionate, and Lu Feng had to use all his skills to resolve their longing. After resting for some time in the Verdant Tower, Lu Feng completely relaxed the negative emotions suppressed during the long retreat. He reluctantly said goodbye to Wizard Leia and others, and prepared to set off for the Eternal City to try. Using the key, the teleportation array rose under Lu Feng's feet. At the moment of flashing light, Lu Feng's body appeared in the 3-story building in Yonghang City that Lu Feng had chosen. The countdown in his mind began to flow, and Lu Feng did not bother to comprehend the origin of the earthly immortal world above his head. He went directly to the rooftop and sat cross-legged, then communicated with a key in his mind with his consciousness and entered the Dream Witch realm in Yongchang City. An infinitely high tower, exuding a bit of the aura of the space monument, appeared in front of Lu Feng. It was the space tower that symbolized the inspection standard of the space monument. When he came to the tower, there were not many practitioners trying to climb the space tower today. When Lu Feng came over, he saw the guardian of the space tower, Zenian. Respected Lord Zenian, hello. Lu Feng bowed and saluted. Lu Feng habitually maintained politeness and courtesy to those with strong strength. Lester, you were one of the newcomers more than 30 years ago. Tisk, you haven't tried the space tower once in all these years. It's really strange. But, it seems that you are sure of success this time. The guardian Zenian still remembered Lu Feng's appearance, and recalled the past, and said with a smile. The faint smile made the dragon man Zenian more amiable. Yes, I plan to climb a few floors of the tower to try. If possible, maybe I can choose a master. Lu Feng said with a smile. Oh, if you have ambition, try to climb up. The higher you climb, the better the reward, and the more powerful your teacher will be. If you climb high enough, you can even become the apprentice of some immortal level masters and ascend to heaven in one step. The guardian Xenian saw a sense of calmness and composure from Lu Feng, as if climbing the tower was very simple for Lu Feng, so he also had a little more expectation. I will work hard, Lord Guardian. Lu Feng nodded and said seriously. Climbing the tower can also make you worship an immortal wizard as your master. As the guardian evil thought said, this is really a chance to reach the sky in one step. Immortal wizards are really the best in wizard civilization. They are second only to the eternal ones in wizard civilization. Each of them is a great existence worthy of countless wizards to look up to. Let alone other things, even if it is just to worship a good master and hold a good thigh. Lu Feng also wants to climb the tower more, prove himself, and also for a bright future. Chapter 417, Break into the 8th floor of the tower. Opportunity is at hand. In the Dream Witch realm, on the square in front of the space tower, Lu Feng bid farewell to the guardian Xenian and stepped into the first floor of the space tower. Your Highness rest, welcome to the first floor of the space tower. You are here to challenge the first floor of the space tower. As soon as he entered the space tower, he saw a burly black-skinned demon wearing a black robe and with goat horns standing in the center of the first floor of the space tower. When it breathed, it was still emitting scorching flame power. Beside him was a flaming sword made of magma and metal. A powerful aura was emanating from his body. The demon seemed to have noticed Lu Feng's arrival, opened his eyes in confusion, looked at Lu Feng seriously, and asked with a smile. Yes, that's right. Lu Feng nodded. Haha, it's finally my turn to appear. I've been resting for decades. The flame demon picked up the flaming sword beside him and laughed happily. The sound shook the sky and resounded in all directions. Looking at the appearance of the flame demon, it seems to be the famous Baylor demon in the endless abyss. He is good at controlling fire, can walk and survive freely on the surface of magma and the sun, and also has a strong body that can crush stars. He is a high-level demon that can be praised in the endless abyss. Many demon lords in the endless abyss were born from Baylor demons and have made a great reputation in the starry sky. Your Highness rest, the rules of breaking through the space tower are very simple. You only need to kill the gatekeepers of each level of space, and you will be considered to have passed this level of the space tower. I, Baylor Demon, Drizzt, am the gatekeeper of the first level of the space tower. Baylor Demon Drizzt explained. Lu Feng nodded slightly. The rules are indeed simple and clear. Just kill all the way up, which just suits his mind. Let's get started. Let's do it. Lu Feng said bluntly. Haha, Your Highness rest, I'm going to do it. Baylor Fire Demon Drizzt howled excitedly, and immediately grabbed the burning flaming sword. With just one step, the entire ground shook violently, and the terrifying power exploded under his feet, and he rushed to Lu Feng in an instant. At the same time, the burning flaming sword was raised high, and as the flames rose, it turned into terrifying flaming sword energy and slashed down. Swish! Wherever the flaming sword energy passed, the space of heaven and earth seemed to be distorted and deformed in the burning of the flames, and the terrifying high temperature and power blocked all the space for Lu Feng's actions from all directions. In an instant, Baylor Fire Demon Drizzt's moves were amazingly fast, but in Lu Feng's eyes, Baylor Fire Demon Drizzt's strength and speed were lacking. It was more than enough to deal with ordinary Morning Star wizards, and even threaten some weak Moonlight wizards, but in front of Lu Feng, it was not enough. You want to hurt me with this? Lu Feng moved, his eyes were filled with murderous intent, and he threw a punch casually. The terrifying power gathered on his fist, carrying the power of the law, and directly collided with the flaming sword energy of the Baylor Flame Demon Drizzt. Go to hell. The gatekeepers will not die in this space tower. During the battle, Lu Feng can attack at will without worrying about anything else. Boom. With just a sound, during the collision, Baylor Flame Demon Drizzt's eyes showed fear, holding the flaming sword, and the whole demon flew backwards. With the flaming longsword in his hand, he stopped the flying body. Drizzt's face turned pale. He couldn't believe that in the same realm of cultivation, the power of the Morning Star Wizard's body could actually surpass their Baylor Flame Demon. The battle in the space tower was a special method to select geniuses. Lu Feng and his friends used ordinary Morning Star Wizard bodies without any special reinforcement or refining. As for Baylor Fire Demon Drizzt, They projected their original bodies and weapons into the Tower of Space in order to hone the combat capabilities of each challenger and test their understanding of the Monument of Space. If they were not as strong as Baylor Fire Demon Drizzt and wanted to pass through the Tower of Space with the body of an ordinary Morning Star Wizard, they would need Lu Feng and his team to burst out stronger power with their current bodies. All the power came from the laws they understood and the understanding of the Monument of Space. The more and deeper the understanding of the laws, the deeper the understanding of the Monument of Space, the stronger power they could burst out, so as to challenge the level and climb the tower. However, the challengers Baylor Fire Demon had seen in the past were all mysterious, and many of them used various witchcrafts to consume and torture him. Lu Feng was the first one who could fight him with pure power. In the past, he had only heard of such a genius wizard in conversations with other challengers. This time, Drizzt actually saw it. However, Baylor Tristana still underestimated Lu Feng's strength. When he just stabilized his body with a flaming sword, Lu Feng had already flashed in front of him at a very fast speed and threw punch after punch. Before Baylor Tristana could react, he was hit by hundreds of punches. Punches hit flesh and terrifying power burst out from Lu Feng's fists. A powerful Baylor Tristana was instantly turned into flour by Lu Feng's hands, dissipated in the air of heaven and earth, and flew everywhere. Baylor Tristana, die? The first floor of the space tower, the level has been successfully passed. Done. Next floor. Lu Feng waved his hand easily and stepped directly into the second floor of the space tower. It was easy and carefree, as if killing a Baylor Tristana was just a piece of cake. On the second floor of the space tower, a thin lizard man, holding a staff, surrounded by the breath of death, looked coldly at Lu Feng, who came to the second floor. Your Highness, rest. I am the gatekeeper of the second floor of the space tower. Before the gatekeeper of the second floor finished speaking, Lu Feng had already rushed out. Charge. Kill. Fighting. Lu Feng enjoyed every battle in the space tower to the fullest. After 10 years of sharpening a sword, after the baptism of the space monument and the cultivation of the heavenly monument in the earthly immortal world, Lu Feng's current strength has already transformed several times and reached an incredible level. In the earthly immortal world, he fought with Chang Yaoxin, and the gap in realm was a bit large. He had to rely on the heavenly heart seal of the earthly immortal world to pull his strength to the same level as Chang Yaoxin, but every step of the battle had to be cautious and not comfortable at all. In the wizard world, there are even more masters. Lu Feng can only shrink his neck and survive cautiously. He doesn't have the mood to fight with high-level wizards in a big way. In this space tower, due to the limitations of the body in the space tower, the enemies he faces are all powerful opponents with similar strength to him. Every opponent is worthy of his learning and respect. It is with these opponents that Lu Feng feels most comfortable when fighting. In the battle, he uses all his skills to fight a hearty battle, enjoying the passion and beauty of the battle, the joy of which is beyond the imagination of ordinary people. Lu Feng has a profound foundation, and more than 30 years of accumulation have given him sufficient confidence in this breakthrough. At least he can pass 7 or 8 levels. As Lu Feng thought, the first 4 levels were not stressful for him at all. He easily passed the 4th floor and came to the 5th floor of the space tower. On the 5th floor of the space tower, the gatekeeper here is a young silver-haired boy with a long sword on his back. Like Lu Feng, he is also a wizard, but this silver-haired boy is a strong man in the middle stage of the sun-shining wizard. If he can pass the 5th floor of the space tower, Lu Feng will have another chance to comprehend the space monument, and this opportunity is crucial. More than 30 years of accumulation have consumed Lu Feng's digestion of all the insights he had when he comprehended the space monument last time. This time, Lu Feng is determined to get the opportunity to comprehend the 5th floor. As the battle started, Lu Feng relied on his various laws of perception and gathered the power of many laws to bless himself. With his powerful strength, Lu Feng suppressed the silver-haired wizard. Although it was a bit difficult to win, he still passed the 5th floor of the space tower. Congratulations, Your Highness, rest. You have passed the 5th floor of the space tower. Based on a special node, you will get a chance to comprehend the space monument. The next node to get the opportunity to comprehend the space monument is the 10th floor of the space tower. Please keep up the good work. When he killed the gatekeeper of the silver-haired wizard, the evil voice of the gatekeeper sounded in Lu Feng's ears, and the countdown on the key of the Eternal City in his mind also had a mark of an opportunity to comprehend the space monument. With this mark, as long as Lu Feng is willing, He can go to the place they went last time and comprehend the space monument at any time. Your Highness, rest. Are you still going to continue? After passing the 5th level, your battle video has been uploaded to the archives of the wizard civilization. We have begun to match and select suitable teachers for you. Continue to break through the levels to show your combat ability, which can attract the attention of more excellent teachers. Do you want to continue? The evil voice of the guardian continued to sound. Hearing this, Lu Feng also understood the method of wizard civilization to choose teachers for them. Recalling the battle with the silver-haired wizard in the 5th level just now, Lu Feng felt that he was still unsatisfied. That was not his last strength. Lu Feng felt that he should be able to climb a few more levels and fight for his last strength. Continue to fight, continue to break through. Layer by layer, 3 days passed in a blink of an eye. Lu Feng finally broke through to the 8th floor of the space tower, but had no choice but to stop at the 9th floor of the space tower. The 9th floor of the space tower is a big hurdle. At this level, the strength of the gatekeeper has surpassed the peak of the Sunlight Wizard and began to enter the level of the Yuguang Wizard. As a Morning Star Wizard, Lu Feng used all his strength to attack the Yuguang Wizard. He even used the space origin law that he had just dabbled in, but he still failed to shake the gatekeeper of the Yuguang Wizard realm. Under the suppression of this great realm, the simple accumulation of laws has made Lu Feng unable to suppress the gatekeeper of the Yuguang realm. If he wants to continue to break through, he must raise the level of comprehension of the space monument. Lu Feng summed up his experience of failure and felt something in his heart. It happened that he had just got an opportunity to break through the 5th level of the space monument. Lu Feng was going to go back and rest. After recovering his spirit, he would come to the Eternal City again to use this opportunity. After walking out of the space tower, Lu Feng clearly felt that the evil thoughts of the guardians had improved a lot. Congratulations, Your Highness, rest. You have a deep understanding of the monument of space, and you are already among the best among your batch of newcomers. With your achievements, I believe that it won't be long before some teachers rush to invite you to be their apprentice. Guardian Zenian said gently. The strength shown by Lu Feng in the challenge made Guardian Zenian look at him with new eyes. Usually, he had not seen Lu Feng many times, but Lu Feng never came to challenge. As soon as he came, he broke through the 8th floor of the Tower of Space at an extremely fast speed and came directly to the front row of the same batch of geniuses. Oh. Then what rank can I get? Lu Feng was quite curious. He also wanted to know what level of genius wizards he could compete with his current strength. Guardian Zenian smiled slightly, and had guessed Lu Feng's thoughts long ago. He smiled and took out a golden list from his pocket and spread it in front of Lu Feng. Lu Feng took a look and found his name in the 3rd place. The 1st place was a wizard named Shikali, who made it to the 8th floor of the space tower. The 2nd place was a wizard named Flame, who made it to the 8th floor of the space tower. Because Flame took a shorter time to pass the 8th floor and lasted longer on the 9th floor, Flame ranked ahead of Lu Feng. Lu Feng memorized the names and images of the two of them. As for the wizards who were not as good as him, Lu Feng was too lazy to remember them. When they surpass him one day, it will not be too late for Lu Feng to remember their names. These two people are really geniuses. I have so many adventures and opportunities to have the strength I have today. They have the current strength by themselves. I really don't know what level of talent they have. I can only say that the wizard civilization has a profound foundation and has bred countless geniuses, Lu Feng sighed. After chatting with the Guardian Zenian for a few more words about the information of other challengers, Lu Feng focused on asking about the information of Flamei and Shikali. Without obtaining more information, Lu Feng left the Dream Witch realm and returned to the Eternal City. Through the key in his mind, Lu Feng directly submitted an application to the City Lord of the Eternal City for the opportunity to use the space monument to comprehend. Just after submitting the application, within a few seconds, Lu Feng received a reply from the City Lord of the Eternal City. Yes. Simple and clear. Walking out of his small building, Lu Feng ran quickly towards the City Lord's mansion of the Eternal City, racing against time. The time to live in the Eternal City is extremely precious, and Lu Feng doesn't want to waste a minute. Walking into the gate of the Eternal City Lord's mansion and coming to the familiar corridor, Lu Feng showed the Guardian of the Eternal Monument the application for the comprehended space monument and the permission from the City Lord. This batch of secret rooms of the space monument are in use, and it will be over in half a day. You wait with them for a while. The Guardian replied to Lu Feng. Chapter 418, Meeting Old Friends. an opportunity for breakthrough. After waiting for a while, the secret room where the monument of space was stored burst open with a loud noise, and a group of wizards with regretful faces exited the state of comprehension and walked out of the comprehension secret room. "It's your turn, go in." The guard nodded to Lu Feng and the others waiting. As soon as the voice fell, Lu Feng had already turned into a stream of light, followed the crowd, and walked into the secret room for cultivation. He rushed into the secret room and found a suitable position. He sat down on the spot, looking up at the monument of space in the chaotic mist, and began this precious opportunity for comprehension. The chaotic mist gradually dissipated, and the complete monument of space slowly appeared in Lu Feng's eyes. Looking at the monument of space again, Lu Feng still saw only the first picture on the monument of space, which was still the seed picture. But looking at it again, Lu Feng could still see a lot of insights from it. Reflecting with the Earth Immortal Method Spiritual Realm chapter and Blessed Land chapter, all kinds of insights about the way of space suddenly came to his mind, and as he watched, they were integrated into Lu Feng's understanding of the law. When watching the space monument, Lu Feng always felt that time passed very quickly. In just a blink of an eye, the chaotic fog in front of his vision had a tendency to cover the space monument, and the door of the secret room behind him opened again. "Alice, the time to watch the space monument is always so short. I have to work hard and try to see it again next time." Lu Feng stood up regretfully and walked out of the secret room. Behind him, the space monument covered by the fog had already emerged with a second picture of the space monument, germination. Space is born from seeds and begins with germination. Greeting the guardian of the space monument, Lu Feng recalled the feeling of watching the space monument just now, and walked out of the city lord's mansion slowly. Just as he walked to the small building where he practiced, he saw that the Blade of Judgment who lived next door to him had just opened the door of the small building and was about to enter. "Lester, I haven't seen you for many years. It seems that you have become stronger again." Seeing Lu Feng again after more than 30 years, the Blade of Judgment greeted him with some surprise. After not seeing each other for so many years, the edge of Blade of Judgment has become more restrained, and the whole person has become a lot more easygoing. However, from the strong murderous aura emanating from him, Lu Feng can also see that Blade of Judgment has participated in many battles and killings in recent years. Blade of Judgment comprehends the demon god's monument, and walks the path of slaughtering gods and strengthening himself. From the moment he made the choice, Blade of Judgment has been destined to fight the gods of the god civilization to the end. Killing and fighting will accompany Blade of Judgment for the rest of his life, until Blade of Judgment grows to a certain extent, or he dies. Haha, I'm just practicing normally, and my strength growth is just like that. It has improved a little, but not much. Lu Feng smiled modestly. Really? I don't believe it. Knowing Lu Feng's modesty, Blade of Judgment smiled. However, he didn't ask more about this. The two hadn't seen each other for a long time, and Lu Feng also entered the small building of Blade of Judgment. At the hospitality of Blade of Judgment, they chatted for a while. When the Blade of Judgment heard that Lu Feng had passed the 8th floor of the space tower, he was also surprised. The Blade of Judgment believed that his talent was far superior to Lu Feng, but now more than 30 years later, he had only passed the 7th floor of the Demon God Tower. The number of floors of the Demon God Tower is the same as that of the Space Tower, both are 9,981 floors. The difficulty of each floor is to test the level of comprehension of the Demon God Monument of the Challenger, and the difficulty is the same as that of the Space Tower. Lu Feng's ability to pass the 8th floor means that Lu Feng's strength has surpassed the Blade of Judgment, which is beyond doubt. Knowing that Lu Feng has surpassed himself silently, the Blade of Judgment still couldn't help but be surprised. After all, it is not pleasant to be caught up by the latecomers. The Blade of Judgment is not a narrow-minded and jealous person. After being surprised for a while, he was sincerely happy for Lu Feng. After all, Lu Feng can be regarded as his good friend, and it is naturally a happy thing to see his good friend's strength improve. By the way, there is another important thing. After you pass the 5th floor of the Space Tower, you should have the right to choose a teacher in the wizard civilization to guide you in your practice. I don't know if you have made a good choice. This choice is very critical. Hearing Lu Feng talking about how he had just reached the 8th floor of the Space Tower in one breath, Blade of Judgment seemed to have thought of something and reminded Lu Feng. I know that. Lu Feng nodded. Choosing a teacher at this stage can basically determine their future development direction in the wizard civilization. Finding a teacher who can guide them on the road of practice and has a good temper can help them avoid many detours in their future development in the wizard civilization. Everyone knows this. Blade of Judgment couldn't help but say, but I heard that there is a trick to choosing a teacher. The trick? Lu Feng asked in confusion. According to his own understanding, isn't it just to select a teacher who meets your requirements from a list given by the wizard civilization, such as a teacher who is good at the law of space, a teacher who is good at the integration of multiple laws, and a teacher who is good at boxing and kicking, and then submit an application and wait for the consent of the selected teacher? The teachers of Lu Feng and other talented wizards are at least powerful wizards in the universe realm. Some outstanding wizards can even be favored by great wizards in the immortal realm. Of course, it is still difficult for a genius wizard in the Morning Star realm to be favored by a powerful wizard in the immortal realm and accepted as an apprentice. After Lu Feng knew this, he did not think much about it. With Lu Feng's talent and strength, he was already satisfied to have a wizard in the universe C realm as a teacher. As for a better and more powerful teacher, Lu Feng had no idea at all. He was very clear about his own strengths. Of course there is a trick. The Blade of Judgment on the opposite side smiled and said, I know that in addition to choosing and applying for teachers yourself, there is another way to find a teacher, that is, let the teacher who likes you choose you. Then, you can choose a teacher that suits you. This is more efficient and easier to be favored by a powerful wizard in the immortal realm, and the possibility of being accepted as an apprentice is greatly increased. Oh, there is such a saying. Lu Feng nodded, feeling that it made sense. Disciples choose teachers, and teachers choose students. It is a two-way choice. Wizard civilization does not have any mandatory regulations in this regard. A person can worship many teachers, and a teacher can also accept many apprentices. When an amazing genius appears among the newcomers every time, it is naturally as dazzling as the golden words shining in the sand, enough to attract countless powerful wizards who want to accept apprentices. At that time, there are many choices and opportunities. It will be easier to choose a teacher that suits you. Lu Feng has now reached the 8th floor of the space tower. As long as he works harder and tries to break through the 8th floor of the space tower in the first 50 years of entering the Eternal City, he can improve his combat effectiveness to the level of Yuguang Wizard. At that time, Lu Feng's talent will be certified by the space tower. At that time, he will be light-glowing, and completely exposed to the eyes of those powerful wizards who want to find apprentices. The relationship between master and apprentice in the starry sky even exceeds the blood relationship, because of the long-term survival, such as living for tens of thousands of years. Even if you have the ability to let your relatives live for hundreds of thousands of years, they will still die one day. When the loved ones died one by one, the descendants who were separated by who knows how many generations may not have seen each other for many times, and finally died of old age. This kind of relationship cannot stand the test of time. How can the relationship be compared with that of master and apprentice? Master and apprentice, the teacher teaches the apprentice becomes stronger, and perhaps in the future, the apprentice can also become a powerful helper to the teacher. Just like the master Di that Lu Feng worshipped when he was in the Green Tower. Lu Feng has cultivated to this point now. With his status and position, the help he gives can make teacher Di worry-free for the rest of his life. After understanding this, Lu Feng just casually looked at the information and specialties of the teachers given by the Eternal City, and did not make a decision immediately. He was only one step away from the 9th floor of the Tower of Space. If he tried hard, the bicycle would become a motorcycle. Lu Feng also had a small ambition in his heart. Anyway, there was only this floor left, and he also wanted to struggle and fight for a bright future for himself. Anyway, even if he failed, Lu Feng would not lose anything. At most, it delayed the time to choose a teacher. After more than 30 years, Lu Feng doesn't need this little time. Give it a try. If you fail, you can just come back and choose a teacher. He had a good chat with Blade of Judgment. Blade of Judgment also mentioned that he had recently joined a starry battlefield and often fought with the gods of the god civilization. The god-given continent that was discovered by the wizard civilization because of Lu Feng's handiwork had long been transformed in these years and became the battlefield outpost for the wizard civilization to fight against the god civilization. Now Blade of Judgment is in this frontline starry battlefield, fighting with the god civilization. Today, he finally got the time to rest and had the opportunity to return to this eternal city, return to his small building to recover his physical strength, and digest the gains from today's battle. During the chat, Blade of Judgment also told Lu Feng many interesting stories about his time in the starry battlefield, as well as the unforgivable crimes committed by the gods in the other planes. Some of them even made Lu Feng want to rush into the starry battlefield to bring those hostile gods who committed heinous crimes to justice. Of course, these are just Lu Feng's verbal thoughts. If he really wants to go to the starry sky battlefield now, Lu Feng is absolutely unwilling. He is still young and weak. He is only a small wizard in the Morning Star realm. It is too early for him to serve the wizard civilization. What he needs most now is to practice well and improve his realm combat power. When Lu Feng's magic skills are perfect, he has learned a lot and there is no more room for improvement. Only then will he go to the starry sky battlefield to strive for the sublimation of spirit and will in the battle, and learn and improve from the corpses of the enemy in the battle. After chatting with the Blade of Judgment, Lu Feng returned to his small building and came to the rooftop of the small building. This time Lu Feng was not in a hurry to leave the Eternal City. Since he started to challenge the Space Tower, Lu Feng has also found a way to obtain the right to live in the Eternal City. Every time he passes a level of the Space Tower, he can get a certain amount of living time. Now that he has passed the 8th level of the Space Tower, the living time he has obtained has exceeded 10 years. With such a large amount of time to live in, Lu Feng naturally wanted to stay in this Eternal City for a few more days. He took this opportunity to try to look up at the sky and watch the huge origin of the wizard world in the sky. The origin of the wizard world is huge and great, containing all the principles and truths of the wizard world. Watching the origin of the wizard world and pursuing the principles and truths in the origin of the world are of great benefit to wizards and understanding the laws and comprehending the eternal monument. Lu Feng has just used up an opportunity to comprehend the monument of space. Now he will look at the origin of the wizard world again. While watching, he will also be able to digest the insights from the monument of space more easily. Sitting on the rooftop of the small building, Lu Feng carefully observed the origin of the world and the world of the wizard world for the first time. The wizard world was created by countless powerful wizards, who spent countless years and consumed a large number of different planes to cultivate the current wizard world. Compared with it, King Mufudi is like a drop in the ocean, small and humble. Observing the origin of this world, Lu Feng quickly digested the insights he gained from the space monument, one by one, and became the nourishment for his strength improvement. The Earth Immortal Law, Spirit Realm Chapter and Blessed Land Chapter that he had previously comprehended from the Heavenly Monument also emerged in his mind at this time. After comprehending and practicing again, more insights and mysteries surged into his mind, engraved in his heart, and became the solid foundation of his strength. Time passed, and a month passed in a blink of an eye. Lu Feng gained a lot from observing the origin of the world of the Earth Immortal world. Leaving the Eternal City, Lu Feng continued to return to the Verdant Tower. Back in the training room filled with the rich energy of heaven and earth, Lu Feng divided 5 points of his mind to sort out the various insights he gained from this trip to the Eternal City, and the other 5 points of his mind led King Mu Blessed Land to continue absorbing the abundant energy of heaven and earth in the training room, and strengthened and cultivated King Mu Blessed Land according to the Blessed Land chapter of the Earth Immortal Law. The understanding of the space monument is important, and Lu Feng's cultivation is equally important. In this way, Lu Feng has been immersed in practice and understanding, and he is completely unaware of the rapid passage of time around him. In the blink of an eye, 10 years passed quietly through his fingers. On this day, in the training room of the Verdant Tower, a terrifying aura suddenly erupted and spread out, suppressing the surrounding wizards to the ground. Teal Wizard, Alicia, Leia Wizard and others hurried over after hearing the news. Seeing this scene and feeling Lu Feng's increasingly strong aura, they all showed joy on their faces. Breakthrough, rest finally broke through. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 419, Golden Divine Pattern, Advancement to Moonlight Wizard. In the practice room of the Green Tower surrounded by people, Lu Feng sat in meditation, and the energy of heaven and earth in the practice room was pouring into his body crazily. Also affected by Lu Feng, the energy of heaven and earth pouring out from the green branches of the small tree became larger for a while, just to meet the needs of Lu Feng's breakthrough. At this time, Lu Feng's mind was all focused on the King Mufudi in his body. Inside the King Mufudi, in warehouses one by one, A large number of crystals of heaven and earth energy were also volatilized into pure heaven and earth energy and integrated into every corner of King Mufudi, preparing for the breakthrough of King Mufudi. Not only the energy of heaven and earth, but also the residents of King Mufudi were listening to the official guidance of King Mu civilization at this moment. Thousands of households and almost all people were continuing their spirits, preparing to pray for King Mufudi devoutly when King Mufudi was promoted, and contributing their strength. Lu Feng was also paying attention to the changes in King Mufudi at this time, and of course a large part of his spirit was concentrated in the origin space of King Mufudi. After practicing the Earth Immortal method, Spirit Realm, a silver divine pattern composed of countless origin runes, which was created by the origin of King Mufudi, condensed in the origin space of King Mufudi. At this time, as Lu Feng practiced the Earth Immortal method, Blessed Land, the silver divine pattern in the origin space of King Mufudi, also underwent a transformation with Lu Feng's practice. The number of silver divine patterns was growing at a crazy speed. When the number of silver divine patterns surged to cover the origin space of the entire King Mufudi, it even covered every corner of King Mufudi. Wherever the silver divine pattern passed, Lu Feng's control over King Mufudi went to a higher level. The entire Blessed Land was more closely connected with his body and spirit, and he could use it as easily as his arm and fingers. Even Lu Feng's ability to control the creatures inside King Mufudi was better. These silver divine patterns finally underwent a transformation from quantity to quality, and a golden divine pattern was born from countless silver divine patterns. As soon as this golden divine pattern appeared, the silver divine pattern that was spread all over King Mufudi was completely hidden in the root of King Mufudi. The golden divine pattern not only contained all the uses of the silver divine pattern, but also greatly strengthened the connection between Lu Feng's body and King Mufudi. A golden divine pattern was generated, and Lu Feng was surprised to find that his flesh and blood seemed to have undergone some changes with the appearance of the golden divine pattern. Lu Feng followed the induction in his heart and slightly manipulated it. He saw a golden divine pattern permeating King Mufudi and immediately combined with a particle in his body. In an instant, the particle in Lu Feng's body that was connected to the golden divine pattern underwent earth-shaking changes. The tiny body particles suddenly became crystal clear like gems, forming a small space shaped like King Mufudi. The power of King Mufudi was transmitted into the particles of Lu Feng's body along the golden divine pattern, and the tiny particles suddenly became a small derivative space of King Mufudi. Snap! As the tiny particles took shape, Lu Feng clearly felt that King Mufudi had added another space, which came from this tiny body particle transformed by the golden divine pattern. In Lu Feng's eyes, the tiny body particles surrounded King Mufudi's body in the soul core of his body, like stars around the moon, closely connected and complementary. Compared with the insignificant space added by King Mufudi, Lu Feng was more concerned about the changes in his body caused by the completion of the Earth Immortal Method Fudi chapter and the condensation of the golden divine pattern. Each derivative of the golden divine pattern will transform a tiny particle that makes up his body, and each tiny body particle can also bring additional power to his body that already contains powerful power. From this perspective, it is undoubtedly a great thing that can enhance his strength. Moreover, these benefits brought by the Earth Immortal Method Fudi chapter and the transformation of his body are also somewhat similar to the final mystery of the Immortal Method Flower Blossom world that he himself comprehended, the body into a blessed land. Lu Feng had a hunch that once he had completely mastered the Blessed Land chapter of this earthly immortal technique, he would be able to maintain the effect and increase of the final secret of the immortal art flower blooming world, which was to turn his body into a blessed land. If this could be achieved, how powerful would his power be by then? Lu Feng felt that he had a promising future. It had been some time since he had practiced the earthly immortal technique, Blessed Land chapter. To date, the number of golden divine patterns in the origin space of Lu Feng's King Mu Blessed Land has reached 1/10,000th of the tiny particles in his body. According to Lu Feng's count, there were a total of 6 trillion tiny particles that made up his body, which was only 1/10,000th of the amount. There were also 6 billion tiny body particles that were transformed by the golden divine patterns and turned into tiny spaces filled with the aura of King Mu Blessed Land, surrounding the body of King Mu Blessed Land and merging into the volume of King Mu Blessed Land. Each tiny body particle is very weak and fragile, but when the number increases, the 6 billion tiny body particles gathered together are also a huge force. This force fills Lu Feng's body, and immediately allows Lu Feng to break through the threshold from Morning Star Wizard to Moonlight Wizard, and successfully advanced without any waves. After the Morning Star Wizard, in the process of practicing wizard magic, every major realm upgrade is a comprehensive transformation of the life level and soul origin. At this time, Lu Feng sat cross-legged in the practice room with a calm face, but his spiritual ocean was undergoing earth-shaking changes. The spiritual power that had already condensed into a solid in the spiritual ocean was boiling again. Located in the center of the spiritual ocean, immersed in the vast spiritual power, the soul core that shines like a star is also undergoing a dramatic transformation at this time. The vast spiritual power and energy in the body are frantically integrated into Lu Feng's soul core, participating in this earth-shaking transformation. Crack! Lu Feng's soul core, which was like the morning star, continued to expand during the transformation process, just like the bright moon at night slowly rising from the dark and deep spiritual power ocean. After the crescent-like moon slowly rose from the spiritual power ocean, the clean and clear moonlight projected from the crescent-like moon, illuminating Lu Feng's spiritual power ocean, and also passed through the barrier of his spiritual space and shone into Lu Feng's body, intending to bring about the transformation of Lu Feng's flesh and blood body to the moonlight realm. This time, the transformation from the Morning Star Wizard to the Moonlight Wizard was a natural outcome. The moonlight shining from the spiritual power space and bringing about the transformation of Lu Feng's body was also snatched away by the 6 billion tiny body particles in Lu Feng's body that were filled with the aura of the King Mu Futi. In every tiny body particle space, the glory of the moonlight hangs high in the sky, and the breath of King Mu Futi sinks slightly, creating a vast King Mu Futi scene, with a vast King Mu continent, the energy-absorbing ancient trees that connect the sky and the earth, and the empty and lonely starry sky. In a trance, the tiny body particles in Lu Feng's body seemed to have become replicas and projections of King Mu Futi, exuding a richer breath of King Mu Futi, and the power filled was also stronger. The moonlight power from the spiritual space also poured into King Mu Futi, and suddenly the moon hanging in the starry sky of King Mu Futi seemed to have its origin, and the scattered moonlight was full of Lu Feng's moonlight. The creatures bathing in such moonlight in King Mu Futi were all quietly changing under the influence of the moonlight. A few days ago, he helped the earthly immortal world rebuild a moon in the earthly immortal world. In a blink of an eye, he transformed a new moon in his own King Mu Futi. Promoting to the Morning Star Wizard affects the starry sky of King Mu Futi, and promoting to the Moonlight Wizard affects the moon in King Mu Futi. Then what aspects of King Mu Futi will be affected by the Sunlight Wizard and the Cosmic Light Wizard? The sun, space, and time. Lu Feng sighed, looking forward to it. The promotion to the Moonlight Wizard was a natural outcome, and Lu Feng's aura gradually stabilized. He had accumulated too much, and the promotion to the Moonlight Wizard was already a sure thing. Lu Feng had never been in a hurry to break through, just letting nature take its course. After the changes of the promotion to the Moonlight Wizard were completely stabilized and the funeral affairs in King Mu Futi were arranged, Lu Feng tidied his clothes and walked out of the training room of the Verdant Tower with a smile on his face. As soon as he went out, he saw the people who had been waiting outside the training room for a long time. I succeeded. From now on, I, Rest, am also a Moonlight Wizard. Lu Feng smiled and announced this happy news to Tia Wizard and others. Ha ha ha, I knew you could do it, Rest. From the day I accepted you as my wizard apprentice, I felt that you would definitely soar to the sky in the future. Now you have reached the level of Moonlight Wizard. Wizard Tia also had a smile on her face, and pulled the wizard Natasha next to her to brag about her good eyesight. Lu Feng shook his head and did not expose the boasting of teacher Tia. When he became a wizard apprentice, he was not a genius, but just a small person with ordinary talent. At most, he had some talent in the art of refining potions, which made him more popular in front of Wizard Tia. Wizard Tia never praised him like that. However, after he returned to the trendy secondary continent, he took off directly after getting the opportunity to travel between the two worlds. Teacher Tia's praise was endless, and he said all kinds of outrageous compliments. Recently, he even said outrageously, his apprentice Rest has the appearance of immortality. Such outrageous boasting made Lu Feng speechless. That is to say, the wizard civilization is extremely harmonious. If in the stories of Lu Feng's previous life, Wizard Tia had boasted about Lu Feng like this, he would have been unable to sleep and eat well, and he would always have to be careful that the enemies who disliked him would take his life and strangle him in the cradle. Lester, you are awesome. Congratulations, you are ahead of us and become a Moonlight Wizard. We will also work hard. Following Wizard Tia's praise and boasting, congratulations from Wizard Leia, Alicia, and Melia also followed. For a while, there was a lively and jubilant scene in front of the training room of the Verdant Tower. Lu Feng also happily invited everyone to hold a lively banquet to celebrate his successful promotion to Moonlight Wizard. The lively banquet lasted for 3 days and 3 nights. The entire Green Tower was once again immersed in a joyous and lively atmosphere. The wizards in the Green Tower felt that time passed so quickly. It had only been a short time since the last time the entire Wizard Tower celebrated. Now the entire Wizard Tower was once again very lively because of the progress of the Wizard Rest. The Wizard Rest was really amazing. If he could make faster progress, the low-level wizards like them would be able to make a fortune because of the celebration of the Green Tower. After the celebration, most of the joy and happiness brought by Lu Feng's promotion to the Moonlight Wizard was gone. The impact of his promotion on the outside world was still handled by the wizard Tia, just like the last time he entered the Eternal City and obtained the qualification to live there. After doing this many times, the wizard Tia had already gained experience in handling it. Anyway, the Green Tower would reap the long-term benefits first, and the visible and accessible benefits and resources would be given to Lu Feng to satisfy his daily practice and the cultivation of the Kingmu Futi. Without the interruption of external affairs, Lu Feng also took a short vacation for himself, accompanied Leia, the wizard, and Alicia to have a good time in the botanical garden. While enjoying life, he also relaxed his tense spirit. Cultivation and comprehension is also a tiring job that consumes mental energy. Lu Feng is not a puppet and needs rest. Only by combining work and rest and relaxing in moderation can we continue to practice more efficiently and move towards a more distant future. A month later, after compensating Leia, the wizard, and the 3 girls, Lu Feng, who had relaxed, returned to the practice room of the Verdant Tower to continue practicing. Time passed, and another 20 years passed in the blink of an eye. At this level of Lu Feng and his friends, the passage of time is not so meaningful to them. In the past 20 years, Leia, the wizard, and the 3 girls have made breakthroughs under Lu Feng's careful guidance and the sufficient supply of heaven and earth energy in the practice room, reaching the level of Yuhu Wizard. In a short period of time, the Green Tower has had 4 Moonlight Wizards in charge, and they are well known in the surrounding area. Wizard Tia has already lived a very comfortable life, just relying on the reputation of Lu Feng and others. Originally, he was also an ordinary Morning Star Wizard who had just joined the Morning Star Wizard not long ago. In order to practice daily and accumulate resources to build the Rising Plane Gate, he was a hard-working worker. But in just a few decades, the Green Tower has seen the rise of Lu Feng and the joining of Wizard Leia and others. Wizard Tia has been a little tired of receiving tributes from nearby forces. The resources for daily practice are so abundant that they can't be used up even if they try hard. For the 4th level wizard, the Plane Gate, a great treasure artifact, was built by Wizard Tia when he was in the middle stage of the Morning Star Wizard. These changes directly left his former Morning Star Wizard friends far behind. Whenever he gets together with friends to chat, the wizard Hongye is always the most beautiful boy in the party, always pretending to be the most beautiful among the envy and jealousy of many Morning Star Wizards. A good fantasy book about 2 worlds, created by an excellent old author, it is worth reading. Chapter 420, The Gate of the Plains, Stepping into the Starry Sky. In the training room of the Green Tower, Lu Feng was holding a portal shining with silver-white spacelight, and was curiously studying, is this the most legendary artifact in the wizard civilization, the Plane Gate? After being promoted to the Moonlight Wizard, Lu Feng's Moonlight Wizard level cultivation has been completely settled and mastered. At the same time, he also collected a set of materials for the artifact Plane Gate from the tribute of the nearby wizard organization. After some refining, Lu Feng finally had his own Plane Gate. In the past, Lu Feng had the Treasure Space Gate, and the need for the artifact Plane Gate was not very urgent, but now he has become a Moonlight Wizard, his strength has greatly increased, and his family has become much richer, so building a Plane Gate of his own has become a task he must complete. As a relatively special artifact in the wizard civilization, the Plane Gate can not only complete large-scale space transmission across the starry sky, but also a special growth-type wizard secret treasure that can be refined into the wizard's internal plane to assist the growth of the wizard's internal plane. Lu Feng played with a Plane Gate in his hand, and after getting familiar with its functions, he refined this Plane Gate into his Kingmu Blessed Land. In Kingmu Blessed Land, the Plane Gate transformed into a silver-white portal and floated into the origin space of Kingmu Blessed Land. Once it entered the core of King Mu's blessed land, the golden divine pattern created by the Earth Immortal method that enveloped this origin land immediately quickly climbed onto the plane gate like a shark smelling blood. One golden divine pattern after another climbed onto it, and Lu Feng only felt that the connection between himself and this plane gate was rapidly deepening. The golden divine pattern not only strengthened the fine particles in Lu Feng's body, and trained his body into a special physique that incarnated the blessed land, but also assisted Lu Feng in refining some artifacts and magic weapons, making it easier for him to control and use them. When the golden divine pattern in King Mu's blessed land penetrated the entire plane gate, Lu Feng was considered to have completely refined this plane gate. At the same time, Lu Feng discovered that the treasure in the depths of his soul, the space gate, seemed to want to join in the fun, and was trying to send down some power to try to transform this plane gate. Lu Feng felt it for a while, and found nothing wrong with the power sent down by the space gate, so he agreed to the action of the space gate. In an instant, a subtle space force turned into a portal-shaped divine rune mark, which fell from the space gate in Lu Feng's soul and flew to the plane gate with a gold border in the origin space of King Mu Futi. The plane gate had no ability to hinder the portal-shaped divine rune mark, and was directly hid into the deepest origin of the plane gate by the mark of the space gate, and the whole plane gate was located at the core. The core of the plane gate was originally a group of witchcraft cores constructed by a large number of runes, but at this time, the door-shaped divine rune mark of the space gate broke in, just like a wolf king came to a pack of dogs, exerting a little force and roaring, and then subdued many witchcraft runes, making them surround the door-shaped space gate divine rune mark. After the transformation of the divine mark of the space gate, Lu Feng used the plane gate again. He felt that the plane gate was very easy to use. Wherever he thought, the space portal opened by the plane gate could reach him. Not only can it carry out long-distance space transfer, but it can also assist Lu Feng in some short-distance instant movement and space shuttle, which can also play a significant role in battle. Such changes are novel and not available in the original plane gate. Controlling the plane gate, Lu Feng felt, so, with the power of the plane gate, I can now control some of the power of space, vaguely touch the power of the origin of space, and reach the ability of the Yuguang wizard at the king level. In a sense, it also allows me to play some of the power of the space gate in public. The power of the space gate that allows Lu Feng to shuttle between the two worlds is unquestionable, but this is ultimately Lu Feng's golden finger. The benefits are too huge, and Lu Feng is unwilling to trust even the strong men of the wizard civilization. But the power of the space gate is too strong. With a plane gate that has been transformed by the space gate, he can also use the plane gate to show his understanding of the origin of space. The plane gate is a divine artifact. The Leia wizard has a rich family background and has built his own plane gate. When we reach the Moonlight Wizard realm, we can also try to explore the starry sky and find some planes in the starry sky. When we reach the Moonlight Wizard realm, we have to spend a lot of resources to practice on weekdays. The Verdant Tower alone can't supply our daily practice. Looking at Lu Feng playing with the novelty of the plane gate, Leia wizard, who was in the practice room, thought about it and suggested, "No problem, I still have the reward of living in the Eternal City. With this emerald green supergiant energy-absorbing ancient branch, we don't need to worry about the practice resources for the three of you." Listening to Leia wizard's proposal, Lu Feng frowned and didn't agree very much. He is now in his prime, and the best thing he should do is to stay in the wizard world honestly, practice well, continue to comprehend the laws, comprehend the secrets, and continue to climb the space tower. The starry sky has always been very dangerous. If he can avoid it, Lu Feng doesn't really want to go. I'm afraid it won't work. This green branch is the reward you get for staying in the Eternal City. You can use it alone on weekdays. If we occupy this green branch and fleece the botanical garden, it will violate the principle of fair trade among wizards. This is contrary to our philosophy. This is not appropriate. Besides, with this almost unlimited supply of resources, the botanical garden is not a sucker. This is just an initial investment provided to you. When your cultivation level reaches a certain level in the future, you will have to pay it back intact. Alicia shook her head and rejected Lu Feng's proposal. She has already mentioned the wizard's belief principles, which means that she has made up her mind in her heart and is unwilling to continue to stay in Lu Feng's territory and continue to eat his soft rice. Leia, Alicia, and Melia were all once genius wizards in the botanical garden. Although they were not as dazzling as Lu Feng, they all performed well in the trials of the Blood God's Tower of Babel. They were not weak women who could not even tie a chicken. They were all powerful wizards who had reached the level of moonlight wizards. They could dominate the starry sky and even control a powerful existence in an alien plane. Since they wanted to go to the starry sky and said it, Lu Feng knew that he could not stop them. Besides, we have been here for many years, and it is time for us to go out and try our luck. The growth of a wizard is not just about practicing blindly, but also about sharpening one's spirit and will in battle. Only a strong spirit and soul can support us to move towards a more distant place in the future. Melia also agreed. Okay, since you have made up your mind, I will accompany you. Miria is right. Since I left the blood trial land, I have been in the wizard world for too long. It is time to venture into the starry sky. Lu Feng hesitated and made a decision. A month later, in the starry sky hall of the botanical garden. The starry sky is a mysterious, dangerous, rich place with countless opportunities. It is a place that carries countless planes. Theoretically, as long as you keep flying up to the sky, you can enter the starry sky, but in fact, in the wizard world, absolutely no one does this. Because the sky of the wizard world is too high and vast, there are countless defense facilities in the sky close to the starry sky to prevent the invasion of enemies from other planes. Layer upon layer, like a net, there is no place for people to pass. If a wizard attempts to fly into the starry sky from the sky without permission, he will be attacked by the countless defense arrays and bases arranged in the sky. Even a powerful wizard above the sun wizard cannot withstand the firepower baptism of a defense array. Therefore, if you want to go on an adventure in the starry sky, travel in the starry sky, or take an adventure, you can only enter the starry sky through the teleportation array of the 9 wizard organizations or the plane gate. At the same time, you can also rely on the coordinates of the wizard world of the major wizard organizations to locate, so as not to get lost in the starry sky, and return to the wizard world according to the coordinates. If you enter the starry sky without the coordinates of the wizard world, even a wizard in the Yuguang realm will get lost in the starry sky. If you want to return to the original plane, you can only rely on luck. The starry sky hall of the botanical garden gathers all the starry sky maps explored in the territory of the botanical garden, wizard civilization. As long as you pay enough resource contribution points and reach the level of Yuhu wizard, you can copy a starry sky territory map here, and then choose a suitable area to explore the starry sky adventure. A young man in a black robe came to the front of the starry sky hall along a passage. The person who came was Lu Feng. Lu Feng took a deep look at the starry sky hall and strode into the starry sky hall. In the starry sky palace, a handsome young wizard was sitting in front of a counter, reading a book carefully. The young wizard looked up and saw Lu Feng, and asked with a smile, "This is the starry sky palace. I am Wizard Horton. Which wizard are you?" Lu Feng handed his identity badge to Wizard Horton and said, "I am the Moonlight Wizard Rest of the Verdant Tower. This is my identity badge. I came here this time to explore the starry sky." It turned out to be Wizard Rest. Wizard Horton's face suddenly changed slightly, and he became more enthusiastic. "Brother Rest, the starry sky is very dangerous. Even powerful wizards at the level of sunlight wizards are in danger of falling if they enter it. Have you really considered it? The starry sky is full of dangers, let alone moonlight wizards. Even powerful wizards at the level of sunlight wizards, Yuguang wizards, and Xiaohe wizards will fall if they enter it without carefulness." Lu Feng said seriously, "I've thought about it. As expected of the recent popular Wizard Rest, a wizard who is qualified to enter the Eternal City is indeed very courageous." Wizard Horton praised with a smile, and at the same time took out a magic secret treasure to verify Lu Feng's identity, and then pointed to the complicated magic circle on the side and said, "Wizard Rest, please go there." Lu Feng nodded and came to a magic circle. Suddenly, a vast and terrifying pressure suddenly rose up and descended into the starry sky hall. One after another, detection spells fell on Lu Feng as if they were free, to check whether he was a fake from other aliens or strange beings. The starry sky hall is one of the important places of the botanical garden, and even the entire wizard civilization. Once the plane gate transmitted in the starry sky hall is destroyed and the star map is lost, then those strong men who enter the starry sky through the plane gate here will be lost in the vast starry sky because of the disappearance of the plane gate, and will never be able to return. After a series of tests, the complicated magic circle under Lu Feng's feet flashed with light, and his figure immediately disappeared from the magic circle and came to a secret room. In the secret room, there was a plane gate that was slightly different from the plane gate on the plane square. These plane gates were specially made by the botanical garden, and could teleport people to the depths of the farther starry sky. They had more powerful effects and functions than the plane gates they built themselves. Originally, you need to pay 500,000 morning star points to use the plane gate in the starry sky hall once, but since you are a genius wizard who has settled in the Eternal City, you have the opportunity to use the plane gate for free once a year, so you don't need to pay extra morning star points. However, the plane origin consumed when using the plane gate cannot be exempted. Do you have enough plane origin? A somewhat dull voice sounded in the secret room. Lu Feng took out a space pocket from the King Mufuti in his body and said, "Yes, I have brought enough plane origins." Once the plane gate is opened, it will continuously consume the plane origin to display its coordinates in the starry sky. Once the plane origin is exhausted, the plane gate will lose its power and close, and no longer display its coordinates. In the starry sky, without coordinates, even a wizard in the Yuguang realm will be lost in the vast starry sky and unable to return. Therefore, before opening the plane gate, every wizard must prepare sufficient plane origins to consume the plane gate during his exploration and adventure in the starry sky. The plane gate in Lu Feng's hand is far inferior to the exquisite plane gate specially made by the botanical garden, in terms of ultra-long-distance transmission. The treasure, space gate, in the depths of the soul does have some ability, which allows them to travel back and forth to any different plane, but after all, it is a treasure that cannot be shown to others, so Lu Feng can only use it secretly. The origin of the plane in his hand came from the gift from the wizard Hongye. The little origin of the plane given by the wizard Hongye, who was a solar wizard, was an astronomical figure in Lu Feng's hands. Lu Feng only took out a small amount, which was enough for him to adventure and explore in the starry sky for 5 years. Chapter 421 Starry Sky Meteorite, Mind Flayer Spaceship. Hearing this, the voice that reminded Lu Feng fell silent and disappeared into the secret room. Lu Feng came to the plane gate, waved his hand, and threw the space origin in his hand into the closed plane gate. After absorbing a large amount of plane origin, the plane gate immediately gushed out silver-white space brilliance, and a dark and deep, bottomless hole appeared in the center of the portal of the plane gate. Lu Feng looked at the dark and deep hole with a normal expression. When he went to the blood trial land, he also entered the starry sky. Although the starry sky near the blood cloud terrace had been processed by the wizard civilization and was far less dark and deep than the starry sky here, the experience there also made Lu Feng adapt to the horror of the starry sky. The starry sky near the blood cloud terrace was near the sun. After being specially processed by the wizards of the wizard civilization, the danger was almost zero. The starry sky that Lu Feng was going to this time was obviously a more primitive starry sky that had not been developed. Only in this kind of starry sky that has not been developed much can there be opportunities to discover more unknown resources and different planes, which is also the ultimate goal of starry sky travel and adventure. Maintaining the most basic respect for the starry sky that the plane gate leads to, Lu Feng took a deep breath, activated the power of King Mufuti, and blessed his body with several months of defense magic at the level of a Chinese wizard. Then he picked up a positioning crystal stone next to the plane gate and strode into the plane gate. A silver-white space light flashed, and Lu Feng disappeared from the secret room, leaving only the plane gate shining with silver-white space light, dazzling and glaring. The space changed, twisted and flipped, and Lu Feng appeared in a dark and deep place under the pressure of space movement. It was a chaotic and dark place, and he could not see the east, west, south, north, up, down, left, and right. It seemed that there was an invisible fog covering Lu Feng, blocking all his observation abilities as a human body. This undeveloped original starry sky is different. The light of the stars in the starry sky cannot reach this place. Endless darkness and coldness fill this place. It is not a place where normal creatures can survive. This is the real starry sky. It is really a terrible place. The starry sky outside the blood cloud platform that has been processed by wizards is just a child's play compared to this. Lu Feng's face was solemn, and he said in his heart, "The starry sky is not a place where humans like Lu Feng, who were born from the plane, can live. Only special starry sky creatures born in the starry sky can survive freely. Other creatures, whose life level is lower than that of the morning star wizard, will be deprived of their vitality, their spirits will be annihilated, and they will die completely as long as they come to the starry sky. But even if it is a morning star wizard level strong man, if he stays in the starry sky for a long time, if there is no special secret method, special secret treasure, or wizard tower protection, he will also be deprived of his vitality by the starry sky, and even his spirit will be swallowed up by the darkness and depth of the starry sky, and his body will be infected and become a weird starry sky creature without reason and can only go crazy. Master Lu Feng came from the botanical garden of the wizard civilization. Since he dared to come to the starry sky, he had naturally made all preparations. In addition, his life level at the level of Yuhu Wizard had a lot of resistance to the harsh environment in the starry sky, so it was relatively safe to survive in the starry sky. Lu Feng took out a starry sky floater given to him by the wizard Hongye from the Kingmu Blessed Land and set on its forehead. Then, he took out a witchcraft secret treasure that looked like a compass from his arms, compared the pointer information on the compass, and calculated some time, then patted the forehead of the starry sky floater under his buttocks, and commanded the starry sky floater to fly to a place in the dark starry sky. Fly over there. Wizard Leia and the others had entered the starry sky half a month ago. They had already prepared for the starry sky travel and exploration. After discussing with Lu Feng last month, they immediately set off from the botanical garden. After Lu Feng got familiar with the special, plain gate he had built, he followed closely and entered the starry sky. In order to facilitate contacts in the starry sky, Lu Feng and the wizard Leia agreed to go to the coordinates of the territory in the starry sky, and specially created a set of interconnected witchcraft secret treasures to facilitate meeting in the starry sky. Riding on the starry sky float, Lu Feng still saw a starry sky fog that obscured his vision. However, the wizard civilization had long done a lot of research on the starry sky creatures living in the starry sky, and had studied various secret methods to see through the starry sky fog as early as the era of the first Eternal Lord and Lord of Space. By now, this kind of means and secrets to see through the starry sky fog have developed to a very advanced level. As long as it is a morning star level wizard, you can learn this secret method to see through the starry sky fog. Even many wizard organizations have this kind of witchcraft secret treasures for sale to assist wizards in seeing through the starry sky fog. There are also defensive witchcraft secret treasures to resist the starry sky fog, which are all developed quite well. To this day, the wizard civilization has even studied the means to transform the starry sky fog. The starry sky outside the blood cloud terrace is the product of this kind of secret transformation. After adapting to the starry sky environment, Lu Feng took out a 5th-level witchcraft secret treasure in the shape of an eye from King Mufuti and put it on his nose. Suddenly, Lu Feng's eyes could see the starry sky area within hundreds of kilometers. However, to Lu Feng's disappointment, this starry sky was extremely empty and there was nothing. The starry sky is rich, but it is also vast. If you want to make money, it is not possible to get the scissors treasure by walking 2 steps. Lu Feng's eyes swept across the empty starry sky around him, and he directed the starry sky float to continue moving forward, following the direction indicated by the compass secret treasure in his hand. He was going to meet up with the 3 wizards Leia. They set out half a month in advance, and it was unknown whether they had found anything good in the starry sky. 3 days passed in a flash. Lu Feng rode the starry sky float and flew in the starry sky for a long time without any accidents, nor did he find anything, as if the starry sky was an endless empty and dead place. And suddenly, the starry sky float under Lu Feng's feet let out a terrified cry. Lu Feng looked up and saw that at the end of his vision, dense stones like raindrops suddenly appeared and flew towards him. Lu Feng's face changed slightly, and he waved 5 colored flags with his hands, and instantly formed a huge innate 5-direction 5-element formation to cover him and the starry sky float under his feet. The 5-colored formation shone brightly, protecting a piece of starry sky space, and the starry sky float shrank in it and trembled. Almost the next moment, the meteorites immediately hit Lu Feng's innate 5-direction 5-element formation, one after another like a meteor shower. The impact force of the meteorites was extremely terrifying, and each attack was no less than the full force of a morning star wizard. They hit Lu Feng's innate 5-direction 5-element formation, setting off waves of 5-colored glare, and were directly intercepted and shattered. Under the impact of countless meteorites, Lu Feng's innate 5-direction 5-element formation felt a pressure, and the power in the 5-element spirit veins in King Mufuti was rapidly consumed. When the power of the 5-element spirit veins in King Mufuti was consumed by half, this wave of meteorite rain finally ended completely, and a large number of meteorites were scattered next to the innate 5-direction 5-element formation. Lu Feng looked at the meteorite fragments around him and couldn't help but sigh. The meteorites in the starry sky are really dangerous. If I weren't strong enough and there was King Mufudi to support me, how could ordinary Yuho wizards withstand the attack of so many meteorite rains? I don't know if Leia Wizard and others have encountered such an attack. The danger in the starry sky comes quickly, often unexpectedly. If ordinary Yuho wizards fail to discover these starry sky meteorites in time and hit them head-on, even if they can save their lives, they will be hit by these meteorites and be in a mess. Having seen the dangers in the starry sky, Lu Feng also urgently wants to find Leia Wizard and others. With a wave of his hand, the innate 5 elements array suddenly expanded, wrapping all the meteorite fragments in the nearby starry sky, and then rolled back, bringing all the meteorite fragments back to King Mu Blessed Land. There were quite a few meteorite fragments, and Lu Feng felt some weight while controlling the innate 5 elements array. These meteorite fragments contain a lot of starry sky metals with magical effects. Let the practitioners in the Blessed Land refine them. They are all good things for refining secret treasures and making weapons. This time it can be considered a big harvest. The starry sky is indeed full of dangers and opportunities. Lu Feng took a quick look at the meteorite fragments rolled back by the innate 5 elements array, and saw many kinds of precious starry sky metals. This unexpected harvest also made Lu Feng very happy. Star metal is a special metal tempered by the special power in the starry sky. Even in the wizard world, there is no way to naturally produce this kind of special starry sky metal. These special starry sky metals often have very special functions. The weapons and equipment created by them, and the witchcraft's secret treasures are very compatible in the starry sky, and can exert more powerful power in the starry sky. If you want to build a wizard tower and a war fortress that can fly freely in the starry sky, you must definitely not do without these starry sky metals. With the size of wizard towers and war fortresses, starry sky metals are in short supply in wizard civilization. Just the harvest from resisting this wave of meteorites, if replaced with the origin of the plane, is enough for Lu Feng to continue using the plane gate for another 20 years. 4 times the profit, just this small collision. Such a harvest is enough to make ordinary wizards crazy. There are countless precious resources in the starry sky. It is precisely because of this that those top powerhouses know that the starry sky is dangerous, but they still have to enter the starry sky like moths to a flame and travel for adventure. Lu Feng had experienced the charm of the starry sky. However, after he had collected the meteorite fragments, he continued to drive the starry sky float forward. 2 more days passed, and the compass in Lu Feng's hand finally emitted a faint light and vibrated with a slight sound. Oh! My compass is vibrating. There must be a female wizard active nearby. The compass that was tracking Leia Wizard and the others was vibrating, reminding Lu Feng that his current location was not far from Leia Wizard and the others. Sure enough, Lu Feng flew in the direction indicated by the compass for a short time, and a towering wizard tower standing in the midst of the starry sky appeared in his sight. The wizard tower was snow-white and crystal-like, as if it was an ice crystal jade sheet growing out of the ice crystals of the snow mountain, and its appearance was very eye-catching. The outside of the wizard tower was covered with a thick layer of defensive magic circle. The white defensive brilliance was as stable as Mount Tai, and it was fighting with a starry sky ship that seemed to be made of flesh and blood. Rester, you came at the right time. When we were traveling in the starry sky with a Ling Long, we were targeted by this Mind Flayer spaceship. Please help us take it down. As soon as Lu Feng entered the battlefield where the wizard tower and the flesh and blood warship were fighting, a communication message from the wizard tower was transmitted to Lu Feng's ears. The white wizard tower was driven by the 3 wizards Leia and her. It was called the Linglong 5th level wizard tower. This wizard tower was also taken by Leia from her master's treasure house last time. It has good defense and attack power. It is a good treasure for traveling and exploring in the starry sky. It was with the help of this powerful wizard tower that Leia and her team fought back and forth with the starry sky flesh and blood warship driven by the Mind Flayer in the starry sky. The Mind Flayers are also a powerful civilization in the starry sky. They are a kind of strange creatures that look like human brains and have tentacles. They like to feed on the brains of intelligent creatures. They are also a notorious disgusting civilization in the starry sky. The Mind Flayers use a special energy called psychic energy, and are very good at mental and spiritual attacks. They also produce a special creature called brainworms to assist the Mind Flayers in controlling the intelligent creatures of other civilizations. In a spaceship with multiple Mind Flayers, there is often only one powerful Mind Flayer in control of everything, but there are definitely not a few other intelligent creatures of civilizations controlled by multiple Mind Flayers. The Mind Flayer in the Mind Flayer spaceship that fought with the Linglong Wizard Tower was a powerful Mind Flayer of the Moonlight Wizard level who had just conquered an alien plane and reaped a lot of rewards. After conquering an alien plane, this Mind Flayer was very arrogant. When he was flying in the starry sky, he saw the Wizard Tower of Leia Wizard and his team, and thought about catching a few more wizards to take back as slaves. You know, in the civilization of the Mind Flayers, having a wizard as a subordinate is a great honor, and it is worth bragging about for hundreds of years. Therefore, when seeing Leia and her wizard tower, the Mind Flayer Dune in the Flesh and Star battleship could not control his greed and brazenly launched an attack on Leia and her wizard tower. The battle was about to break out. However, unlike Dune's idea, Leia and her wizards, as Moonlight Wizards, controlled the wizard tower, and the battle with Dune was not one-sided. Chapter 422, Capture the Mind Flayer, the alternate dimension in memory. Even though Leia and the others were only newly promoted Moonlight Wizards and had just entered the starry sky, this did not mean that the three Moonlight Wizards were the lowest creatures in the starry sky and were allowed to be bullied by other starry sky creatures. The great reputation of the wizard civilization in the starry sky was not boasted, but was slowly won over countless years by powerful wizards who had entered the starry sky. Although Leia and the others were newcomers and did not have much experience in the starry sky, they were all elite wizards in the wizard civilization. Leia and the other three Moonlight Wizards, driving the exquisite wizard tower, quickly digested the knowledge of starry sky combat learned in the botanical garden, in their daily battles with the flesh and blood battleship of the Mind Flayer Dune, and gradually became proficient in controlling the battle of the wizard tower. At this moment, the more the Mind Flayer Dune in the flesh and blood spaceship entangled with the wizard tower driven by Leia and the others, the more frightened he felt. Dune was somewhat horrified to find that every time he confidently attacked with his spaceship, at the beginning, he could still cause some damage to the Snow White Wizard Tower. Although the Snow White Wizard Tower could quickly repair the damage, it at least gave Dune, the Mind Flayer, some hope of victory. However, as the time he spent entangled with the Snow White Wizard Tower became longer, Dune, the Mind Flayer, was horrified to find that his spaceship attacks were increasingly difficult to cause damage to the Snow White Wizard Tower. In the entanglement of the battle, the Snow White Wizard Tower seemed to use him, a ferocious and violent Mind Flayer, as a sparring partner to enrich the battle experience of the wizards in the tower. Reduced to a sparring target, the anger in the heart of the Mind Flayer Dune surged, and at the same time, he also recalled the fear of the famous wizard in the starry sky deep in the blood of the Mind Flayer race. No way, I will die tragically at the hands of an evil wizard after my first victory. As the fear of wizards in the blood of the Mind Flayer race was aroused, the Mind Flayer Dune suddenly felt like retreating. Facing the famous and invincible wizard, it was not shameful for him, a Mind Flayer, to run away. Even when he returned to the residence of the Mind Flayer race, the life he escaped from the evil wizard would allow him to brag about it for years. As for the ambition to capture the wizard as a slave, when he first saw the Snow White Wizard Tower, the Mind Flayer Dune had long forgotten it at this time. With the intention of retreating for a lifetime, the Mind Flayer Dune no longer hesitated, and drove his car at full speed and turned around and ran away. Zealous, forward 4. Haha. The Mind Flayer Dune roared happily in his heart. Faced with the panic escape of the flesh and blood spaceship of the Mind Flayer Dune, the wizard Leia and her team immediately drove the exquisite wizard tower to chase after him. The Mind Flayer Dune was the first enemy they encountered in the starry sky. The wizard Leia and her team vowed to take down the Mind Flayer Dune and make him the first member of the laboratory on the exquisite wizard tower to contribute to their future wizard path. The Mind Flayer Dune fled, and the wizard Leia and her team chased him. In the fierce speed competition, they ran into Lu Feng, who was riding on the star plane and holding a compass to track the wizard Leia and her team all the way. After receiving the message from the wizard Leia, Lu Feng quickly understood the participants of the chase and sorted out the situation. I'm here. Lu Feng smiled faintly, and then waved his hand, and a colorful formation suddenly blocked the way forward of the flesh and blood spaceship driven by the Mind Flayer Dune. This wizard tower actually has reinforcements. Lu Feng's move made the Mind Flayer Dune, who was being chased by Leia and the others, feel a fear of death and screamed in horror. However, the Mind Flayer Dune was never one to accept his fate. Facing Lu Feng's innate 5-direction 5-element formation blocking the way, the Mind Flayer Dune directly activated the most powerful attack formation on the flesh and blood spaceship. Suddenly, Black spiritual energy light columns filled with terrifying destructive power pierced through the starry sky fog in front of the flesh and blood spaceship and bombarded Lu Feng's innate 5-direction 5-element formation. Boom! The terrifying destructive power in the black spiritual energy light column bombarded the 5-color formation, setting off waves of 5-color ripples, but did not destroy Lu Feng's innate 5-direction 5-element formation. Such a powerful sorcery, the defense power may have reached the peak level of the Moonlight Wizard realm. How can it be so strong? A trace of fear flashed in the eyes of the Mind Flayer Dune, and the tentacles on the huge head quickly touched the control console of the flesh and blood spaceship, controlling the flesh and blood spaceship to continue to launch attacks. However, the struggle of the Mind Flayer Dune was doomed to be in vain. He fought back with all his might, even using the hidden energy on the back of the flesh and blood spaceship, but he still couldn't break Lu Feng's innate 5-direction 5-element formation. When the Mind Flayer Dune was blocked by Lu Feng, the Leia wizards behind him drove the Linglong Wizard Tower and arrived soon. Seeing this scene, the Leia wizard in the Wizard Tower laughed. "Little Mind Flayer, weren't you very arrogant just now? Are you scared now and want to beg for mercy?" The pride and happiness were written on the face of the Leia wizard. After fighting with the Mind Flayer Dune for so long, it was finally time to reap the results. Alicia and Melia, who were standing by, watched the happy look on Wizard Leia's face, and they also became happy. The happiness of a wizard is so simple. While happy, Wizard Leia did not relax her vigilance. She drove the Linglong Wizard Tower to meet Lu Feng, and completely controlled the flesh and blood spaceship of the Mind Flayer Dune, cutting off all chances of escape for the Mind Flayer Dune. After doing all this, Wizard Leia took Lu Feng and her 2 sisters on the flesh and blood spaceship of the Mind Flayer Dune. At this point, the Mind Flayer Dune still wanted to fight back, and controlled the slaves whose minds he had enslaved on the flesh and blood spaceship to attack Lu Feng and others, attempting to kill them on the spaceship and complete a Jedi counterattack. But it is obvious that the Mind Flayer Dune overestimated his own strength and underestimated the combat effectiveness of the 4 Yuho wizards. The strongest of the Mind Flayer slaves in the flesh and blood spaceship were at the 5th level, but they could not last more than 3 rounds in the hands of the weakest of the 4, Melia wizard. Melia easily suppressed them and sealed their power with a witchcraft's secret treasure. Looking at this scene, Lu Feng felt as if he had returned to the blood trial world, where the blood warriors and ancient blood warriors were as weak as these Mind Flayer slaves. Facing them, even if they were at the same level, Lu Feng and his team could easily crush them, just like punching a child, without any difficulty. For the resistance of the Mind Flayer Dune, the Leia wizard was very unhappy and taught the Mind Flayer Dune, who looked like a naked head, a lesson, and studied the Mind Flayer Dune on the spot. During Leia wizard's research, the entire flesh and blood spaceship was filled with the painful wails of the Mind Flayer Dune and the psychic energy that was scattered everywhere when he was being studied because his mind could not be controlled. 3 days later, Wizard Leia walked out of the cockpit of the flesh and blood spaceship of the Mind Flayer Dune with a happy face. Behind her, the Mind Flayer Dune was already dying. He was even carried away by the sorcery puppets on the Linglong Wizard Tower and sent to the cage of the Wizard Tower without any thought of escaping or resisting. Not a bad trophy. Just taking down this Mind Flayer, this trip to the starry sky is completely worth the price. And I also found a damaged alien plane in his memory. It is nearby. If we can find it, it can be regarded as taking down the first stronghold in the starry sky. After cleaning up a little, Wizard Leia excitedly told Lu Feng about the harvest this time. A Mind Flayer of the 5th level Moonlight Wizard level alone is worth a lot of money. This kind of living alien race has a big market in the wizard civilization. Even selling his body can sell a large amount of plain origin. There is also a flesh and blood spaceship of the Mind Flayer Dune, and a lot of useful memories in his mind. What interests Lu Feng the most is the alternate dimension in the Mind Flayer Dune's memory. The value of an alternate dimension is unquestionable. Even if it is destroyed by the Mind Flayer Dune, as long as the alternate dimension has not been completely destroyed, it is extremely precious to Lu Feng and his team. Let's deal with the spaceship first, and then we will go to the alternate dimension in the Mind Flayer Dune's memory. By the way, have you gained anything in the starry sky these days? It's a good opportunity to talk about it together. Lu Feng thought about the alternate dimension and said with a smile. Immediately, he also urged the power of King Mufuti to take the spaceship of the Mind Flayer Dune into King Mufuti. Elio and others in King Mufuti will help Lu Feng properly deal with this flesh and blood spaceship of the Mind Flayer. There are also many alien slaves whose minds have been enslaved by the Mind Flayer Dune in the spaceship, with thousands of people, the lowest of which are level 3, among which there are hundreds of level 4, and 2 level 5 combat power. Lu Feng accepted these slaves of the Mind Flayer Dune with a smile, just to enrich the gene pool of the race in King Mu Futi. There is also the treasure house of the Mind Flayer Dune in the flesh and blood spaceship. Most of the resources that Leia and her wizards can use have been taken away by Leia and her wizards. The remaining ordinary resources that they can't use are just used to cultivate King Mu Futi. There is also the main body of the flesh and blood spaceship, waiting for Lu Feng to further process. Whether it is to transform it for personal use or to sell it when they return to the wizard civilization, it is a good resource harvest. Stepping into the Linglong Wizard Tower, the interior is a comfortable, low-key and luxurious environment, which is countless times better than sitting on the head of the Starry Sky Float. After the initial experience, the Starry Sky Float gloriously lost the profession of the Starry Sky Mount, and was taken back to King Mu Futi by Lu Feng, and continued to sleep in the Starry Sky of King Mu Futi. Wizard Leia warmly welcomed Lu Feng's arrival. Wizard Melia took over Wizard Leia's work of driving the Wizard Tower. Leia and Alicia surrounded Lu Feng and told him about their travels and adventures in the Starry Sky in the past half-month. The Starry Sky is vast and full of unknowns. In half a month, Wizard Leia and her friends, even with the help of the Linglong Wizard Tower, did not explore a large area of the Starry Sky. They gained a little, but not much. They encountered a wave of small meteorites in the Starry Sky and mined some Starry Sky metals from them. In addition, they encountered a group of 4th-level Starry Sky worms in the Starry Sky and harvested the corpses and crystal cores of about 500 Starry Sky worms. In addition, there was the Mind Flayer Dune who had just been captured. After half a month of exploration and training, Wizard Leia and her friends were familiar with the power of their own moonlight wizards and adapted to the strange fog in the Starry Sky. Basically, they were barely qualified Starry Sky travelers. The rest of the development is that they continue to travel in the Starry Sky, see more Starry Sky territories, fight, explore, travel, and slowly become a Starry Sky veteran under the tempering of time. The Linglong Wizard Tower flew rapidly in the Starry Sky, flying towards the alien plane in the memory of the Mind Flayer Dune. The alien plane was called Denton in the memory of the Mind Flayer Dune, implying a world full of water. The surface of the alien plane is composed of 60% of the ocean, and the land only occupies 40% of the surface area. Looking at it in the Starry Sky, it is a piece of blue. There are also a group of humans living in the Denton plane, but the indigenous civilization of the Denton plane is not very advanced, and it is still in the Western Middle Ages in Lu Feng's previous life. Mysticism permeated the medieval society, and a group of strange gods born in the plane messed around in it. Anyway, the social environment of the alien plane is a mess. There are also a group of humans living in the Denton plane, but the indigenous civilization of the Denton plane is not very advanced, and it is still in the Western Middle Ages in Lu Feng's previous life. Mysticism permeated the society of the Middle Ages, and a group of strange gods born in the plane messed around in it. Anyway, the social environment of the other plane looked messy. Lu Feng was not very interested in the practitioners and civilizations of these native other planes. The messy cultivation system they came up with might have some uses, but it was still not good enough in front of the wizard civilization with profound cultural heritage. Lu Feng was interested in the other plane itself. This other plane named Denton did not seem to be another plane that had been discovered and included in the territory of the wizard civilization. Now that Lu Feng and his team had discovered this other plane, it was equivalent to becoming the discoverer of the Denton plane. According to the laws of the wizard civilization, they automatically had temporary ownership of the Denton plane for 1,000 years. As long as a plane gate was established in the Denton plane, connected to the botanical garden, and completed the report, the Denton plane would directly become Lu Feng and his team's assets, and they could dispose of it at will. After they establish the plane gate on the Denton plane, they can use the Denton plane as a springboard and anchor point, and then begin to explore and develop the Starry Sky territory behind the Denton plane. With the different planes of the Starry Sky as anchor points, the territory of wizard civilization is constantly expanding in the Starry Sky. Staying up late to write, racing against time, there are still a few hundred words left. Post it first, and make up for it immediately. Chapter 423, Arriving in Denton, A Life or Death Decision. Linglong Wizard Tower was flying in the Starry Sky. In the Wizard Tower, Lu Feng and his friends who had reunited were talking and laughing, and there was a peaceful atmosphere. The Denton plane was still some distance away from where they were. At the speed of the Ling Long, it would take another month to fly in the starry sky. At Lu Feng's level, time flies, and it slips away from their fingers without paying attention. They just exchanged some experiences of adventurous travel in the starry sky in the Wizard Tower, dealt with several sudden crises in the starry sky, and picked up some materials that were only produced in the starry sky. A month had passed quietly. The Linglong Wizard Tower crossed a long journey through the starry sky and finally arrived in the starry sky near the Denton Plain. Approaching the plain, a lot of matter appeared in the starry sky, and there were also dead planets, surrounding a blazing sun, forming a large galaxy. The Denton Plain was the only plane in this galaxy that could support the survival of living beings. Denton Plain, a nice place, here we come. In the midst of the starry sky far outside the galaxy, Alicia, sitting on the Linglong Wizard Tower, looked at the dazzling Denton Plain in this galaxy, her eyes shining, and she made a declaration with confidence. A huge mental force swept across the entire galaxy, and Lu Feng already knew the situation inside and around the Denton Plain. In this Denton Plain, the Mind Flayer Dune didn't plunder very cleanly, or he didn't have the ability to defeat the defending native gods of Denton. After making a fortune in the Denton Plain, he ran away. This job is really rubbish, and we have to deal with the aftermath now. Lu Feng shook his head and said with a speechless smile. The Denton Plain is also a medium-sized alien plane. So far, the interior of the plane is enough to accommodate the existence of some Moonlight Wizard-level strongmen. The interior of the Denton Plain is where humans live. Because of the development of civilization, some native gods have been born. Among them, the weak ones are like Morning Star Wizards, and the strong ones can be compared with Moonlight-level Wizards. All added together, it is not a good fighting force. The Mind Flayer Dun has a flesh and blood battleship, and his strength has reached the level of a Moon Wizard, but he is not a creature born and raised in the Denton Plain after all. Surviving and fighting in the Denton Plain will be suppressed by the Denton Plain, and his strength can only be used at 70% or 80%. It is far from being able to suppress all the native gods of the Denton Plain, so the Mind Flayer Dun can only rely on his flesh and blood battleship to show off his power outside the Denton Plain, forcing the native gods of the Denton Plain not to dare to step out of the Denton Plain. Inside the Denton Plain, the Mind Flayer can only stand outside the plane, using the methods he learned from his own race to be an outer god, bewitching the native creatures inside the Denton Plain, doing evil inside the Denton Plain, creating trouble, and cultivating a group of useful Mind Flayer slaves. In this way, the Mind Flayer Dun spent hundreds of years in the Denton Plain, causing great harm to the Denton Plain and enslaving a group of 4th-level native gods of the Denton Plain. Just when there was a big harvest, a temporary expedition encountered the Linglong Wizard Tower of Leia Wizard. After being bold, he became a collection of Leia Wizard. Then now, Lu Feng and his team came to the Denton Plain. Near the Denton Plain, Ryan, a native god of the Denton Plain, who had just cautiously walked out of the Denton Plain to inquire about the news because the breath of the outer god Mind Flayer Dun disappeared, just saw the empty starry sky around him, and before he could start his adventure, he ran into Lu Feng's Linglong Wizard Tower head-on. Seeing the Snow-White Wizard Tower, the native god of the Denton Plain had never seen a tower that could fly in the starry sky. A trace of surprise flashed in his eyes. He rubbed his eyes in disbelief and said, "What is this? The evil outer god finally left, and now what kind of ghost thing has come again?" From the Snow-White Wizard Tower, Ryan, the native god of the Denton Plain, thought of the outer god Mind Flayer that frightened him. Fearing that he would encounter another evil outer god, Ryan subconsciously wanted to take a step back and return to the Denton Plain. But before he could act, he felt that the space around his body condensed instantly, and a 5-colored light lit up from his side, imprisoning him in 5 small flags of different colors. At this time, Ryan was like a goldfish frozen into the ice. Except for his spirit, he was still active, but his body could not move at all. Just when Ryan was filled with fear and was still wondering what happened, the next moment, a young man in a black wizard robe appeared in front of Ryan, a native god of the Denton Plain who was imprisoned by the 5-colored flags. He stretched out his hand and grabbed Ryan's body, which was like being illuminated by a shrinking lamp. He was imprisoned by the 5-colored flags and fell into Lu Feng's palm. A 4th-level imp from the Denton Plain is really boring. Lu Feng casually threw Ryan, a native god of the Denton Plain, into the King Mu Fudy and handed him over to Elio and the others to deal with. At this time, Wizard Leia and the others also drove the Linglong Wizard Tower to Lu Feng. Looking at the Denton Plain that was close at hand, Wizard Leia looked at Lu Feng and asked, "There are still some local strongmen in this Denton Plain. How should we deal with them? Let's use courtesy first and then force. Give them a chance to choose. If they don't know what's good for them, send them on their way. Anyway, whether there are these native gods of the Denton Plain or not will not affect our occupation of the Denton Plain," Lu Feng said with a smile. He has always been the most merciful. Even if they were the native gods of the Denton Plain that he had never seen before, Lu Feng was willing to give them a chance to choose. "I understand. It depends on their choice." Wizard Leia agreed. "They are wizards from the wizard civilization. They are not evil gods or demons who do all kinds of evil in the starry sky. They still have some moral bottom line. Directly exterminating the creatures of a plane is really a bad influence. Besides, it will waste some energy of the wizard tower, and it will take time to collect and restore." Wizard Leia prepared a little, and then 3 powerful auras of the Moonlight Wizard rose from the Linglong Wizard Tower, and gathered into a mighty force, leaning towards the nearby Denton Plain. In just a moment, the entire Denton Plain was shocked. From the native gods of the Denton Plain to the ordinary humans on the land of the Denton Plain, they all faced the terrifying aura from the Moonlight Wizard at this moment. The local gods recalled the miserable days when they were oppressed by the outer gods, the Mind Flayers, while the ordinary creatures on the earth knelt on the ground without resistance, not daring to face the pressure of the Leia wizards, fearing that they would explode if they looked at them for a second longer. The years of harm caused by the outer god, the Mind Flayer, done, made the creatures on the land of the Denton Plain have a clear understanding of the terror of the outer gods. One outer god once made the people of the Denton Plain miserable, and the whole world suffered, with countless deaths and injuries. With 3 such powerful outer gods appearing all of a sudden, the creatures on the land of the Denton Plain felt that the end of the world was coming to them. Above the heads of the ordinary creatures, the powerful gods of the Denton Plain gathered together with solemn faces, and looked at the Linglong Wizard Tower outside the Denton Plain and the restrained Lu Feng next to the Wizard Tower with ugly faces through the thick space barrier of the Denton Plain. There are 3 powerful people in the Wizard Tower who are as powerful as the outer god, Mind Flayer. There is also a powerful person in the Wizard Tower whose depth they cannot see clearly. Such a terrifying lineup is even more terrifying than the outer god, Mind Flayer, who has plagued them in the past. One outer god has caused great harm to the Denton Plain, and now there are 4 more. This is too much? Listen, people in the Denton Plain, now I give you 2 choices. One is to resist to the end, and I will clean up your entire plane. The other is to surrender now. We can spare your life and give you a chance to join the forces of the Great Wizard Rest. The voice of the Wizard Leia came from the Linglong and blasted into the Denton Plain. Her voice was mixed with majestic mental power. Even the natives of the Denton Plain, who had never been exposed to the common language of wizard civilization, also understood her declaration at the first time through the mental power mixed in the voice of the Wizard Leia. Suddenly, the creatures in the Denton Plain exploded again. "Surrender, surrender. Agree to surrender, we don't want to die." This was the cry from the heart of the ordinary creatures in the Denton Plain when they heard the announcement of the Wizard Leia. After experiencing the scourge of the outer god Mind Flayer, the ordinary creatures on Earth have been completely terrified of the outer god. They are not afraid of death, nor do they want to die in vain. If these outer gods are angered, the entire plane will be slaughtered, and these mortals will definitely die without a burial place. In the announcement of the Wizard Leia, they heard another choice. The Wizard Leia was not a complete threat. She also mixed the scene of the beautiful life of Lu Feng's men into the spiritual power of the voice. They heard the voice and saw the beautiful scene of living under Lu Feng. Whether it is true or not, at least this choice still has some chance of survival. As for whether they can live well under the hands of the outer god, they don't know. But looking at the scene, it shouldn't be worse than their current miserable life. Compared with the one-sided surrender of the creatures on the earth, the local gods in the sky of the Denton Plain were extremely entangled. In the blink of an eye, they split into several factions and quarreled over the announcement of the Leia Wizard. These high-ranking gods have long been separated from the low-level interests of ordinary creatures in the Denton Plain. What they are pursuing now is the improvement of strength and the increase of power. They have also experienced the invasion of the outer god Mind Flayer and have fought with a Mind Flayer done in the Denton Plain. In their eyes, the outer god Mind Flayer done is very strong, but it is also limited. It is not strong enough to suppress the entire Denton Plain. They can also fight with a mind flayer done by relying on the Denton plane. This time, there are only a few more outer gods. Even if they do not surrender, they may have the ability to fight with the outer gods. But there are also some local gods who are scared by the mind flayer done. They have a negative mentality. When facing the 4 outer gods, they no longer have the spirit to fight with Lu Feng and others. Therefore, after hearing the declaration of the Leia wizard, these weak-minded local gods naturally chose to surrender. For these local gods, surrendering to save their lives is a completely acceptable behavior compared to death. Fighting to the death, they will be wiped out, while surrendering to save their lives can still live for many years. Moreover, the current outer god does not seem to be very evil. Seeing that he loves the people like his own children, they have an excuse to surrender, which is completely the right choice. There are also some fence-sitters who are ready to wait and see, wavering between surrender and resistance, hesitating, fearing that the weak will be unlucky no matter which side they fall to. This is a declaration of the Denton plane, and also a struggle between factions within the Denton plane. The bad nature of the creatures makes them never forget the party struggle at any time. Time passed by, and under Lu Feng's gaze, the creatures inside the Denton plane had slowly made a choice following the declaration of the Leia wizard. With everything in sight, Lu Feng also understood the choice of the creatures inside the Denton plane. It seems that most people welcome our arrival. Only a few of you ignorant bastards are still thinking about resisting. You really won't cry until you see the coffin. Well, I will fulfill your wish and send you on your way. Lu Feng shook his head and said lightly. His calm tone seemed to regard the creatures in the Denton plane who opposed surrender as insignificant as dust, and he didn't take it to heart at all. The ones who still opposed in the Denton plane were some local gods of the 4th and 5th levels. There were not many of them, just a few hundred 4th level and 8 5th level. It seemed bluffing, but it was not enough in front of Lu Feng. Lu Feng stepped into the air, and the black figure flashed. He had turned into a stream of light and broke through the space barrier of the Denton plane and entered the interior of the Denton plane. Just now, when the wizard Leia made the announcement, Lu Feng had already analyzed the space barrier of the Denton plane, so at this time, the space barrier used by the Denton plane to resist foreign enemies did not play any role at all, and was easily broken by Lu Feng. After entering the Denton plane, Lu Feng's aura appeared clearly in front of the will of heaven and earth in the Denton plane. The Denton plane is not as fragile as the Western region world that Lu Feng had encountered before. The origin of the plane is strong. At this time, it is also powerful and majestic when facing foreign enemies. In just a moment, all kinds of attacks from the Denton plane's cultivation system fell on Lu Feng, including curses, spell attacks, and various heavenly punishments and disasters. The suppression of heaven and earth fell on Lu Feng, just to suppress Lu Feng's strength, weaken Lu Feng's ability, or even kill Lu Feng. However, the Denton plane underestimated Lu Feng after all. Since Lu Feng dared to enter the Denton plane alone, he had already made all preparations. I delayed a little today, just a few hundred words, and I will refresh it later. I was too busy during the new year and had no time to write. Alice. Chapter 424, Conquer the Heaven and Earth and Invade with a Giantman. In the Denton plane. At this time, Lu Feng was bathed in the attack of the Denton plane. His expression was calm and motionless. A layer of light golden light protected Lu Feng's body. All the attacks from the Denton plane fell on the protective golden light on Lu Feng's body, and were torn into pieces by this protective golden light, and all swallowed into the body. This golden light came from the tiny particles in Lu Feng's body that were transformed and refined by the golden divine pattern in the Kingmu Blessed Land. At this moment, the Earth Immortal Method Blessed Land chapter began to show the true power of this article from the heavenly tablet. The golden light is immortal. Lu Feng is like nothing happened. He walks in the void of the Denton plane, seemingly slowly but actually very quickly flying towards the local gods in the Denton plane who have chosen to resist. Looking at the golden figure of Lu Feng, who was bathed in the power of heaven, his strength did not weaken at all, and even became stronger and stronger. The local gods defending the title in Denton were scared to death one by one. This time, the outer god seems to be different from the one they encountered before. The outer god, the heart-stealing demon Dune, was nowhere near as powerful as Lu Feng is now. The heart-stealing demon Dune had also tried to break into the Denton plane with his true body, but under the attack of the might of the Denton plane, his combat power was directly halved. With his 5th order life level, he could not resist the power of an alien plane at all. Although the heart-stealing demon race in the starry sky has made some achievements in the way of psychic energy, in terms of combat power and wisdom and insight, it is ultimately no match for the Moonlight Wizard. Every Moonlight Wizard has an inner plane in his body. With a strong body and a magnificent spirit, he can rely on the power of the inner plane anywhere without seeking help from outside. The restrictions of the Denton plane on the Moonlight Wizard did not affect the combat power of the Moonlight Wizard at all. Even in battle, the Denton plane was afraid that the Moonlight Wizard would open the inner plane to plunder the gods and resources of the world inside the Denton plane. It was like Sun Wukong who entered Princess Iron Fan's belly. Both of them were a disaster. Unless the invading wizards can be killed in one blow and completely suppressed, otherwise the powerful wizards can consume the entire plane to death. This is something that the outer god Mind Flayer Dun cannot do at all. After witnessing Lu Feng's bravery, the local gods in the Denton plane were almost terrified. The resistance faction gritted its teeth and attacked Lu Feng. They seemed to have seen their own death in the future. The neutral faction immediately turned its spearhead and welcomed the arrival of the outer god Lu Feng together with the surrender faction. "Please come in, outer god Taijin, we will lead the way for you." Lu Feng moved as he pleased and acted at will. In a few waves of his hands, a majestic and powerful force swept out, and in an instant, all the local gods who dared to resist in the Denton plane were crushed. Hundreds of 4th level and a few 5th level, this resistance force is no more fragile than ants in front of Lu Feng now, and can be crushed to death with a single hand. After the death of the rebels, Lu Feng stood in the void, his body shining with golden light. The surrounding world was dark, the power of heaven was surging, he was like a demon god coming out of the endless abyss. He swept his cold eyes over the many surrendered native gods of the Denton plane. Under the cold eyes, these native gods of the Denton plane prostrated themselves on the ground, trembling, not daring to raise their heads, for fear of witnessing the heroic figure of the foreign god Lu Feng and angering this terrifying foreign god. "Welcome the God King to come. Welcome the great emperor to come to the Denton plane. We are willing to serve the great emperor like cows and horses." When they knelt and bowed their heads, a series of spiritual thoughts also gathered here, expressing their willingness to surrender in unison, and no god dared to show the slightest dissatisfaction at this moment. Lu Feng used his absolute strength to completely conquer these native gods of the Denton plane. Compared with death, surrendering to the strong is not difficult to accept. Not only the native gods of the Denton plane, but also the ordinary creatures of the Denton plane on the earth, also felt Lu Feng's undisguised powerful aura, as well as his powerful strength that was bathed in the power of heaven and remained motionless. In front of such an external god Lu Feng, the ordinary creatures of the Denton plane had no intention of resisting. At this moment, Lu Feng simply and roughly gained the popular support of all the creatures in the entire Denton plane. Coupled with his powerful strength, the will of heaven and earth in the Denton plane seemed helpless against Lu Feng at this moment. He couldn't beat them, and the creatures in the world surrendered directly. The will of heaven and earth in the Denton plane felt like a rubbish general. He was charging bravely, but who knew that when he turned around, there were surrendered soldiers behind him. "I wanted to fight to the death, why did you all surrender?" If the creatures in the Denton plane heard the voice of the will of heaven and earth at this moment, they would certainly hold their heads and complain. "It's not that we don't want to be loyal to the Denton plane, but the knife of the outer god Lu Feng is too sharp and the fist is too heavy. They haven't lived enough and don't want to die. The will of the people is the will of heaven. This is the fundamental law that the will of heaven and earth in any other plane with living beings cannot contend with." At this moment, all the creatures in the Denton plane surrendered to Lu Feng, and the power of heaven and earth in the Denton plane could not break Lu Feng's defense. There was nothing they could do. After a burst of impotent rage, the will of heaven and earth in the Denton plane gradually withdrew the heavenly punishment that besieged Lu Feng. The heavenly punishment dissipated, and the Denton plane bowed to Lu Feng helplessly. Lu Feng looked up at the sky of the Denton plane and immediately understood the attitude of the will of heaven and earth in the Denton plane. From now on, as long as Lu Feng does not mess around inside the Denton plane, does not wantonly destroy, and does things that harm the Denton plane will no longer attack Lu Feng, nor will it expel Lu Feng. Under Lu Feng's powerful strength, the Denton plane now recognizes Lu Feng's status in the plane. That's good. If the punishment continues, it won't be dangerous to me, but it will affect what I have to do next. Lu Feng nodded. The Denton plane was so tactful that it saved him a lot of trouble. "I've taken care of this plane. Come in." Lu Feng called to the lay wizard and others in the outer space of the Denton plane. Here we come. Leia Wizard was delighted when she heard the words, and drove the Linglong Wizard Tower slowly into the space barrier of the Denton Plain. Sensing that several more outer gods wanted to invade him, the sky of the Denton Plain changed again, and there was a faint terrifying punishment gathering at the place where the Linglong Wizard Tower was about to enter. Although the Denton Plain recognized Lu Feng's ability, it still maintained a very cautious attitude towards other outer gods entering the plane. In the past, he was scared by the outer god, the heart-stealing demon Du Enhero. Once bitten by a snake, he was afraid of the well god for 10 years. However, Lu Feng was not prepared to indulge the will of heaven and earth of the Denton Plain. When the sky of the Denton Plain was about to start the punishment again, he stopped it immediately. "How dare you? They are all my people." Lu Feng frowned and roared at the will of heaven and earth of the Denton Plain. Lu Feng's will accompanied his roar and reached the ears of the heaven. The will of heaven and earth of the Denton Plain looked at Lu Feng, and then explored the abilities of Leia Wizard and others. After all, it held its breath and slowly dissipated the gathering punishment. The Denton Plain couldn't handle Lu Feng alone, and with 3 outer gods with extraordinary strength, the Denton Plain could only choose to surrender in the face of the general trend. The will of heaven and earth of a plane has fallen into such a situation. It is really tragic. When the punishment gathered, Leia Wizard and others in the Linglong Wizard Tower also tense up. Just now, outside the Denton Plain, they also watched Lu Feng's great power from a distance, and they also witnessed the power of the Denton Plain. According to their estimation, even with the Linglong Wizard Tower and their 3 young wizards, they can only barely hold on for a few days under the attack of the heavenly punishment of the Denton Plain. If the Denton Plain really fights them, Leia and the others think they can't hold on. Lester is really amazing. Every time he attacks, he can refresh our cognition. Our choice is really too correct. Alicia looked at Lu Feng's heroic figure who shouted back the will of heaven and earth, her eyes full of spring water, and her whole body seemed to melt. Melia and Leia Wizards are no exception. Who cannot love such a powerful and heroic figure? The Linglong Wizard Tower smoothly entered the Denton Plain under the driving of Leia Wizards and 3 others, and hung in the sky of the Denton Plain like a dazzling star. Lu Feng entered the Wizard Tower, and after communicating with Leia Wizards, he began to arrange tasks. Now the Denton Plain can be said to have been taken. After taking it, Lu Feng and the others will start construction. According to the ideas of Leia and her friends, this Denton Plain is the first plane they have occupied in the starry sky, and the nearby starry sky belongs to the wilderness that not many people have explored. Their current behavior is like laying a piece of territory in the starry sky. The task in the future is to use this piece of territory as the core to open up the surrounding starry sky. Just like a lord, slowly open up and expand their starry sky territory. The Denton Plain is a medium-sized plane that can already accommodate the existence of the Moonlight Wizard level. For Leia and her friends now, it is the most suitable place in the nearby starry sky. Based on this, it is just right to open up the surrounding starry sky. After some discussion, Lu Feng and the 3 Leia Wizards discussed the plan, and the next step is to prepare to start. First, what they have to do now is to build a plane gate connecting the wizard world in the Denton Plain, and incorporate the entire Denton Plain into the territory of wizard civilization. Only in this way can Leia and her friends have the confidence to open up this starry sky. 3 days later, in the Denton Plain, Lu Feng and his team have already started the construction in full swing. One by one, the 4th-level Dharma Immortals were released from King Mufudi by Lu Feng. Under the command of the wizard Leia, with the Linglong Wizard Tower suspended in the sky as the core, a mountain that was cut in half was lifted into the sky by hundreds of 4th-level Dharma Immortals. The mountain with a smooth cross-section was hung upside down, and its smooth surface like a mirror was used as the sky platform. A floating magic array that could lift the entire mountain was arranged. This mountain with an interface diameter of more than hundreds of kilometers became the construction platform of the plane gate. The materials for the plane gate were transported out by the 4th-level Dharma Immortals one by one, and soon a silver-white portal stood on the platform of the floating mountain. Unlike the artifact plane gate that Lu Feng and his team practiced into the plane space in their bodies, this plane gate that was arranged in the plane and did not need to be moved for a long time had a larger structure and a more stable portal. Surrounded by the Leia Wizards, Lu Feng stepped onto the platform of the floating mountain, came to the plane gate, and reached out to touch the silver-white plane gate. At this moment, a will in the world seemed to feel something was wrong and gathered here. It was the will of the world of the Denton Plain. However, with Lu Feng here, The will of the world of the Denton Plain did not dare to act presumptuously. Lu Feng looked up as if he had sensed something, as if he had seen the will of the world of the Denton Plain. The corners of his mouth curled up slightly, and he shook his head, saying disdainfully, "It is indeed the will of the world from the countryside, and he has no idea of the dangers in the starry sky." The Denton Plain had little experience and did not know what kind of existence the Plain Gate would communicate with. With Lu Feng here, it did not dare to rashly destroy this Plain Gate. It had no idea what it would face next. Lu Feng touched the Plain Gate with his hand, and according to the specific rituals of the wizard civilization, he activated the silver-white Plain Gate. Only a slight buzzing sound was heard, and this silver-white portal crossed the distant distance in the starry sky and communicated with a powerful wizard world. In the plain square of the botanical garden, in a mysterious and tall palace, the wizards who were working quickly captured the Plain Gate connection request from Lu Feng. The Plain Gate is running normally. The starry sky coordinates are obtained normally, there is no abnormal interference, and the plane coordinates are being anchored. Ding. The plane coordinates have been obtained, anchored successfully, and the Plain Gate is being connected, linking successful. The Plain Code Denton has been successfully incorporated into the starry sky territory of the wizard civilization, and the Plain invasion program is being started. Amidst the rapid reports, in the plain square of the botanical garden, a Plain Gate that had long been deactivated shone with a silver-white brilliance, and across the distant starry sky, it was connected to the Plain Gate that Lu Feng touched. Almost instantly, the two Plain Gates had completed the connection. In the Denton Plain, in the center of the tall Plain Gate that Lu Feng touched, a silver-white space channel instantly emerged and stabilized. Success. Next, it's time to watch a good show, Lu Feng said with a smile as he released the Plain Gate. The Leia wizard and others beside him also looked at the silver-white Plain Gate that was so close at hand with joy. The shining spatial power on the gate made people feel happy. Only the heaven and earth will of the Denton Plain, which had been paying attention to this place, was a little confused. The Plain Gate was opened, but it didn't seem to cause any harm to him. Could it be that the vague uneasiness in its heart just now is false? However, before the heaven and earth will of the Denton Plain was happy, suddenly a huge will that shocked it descended into the Denton Plain through the Plain Gate. Denton Plain. Chapter 425, Invasion completed, Plain transformation. The Plain invasion program is in progress, the Plain code is Denton, the Plain will has been locked and is being eliminated. Progress 1%, when the Plain Gate in front of Lu Feng that connected to the botanical garden, Plain Square opened, the will of the world in the Denton Plain immediately felt a great and infinite will descending on his territory. The instinct for survival made the will of the world in the Denton Plain try to save itself. It wanted to live. But in front of the powerful will of the world in the wizard world, any struggle of the will of the world in the Denton Plain was futile. The moment the Plain Gate in front of Lu Feng opened, the end of the will of the world in the Denton Plain had become a fait accompli. No, between the world of the Denton Plain, many creatures with strong spiritual power seemed to hear the wailing of the will of the world at this moment. The wailing was filled with a desire for life and the hatred for Lu Feng, the foreign god who brought wolves into the house. Inexplicably, the creatures who heard the wailing of the will of the world surged with sadness in their hearts, and their eyes were full of tears. However, this sadness in the heart did not last long. The wailing of the will of heaven and earth in the Denton Plain had dissipated, and then it was replaced by a surge of great joy from the heart. The sadness and joy made the creatures of the Denton Plain feel inexplicable. At this moment, the will of heaven and earth in the Denton Plain has officially died. A will of heaven and earth from the wizard world has completely eliminated the will of the world of Denton Plain with the assistance of the invasion program of the botanical garden, and replaced it, bringing the Denton Plain under the control of the will of heaven and earth in the wizard world. The wizard world is vast and huge. The will of heaven and earth and the wizard civilization have worked closely together and have built a complete invasion system for the development of the starry sky. For the conquest of various alien planes in the starry sky, the completed attack procedures are in the hands of major wizard organizations. The powerful wizards who walked out of the wizard world and stepped into the starry sky are the tentacles of the wizard world that probe into the starry sky, expanding wantonly and domineeringly, and bringing all the treasures in the starry sky into the arms of the wizard world. A medium-sized plane like the Denton Plain is not good enough in front of the vast wizard world. There is no need to alarm the will of the wizard world. Just start the normal invasion program of the botanical garden, and easily complete the invasion. With a wizard world as a solid backing for wizards who step into the starry sky, the difficulty of Lu Feng and his team to deal with an alien plane is greatly reduced, saving countless troubles. After the Denton plane was completely taken down, a psychic puppet made of blue crystal slowly passed through the silver-white plane door and came to Lu Feng from the plain square hall of the botanical garden. The two purple gem-eyes on the psychic puppet's head scanned Lu Feng's presence and immediately saluted Lu Feng respectfully, and then reported to Lu Feng in a polite tone. Ding ding ding. Hello, His Highness Rest. I am the intelligent alchemy puppet of the botanical garden. Congratulations on completing the invasion of the Denton plane. Next, I will introduce to you the rights and obligations you have obtained from this invasion of the Denton plane. Oh, tell me in detail yourself. Lu Feng's eyes lit up. This kind of conquest is the first time for Lu Feng in the starry sky where the wizard civilization is located. Although the botanical garden has detailed information and explanations about the conquest of the plane, it has not been put into practice. Lu Feng only has a rich theory. The three Leia wizards beside him also surrounded the crystal puppet and Lu Feng, curiously waiting for the crystal puppet's explanation. Like Lu Feng, this kind of plane conquest is also the first time for them. Reporting to His Highness Rest, this is the case. This invasion of the Denton plane was completed by you and your team. The completion is very high. You have obtained the support of all the creatures in the Denton plane, established a complete plane gate, and led the execution of the complete plane invasion procedure. According to Article 936 of the Basic Law of Plane Invasion of the Wizard Civilization, a highly completed plane invasion like yours will obtain the management and income rights of the invaded plane for up to 500 years. After 500 years, you need to assist the Denton plane to integrate into the wizard world in accordance with the regulations. The crystal puppet explained in detail. 500 years of management and income rights is not long, but not short. If there is no assistance from the will of heaven and earth in the wizard world, Lu Feng and his team want to completely conquer the Denton plane. I don't know how long it will take and how much fundamental resources of the Denton plane will be destroyed before they can completely control the will of heaven and earth in the Denton plane. The loss of resources and time in this process is completely unnecessary waste. The will of the wizard world will act according to the plane invasion procedure, reducing the cost of plane invasion for Lu Feng and his team, and also preserving the original appearance and fundamental resources of the Denton plane to the greatest extent. Although there is less long-term income, the management rights and income of these 500 years are enough for Lu Feng to make a fortune. Moreover, when the entire Denton plane completely returns to the wizard world, Lu Feng and his team can also enjoy the blessings and rewards from the will of the wizard world. Those rewards are the most precious, the richest, and the best things that can help Lu Feng and his team move towards the future. Compared with those good things from the wizard world, the future benefits of the entire Denton plane are not worth mentioning. While the crystal puppet was talking, he also took out a round and crystal ball from his crystal chest and handed it to Lu Feng. There was a brilliant gray mist surging in the crystal ball. Looking closely, the gray mist was composed of tiny mysterious runes that were invisible to the naked eye. It rotated and floated around the center of the crystal ball, and the rich origin of the wizard world rolled and surged in it. As soon as he got the crystal ball, a message came into Lu Feng's mind through his hand, introducing the function of the crystal ball to him. This is made by the wizard civilization to assist me in managing the special plane secret treasure of this Denton plane, so that I can understand the Denton plane I have taken more clearly. The surface is really in place. Lu Feng's mind moved, and the crystal ball in his hand turned into a stream of light and merged into his body, stored in the spiritual space, and floated beside the soul core that merged with King Mufuti. Lu Feng's will poured into the crystal ball with the power of King Mufuti, and in an instant, his will was linked to the current will of heaven and earth in the Denton plane through the crystal ball plane's secret treasure. At this moment, Lu Feng felt that his spirit was expanding infinitely, and with every world in the Denton plane rapidly expanding outward, until he controlled the entire Denton plane, he looked at himself like a bright ball of light in the starry sky. Having the experience of mastering the Shiangxin seal of the earthly immortal world, Lu Feng quickly mastered this special perspective with the will of heaven and earth as the medium. The function of this crystal ball plane's secret treasure is very similar to the Shiangxin seal of the earthly immortal world, but it is not as fundamental and overbearing as the Shiangxin seal of the earthly immortal world. The crystal ball plane's secret treasure only gives Lu Feng the right to manage and control the Denton plane, but forget about using the crystal ball to destroy the Denton plane. However, Lu Feng has never thought of this crazy idea in his heart. He also wants to use the Denton Plain as a foundation to build a base for lay wizards in the starry sky to develop the surrounding areas. Although the crystal ball plane artifact is not as good as the Shiangxin seal, it is completely sufficient now. After getting the crystal ball of the plane's secret treasure that controls the Denton Plain, Lu Feng and Leia wizards began a new round of busyness. A group of 4th-level Dharma immortals, led by Fan Changqing, walked out of Kingmu Futi and traveled the land and sky of the Denton Plain, integrating and unifying the creatures in the Denton Plain, establishing an efficient administrative system, and bringing all the creatures in the Denton Plain under Lu Feng's control. Chaos and disorder are a shameful waste of plane resources. If you want to build the Denton Plain into a reliable and solid starry sky outpost, you must make full use of all the resources in the Denton Plain, and make the best use of the creatures in the world. At the same time, in the verdant tower far away in the botanical garden, Lu Feng's teacher, Wizard Tia, also received the message sent by Lu Feng and learned about the existence of the Denton Plain. Rester is really amazing. It hasn't been long since he was promoted to Moonlight Wizard, and he has already conquered another plane in the starry sky. He is indeed worthy of being the disciple taught by Tia. It's amazing. Tia is very happy for Lu Feng's current achievements. Immediately, he also followed Lu Feng's instructions and summoned a group of members of the Verdant Tower, as well as nearby wizard organizations that have a good relationship with the Verdant Tower. In the past, these wizard organizations came up and brought a lot of help to the Verdant Tower, helping the Verdant Tower to gain a foothold in a wider environment and obtain a lot of resources. This time, Lu Feng took over the Denton Plain and prepared to use it as a springboard to enter the starry sky exploration. He just used the resources of the Denton Plain to pull these wizard organizations into Lu Feng's camp and share the soup with them. If these wizard organizations want to get involved in the beneficial resources in the starry sky, they must also invest resources in the Denton Plain to help Lu Feng develop the Denton Plain. Only when the Denton Plain is strong can Lu Feng get more benefits from it. This is a win-win cooperation. Wizard Tian knows without thinking that those wizard organizations familiar with the Green Tower cannot refuse the fat meat of the Denton Plain. Therefore, as soon as Wizard Tia sent a message, it directly called for 100 responses nearby, and a large number of wizard organizations gathered in an instant. They actively prepared to enter the Denton Plain. As time passed, the Denton Plain was undergoing earth-shaking changes every moment because of Lu Feng's arrival. The Kingmu civilization government, headed by Lu Feng's subordinate Fan Changqing, was successfully established and quickly and efficiently took root in all aspects of the Denton Plain, spreading the concepts of civilization, justice, harmony, prosperity, and science to the land of the Denton Plain. All the corruption and darkness hidden in the society of living beings were quickly cleared out under the powerful force of the Kingmu government, and the living beings of the Denton Plain had a bright and sunny day. In just a few months, the mental outlook of the living beings in the Denton Plain has undergone amazing changes. Their faces are filled with vigor and vitality, which is something they did not have before under the rule of the native gods of the Denton Plain. The living beings on the land of the entire plain have seen the hope of a better life. On the other hand, the wizard organization headed by the Green Tower brought a lot of personnel and resources to the Denton Plain. With a floating mountain where the plain gate was built as the foundation, they began to build a group of buildings suspended above the sky of the Denton Plain, so that they could use the Denton Plain as a springboard to try to enter the starry sky. The resources in the Denton Plain are ordinary and mediocre, but the starry sky outside the Denton Plain is a place with countless treasures and surprises. Like Lu Feng and his team before, it is costly and difficult to open a plain door alone in the plain square of the botanical garden, to explore the starry sky alone. If you get lost and die in the starry sky, you will lose everything. And using the Denton Plain in Lu Feng's hands as an outpost, and then forming a group to explore the surrounding starry sky, the danger is much less in all aspects. This is also the reason why those wizard organizations are so active in joining the development of the Denton Plain. With the participation of many wizard organizations, more Morning Star Wizards and Moonlight Wizards have been brought in. They set out from the Denton Plain, entered the starry sky, explored and traveled, ventured and plundered, and harvested various precious resources and treasures in the starry sky. With their joining, Lu Feng and Leia Wizards have a much easier life. Exploring the starry sky is a boring and dangerous behavior. Now that Lu Feng has taken over the Denton Plain, it is equivalent to building a platform in the starry sky to provide jobs for other Morning Star Wizards and Moonlight Wizards. As long as there are treasures in the nearby starry sky, Lu Feng's platform can continue to earn resources, and it is still the kind with low cost and low risk. With a Denton plane as a platform, Leia and others' resources for daily practice are also guaranteed, and they don't have to consider other things. The Denton plane is in the largest palace on the floating mountain. Lu Feng, who handed over all his burdens, sat cross-legged in the hall. The crystal ball plane artifact linked to the Denton plane floated in front of his eyebrows. Lu Feng's spiritual will carried the power of King Mu Fury and was closely linked to the Denton plane. Contacting the origin of the Denton plane, comprehending the laws of the operation of the Denton plane, countless insights of cultivating and refining the blessed land came to his mind. A large number of pure energy crystals in his King Mu blessed land shattered, releasing the majestic energy of heaven and earth into every corner of King Mu blessed land. Ding, ding, ding. Amidst the slight sounds, in the origin space of King Mu blessed land, golden divine patterns condensed and took root in the origin space of King Mu blessed land, connecting to the tiny particles in Lu Feng's body, and constantly strengthening King Mu blessed land and Lu Feng's body. With every breath, Lu Feng, who is immersed in the laws of the operation of heaven and earth in the Denton plane, was improving his cultivation. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.